In a dark cave, a young guy sat in shock and repeated that what happened to him would be the end of him. His hands clutched his blood-red forearm, and his thoughts revolved around death, because he did not know whether he would go to hell or heaven. He was sitting on a flat stone, and in front of him was a virtual neon yellow sign offering to see the end of this world, while the guy himself was still thinking about hell and heaven, and what the creatures in hell think about heaven. The sign with the inscription that he must see the end of this world continued to hang motionless in the air in front of his face. The guy looked down from her, and then back, continuing to wonder what he would see, and whether he would see the end. He leaned back exhausted on the stone, closing his eyes from fatigue and falling into memories. His name was Kyle, and they asked him about Becca, who was his sister, and someone's adult voice advised them to rest, since the drive home was far away, while Kyle himself sat in the back seat of the car and carefully held his little sister's head. The bright light of an oncoming car suddenly illuminated the entire interior of their car. Kyle came to his senses in the same cave, on a flat stone, realizing that it was several years ago, because when he woke up, he was already in this cave, and there was some kind of book nearby in the violet light. The book was called Heavenly Harmony of Pure Art, and that was the only thing Kyle got here. He took this book because it was the last clue to return home, and in it was the only message that said that he needed to see the end of this world, and Kyle did not know if he would be able to return to his family if he followed this instruction. When his strength and endurance were running low, a new neon sign announced that he had completed training. Tired and exhausted, Kyle was surprised by this news. All this time he remained in the cave, tormented by gloomy thoughts. Therefore, the bright light of freedom struck him, because he could not believe that everything was over and he would be able to see his parents and sister Becca. Going to the light, Kyle left the cave and immediately fell to his knees in disappointment. He was not at home, he was not in his home world, and the place outside the cave turned out to be another martial arts world called Murim. Kyle hit the ground with his fists in disappointment and anger, because he hoped that after leaving the cave he would get home, but he found himself only at the beginning of another long journey. The guy could not understand why someone unfamiliar would do this to him, because he had been in the cave for at least 10 years. Kyle stared into the void in front of him, thinking about what he needed to do to see the end of the world. Suddenly, a stranger called out to him, saying that he had a nice outfit and that Kyle was making so much noise that the man heard him. The man said that he wouldn't have done anything to Kayla, but his family was now starving. The stranger was in a bit of static, looked shabby, and looked like a robber, pointing a sword and threatening the question of whether the guy would become their food. Kyle was shocked by this situation because he still had not recovered from leaving the cave. The bloody sword fell to the ground with a dull sound. Kyle backed away from the dead stranger, whose body lay lifeless on the ground. He was sure that he was not guilty, not understanding why everything turned out this way, and a lot of thoughts about the fact that this was the first time he had killed a person, that it was the only way out, and he had no choice, like what he could not do something else, with doubts that anyone would do this, and he didn't know what to do because the stranger had attacked him, and Kyle wasn't sure that this was not a dream, and whether he had really become a killer. A neon yellow sign suddenly appeared in front of him, informing him that Kyle's external level had increased. The guy hesitantly stood up, stopping near the corpse and thinking that apparently he really killed someone, and this led to an increase in his level. The first nervous chuckles escaped his mouth as he came to his senses. Nervous tension was released through laughter, and it became easier to accept the surrounding reality because this message allowed him to intuitively understand what needed to be done. That book, Heavenly Harmony of Pure Art, taught him everything, and the levels that were written about there, increasing with each kill, they should help Kyle return to his original world, which means he needs to reach the maximum level. Therefore, in the present time, Kyle has turned into an invincible warrior, inviting the enemy to demonstrate his skills in the next battle. He threatened the head of the demonic sect with a sword, while his assistants tried to somehow change the losing situation. Now in this world, Kyle was called the Immortal Sword Emperor, and he couldn't remember which sect leader was in front of him. The leader of the demonic sect claimed that he was also the Immortal Sword Emperor, but Kyle looked at his clothes and realized that he was the 8th head of the sect. The guy began to count on his fingers how many previous leaders of this sect had died at his hands, and it turned out that there were already 6. Kyle said out loud with a carefree smile that the guys from this sect were strange, because he met them every 10 years. However, his carelessness was deceptive, because in just a moment he was able to summon his sword and his magical power, which illuminated his face with blue light. 1 second was enough for Kyle to cut off the head of another leader of the demonic sect with one blow of his sword, and the guy himself reported that, in general, he had fun meeting them again. The same sect acolyte who had tried to help his leader in the beginning jumped at Kyle again with his sword, shouting that he would avenge his master by killing the demon-like bastard he thought Kyle was. Kyle easily dodged the blow, asking whether the novice was serious and whether he was also a member of the demonic sect. The guy easily caught the stranger's face in his palm because he had unlimited strength. Using his magic, which flooded everything around with blue light, Kyle said that he liked the fighting spirit of this novice. He could not object, since due to Kyle's magic his body stopped obeying its owner. But Kyle didn't stop there, as his magic created an entire wall that divided the world around them into two parts with a large border. And behind this wall, the novice saw not that simple smiling guy Kyle, but an otherworldly demon with a frightening face, surrounded by blood. After only a moment, Kyle let the boy go, telling him that such a fighting spirit was normal for his age, and that he should learn something new and come to Kyle again. He added that if he returned, it could cheer him up. Leaving the novice alone in the gorge among the corpses, Kyle admonished him that he should become the next head of the sect. In the evening, the guy threw his sword aside in disappointment, upset that the head of the sect he had killed during the day was a dummy. He leaned against a tree, wondering out loud what he could do to entertain his life now. Throwing his hands behind his head, he indulged in thoughts that perhaps he should create a new sect himself, much stronger than the one he defeated today, and not understanding why everything had become so boring. Tiredly opening his eyes and looking at the sky, he thought about the time he spent in this world. In the light of the full moon, he said out loud that a whole 140 years had passed since he got here. 140 years since it all began. Since that car ride, the accident, and the fact that he was ready to see the end of this world for the sake of his family. But now he couldn't even remember their faces. If heaven did not exist for him, then this world became hell, and life became hellish day after day. Only Kyle was not going to indulge in thoughts and sad thoughts about the past for a long time, because he remained alive in this strange world. Suddenly, his peace was disturbed by a new yellow board with new information. The first tablet said that his external and internal levels were equal to 50, and these were the maximum to achieve, and therefore he was congratulated on this achievement. The second sign announced that Kyle had fulfilled the unlocking conditions, and in particular the last level, Heavenly Emergence, had been unlocked. But the most unexpected thing was the last sign, which announced that Kyle would be returned to Earth. The guy had no words to express his emotions, except for the question of whether the return would happen right now. New bursts of hysterical laughter were his first reaction, after which he admitted that he had already given up, which means that having received such permission to return, he must look pathetic. But the next thought made him come to his senses and fill him with anger and madness, because such a proposal could be an attempt to insult him. Kyle reached the maximum level, and having released his power, he asked the Void if he could be considered a god, although it was a strange question on his part. He also believed that to become a god, he must abandon all worldly desires. But remembering his family, his emotions always ran high, and he tried to understand if he had ever felt this way in his life. Seeing a sign asking if he wanted to return to the original world, Kyle understood that his family had probably already died, because many years had passed, and he only wanted to return home because of them. But now, he only wanted one thing: find the creature that brought him to this point and take revenge on him. A huge desire for revenge and death for the one who was to blame for Kyle being here filled the guy. It didn't matter to him who was involved or where he was. Kyle swore that he would definitely kill the person responsible for his presence in an alien world. All the guy's strength fell to the ground in one big avalanche. It was such a powerful release of magical energy that it could be seen from a great distance around. After all, the immortal Sword Emperor Kyle was finally ready to leave this world. He stayed in the world for 140 years, raising his level and developing his abilities, so that in an instant he could turn into a simple stream of information and be transported back to Earth, to his homeworld. On the day of Kyle's car accident with his parents in 2011, another event occurred. The blonde girl, dressed in the robes of a goddess, and also accompanied by movement disturbances, knew more about this day than Kyle. After all, on that day a portal opened, and this day was supposed to bring horror that would threaten everyone very soon. And the goddess will do everything possible to ensure that humanity develops to withstand future threats, to withstand the horror that open portals filled with many red eyes will entail. Red eyes of huge monsters, because the goddess believes that people should not waste the blessing in vain. At this time, somewhere in another corner of the parallel world, someone's triumphant voice was heard in the silence. The chained man was glad that someone else's journey had finally begun, because he had waited so long for what happened, and he knew Kyle. In the real world, it was already 2025, and in Korea, in the dungeon of the Red Wolf, a girl, using magic, shot from a bow. She shot at the huge red mutant wolves that were chasing the guy in the wasteland. The wolves were huge, had 4 eyes and huge fangs, and were intent on killing anyone in their path. But then the girl fired another arrow filled with blue glowing power using her archer skill, Power Arrow. And instead of defeating one wolf, the arrow filled with a spell struck many of the creatures chasing the boy at once, allowing him to survive. The girl masterfully used her skills to deal with monsters, and it was Kyle's sister Becca, the leader of one of the groups of people fighting monsters. She jumped from the hill to her rescued comrade, saying that it was not too late and they could get out, while the rescued guy praised her skills. The guy was so distracted, forgetting about safety, and a huge wolf attacked him from behind, fatally biting him. Becca turned around at the cry, amazed that there were more wolves. The rescued man fell to the ground, quickly losing strength and life. The girl could only watch as a huge pack of red wolves killed every person in her group before her eyes. She realistically assessed the situation, realizing that there were too many monsters and they were not going to go anywhere, while her mana was slowly running out. She too could die if everything continues at the same pace. But then she saw someone who, as soon as she ran out into the clearing, immediately turned around and rushed into the forest. This was a young guy who clearly had no intention of helping his teammates and was going to save himself. Becca screamed his name, calling him Gray, hoping that he would come to his senses. But her attempts were in vain, but she attracted the attention of the wolves, who immediately began to approach her. The girl tried to cast magic on the arrow, but her mana spread too slowly to be used quickly, and the situation was approaching a catastrophic failure point. Gray, meanwhile, with hysterical thoughts, ran away from the clearing as best he could, realizing that he was too reckless. Seeing his teammates being overtaken by the wolves, he mentally called them insects, thinking that he should not have been part of their group, and if he lingered, he would suffer the same pitiable fate. He saw a portal ahead, hoping that he could escape as he had to. Becca was still able to fill her bow with power and release an arrow engulfed in blue flames. She stuck into the ground right in front of Gray's feet, not allowing him to run further. The girl immediately found herself behind him, turning to the disoriented guy. She was completely engulfed in a blue flame of anger, calling Gray a damn dog and asking where he was going. The guy tried to look surprised, saying that he was glad that she, their leader, survived, and addressed her as Madam, while he began to make excuses that she misunderstood the situation, and they should all calm down. Becca, not listening to his chatter, simply grabbed the guy by the collar of his clothes. She was angry and repeated that she had already told Gray that the battlefield was dangerous. Becca was very angry, blaming Gray for being a weak coward who ran away in the face of danger, and their entire team died because of him. Gray just clenched his teeth in anger, openly saying that this is so, but he is not going to die here. At the same time, the guy pushed away Becky's hand holding him, asking, "So what if he's a coward? Because he doesn't have to sacrifice his life?" Becca, not too shocked by his confession, laughed, saying that he was right. Turning away and getting ready to leave him alone, she told herself that she shouldn't have expected more from Gray, because the guy was trash, and now he should have returned to his father so that he could console the whiner and pat him on the head. Only now she doubted whether such a handsome father could turn a blind eye to his son's escape, and offered to see what would happen to the Dawn organization, of which his father was the head. Becky's blackmail worked, causing Gray to become very angry. The girl was about to go in the other direction when the guy called out to her. Gray was not going to let her go so easily, because now she could ruin his reputation with her knowledge of his meanness. He activated the Rockbreaker fighter skill, concentrating his mana into red power to strike. The charge of magic hit Becca, who was not expecting this, right in the chest. The force of his attack was so great that it threw her several meters away, causing her to drop her bow. With a cry of pain, Becca flew to a distant tree, hitting the trunk hard. Gray froze next to him, enjoying his victory over his defeated opponent. The angry guy grabbed her by the hair, angrily calling her names and pressuring her that no one needed her, because she didn't even have relatives. Approaching her face, the smug Gray mocked the girl, saying that although she was strong and famous, she could not even imagine what would happen to her in his hands. The embittered coward was going to denigrate her by glorifying her, but in a bad way, with the help of his words. He intended to tell everyone that the leader Becca was the one who failed everyone and led to their death, and as a result of the raid into the dungeons, her entire group died due to her fault. Gray again concentrated the mana in his fist, confirming with the girl that his story was quite plausible. Becca did not have enough strength and energy to respond to the traitor. Gray raised his hand to strike her, so that with the last words that leader Becca did a good job, he could finish her off. Lightning bolts of blue magic illuminated everything around with a loud roar and split the skies, striking the ground behind the shocked Gray, distracting him and preventing him from finishing off Becca. In the swirl of dust and wind, a familiar dark silhouette appeared at the site of the blue energy lightning strike. It was Kyle, finally transported to his homeworld. The guy looked exactly the same as he had in Murim, with long hair, loose clothes, and no trace of the age he had spent there. Two signs in front of his eyes announced that he had reached the maximum outer and inner levels of 50th, and that he had returned to Earth. Kyle slowly realized what had happened, beginning to rejoice that he was finally back. He began to laugh hysterically again, thinking that returning to Earth was a reward for reaching the maximum level. It was not serious, as if everything that happened to him was some kind of joke. But despite such a joyful event, Kyle did not forget about his desire to kill the one responsible for his disappearance. His desire for revenge was as strong as when he first thought about it. Gray, not understanding who was in front of him, called Kyle sick and said that he was talking to himself. Gray was uncomfortable with the fact that someone suddenly appeared from the thunder and screamed murder. And if the stranger could teleport, he must have been a magician. The traitor brazenly tried to address Kyle, ordering him to tell him where they were now. But Kyle ignored him, simply walking past him like he was an unimportant bug. Gray was starting to get angry that the stranger was ignoring him, while Kyle noticed the girl was unconscious. Kyle clarified whether Gray had a duel to the death with her, since she was dying. Gray didn't like this, since now there was one more extra witness. As Kyle bent over the girl, the traitor realized his mistake. Gray realized that he had made the wrong choice again, because the stranger could see what happened to Becca, which means he couldn't just let him go, and it would be better to get rid of him. The traitor tried to understand what the stranger was doing, but he was too afraid that he would understand what happened or find out the truth. So he again activated his power, saturating his fist with red magic, and he did not care what the stranger did, since he should have simply been eliminated as another obstacle. Gray called out to the stranger, but Kyle was busy examining the girl in front of him, including experiencing shock as he recognized her necklace. Kyle gently touched the girl's cheek, peering into her exhausted face. During this time, Gray lied that he and Becca were enjoying a duel to the death, and pretended to lie that he wanted the gods to return the girl. Only the traitor did not experience these feelings, but only distracted the stranger with conversation in order to reduce the distance. After all, he had already concentrated enough power to attack Kyle from behind, shouting that he would follow the girl to his death. Kyle's blue magical power gathered around him at that very second. Strong and energetic streams of blue magic stopped Gray. Kyle had too much control over the power that was now around them, blocking them from the outside world and suppressing everything around them. And the stranger's aura was frightening and deadly. Gray did not expect such strength from a nondescript opponent. Kyle was too powerful and angry, and his unbridled power swirled the air around the guy hovering above the ground. Gray could only watch everything around him in fear and amazement. Kyle, using his full power so that even his eyes glowed blue, asked if Gray knew who he was. Concentrating his forces into stable blue lightning, Kyle called Gray a youth, ordering him to say his name. But Gray didn't know him, so Kyle introduced himself, saying that he was the immortal Sword Emperor. He said his name, Kyle, and his strength was so great that his eyes glowed with blue energy. The angry magician hovered over the frightened guy, telling him that even if he called his name, it would not help him. From the finger that Kyle touched the traitor's forehead, a small ball of bright neon blue light was released. It was a charge of energy, which in the next moment destroyed everything in its path with a large and powerful beam, burning through space many meters ahead, sparing neither stones nor trees. And from the outside, it was clear that the energy explosion generated by the small ball had reached colossal proportions, leaving its mark for many meters around. When the energy of the blow was exhausted, only a charred place remained from Gray's head, as well as behind it along the trajectory of the blow. It was very easy for Kyle to remember his name because he was in his homeworld. He stood behind the still unconscious girl, coming to his senses. Turning around in blood and with a half-crazed smile, Kyle told her, addressing Becca by name, that her older brother had returned. Becca remembered her childhood on that fateful day in 2011, when her parents, not for the first time, told the upset girl that it was time for them to leave, and they could not stay where she wanted. And if Becca really wanted, she could stay in alone. Her parents went to the car, saying that it was already getting dark and she should still go with them. Only her brother Kyle remained nearby, asking if she really liked the amusement park that much. He smiled because he was worried about her, advising that if Becca still decided to stay in the park, then their parents could have big problems. Becca didn't want to agree with him, only hugging the bear closer to her. She wanted to stay at the amusement park, not because it was good, but because if she went home, she didn't know when she would see her brother next, since her mother said that Kyle wouldn't come to them that often, because then school began. Kyle touched his sister's hair, calling her name to get her attention. He asked if Becca knew how much Kyle loved her, and then followed up by saying that even after school, he would come and visit her. Becca listened with tears in her eyes to these words, and to the fact that Kyle suggested that next time they also go for a walk to this park to spend time together. She would never refuse Kyle, so she immediately collected herself and answered with consent and a bright smile. Therefore, when Kai again asked if everything was okay and if she was ready to go home, Becca agreed and asked her brother to carry her to the car on his back to enjoy these moments fully. And Kyle replied that at least this time he would carry her. Every time he won't be able to do that, because Becca is heavy, which caused his sister to feign indignation, and she asked him to carry her every day. These were the last bright moments of her memories before the car accident that happened on the highway that same day. Becca blamed herself for the accident, thinking that everything happened because of her stubbornness and desire to take a walk in the park, because their parents died in that accident. And when Becca came to her senses in the wrecked car and called for her brother, she received no answer. The place where Kyle sat and had his seatbelt on was empty because her brother had disappeared. In the real world, not the girl's memories, Kyle used his power to heal her. Becca came to her senses with a scream, opening her eyes and taking a deep breath. She immediately tried to get up but was in pain, while Kyle told her that he had healed her with spiritual power. But since the wound was deep, she would not be able to move painlessly right away. The girl looked at the guy with distrust and without a grain of recognition, asking who he was, to which Kyle replied with a short pause that he thought she recognized him. The guy pulled his hand towards her pendant, which she immediately grabbed and covered with her hand, while the stranger told her that he was happy to see her again, and that he had grown so much and had become much heavier since their last meeting. But this didn't stop Kyle, and he took Becca's hand with a smile, saying that he had probably changed too. Becca was shocked at how much the stranger reminded her of him, her older brother from the bright memories of the past and the day of that terrible accident. After all, it was Kyle who gave her that pendant with a photo of their family and said that even if he wasn't there, she should never give up and should always be strong. Becca swallowed her words, realizing who was standing in front of her. She began to cry with happiness because her brother was such an idiot, suddenly disappeared and now appeared. Kyle hugged his sobbing sister, holding her soothingly to him, saying that he understood how hard it was for her. But Becca came to her senses, pushing her brother away with a sharp movement and taking a fighting stance, as she remembered that Gray was supposed to be somewhere nearby. Kyle turned serenely towards the crater where the body lay, asking if his sister was talking about this guy who tried to kill her. Becca was shocked to see both the crater and the corpse inside it. The body showed no signs of life and did not move. Becca asked Kyle why he killed Gray, and her brother, confirming the traitor's death, asked what was wrong with this situation. The girl abruptly grabbed his hand, pulling him in her direction. She said, in fear, that they needed to escape from here as soon as possible. Becca lived in one of the high-rise buildings in an ordinary city in their previous apartment. While the girl sat on the sofa, her brother looked around, making sure that over the past years the house had remained in the same condition as it was. Becca, meanwhile, was pondering the situation, telling her brother that they were in for a big problem, as Director Kang was due to arrive soon. Kyle didn't know who it was, he asked his sister, and she explained that this was the director of the Dawn Guild, and also Gray's father, and since he was a local mafia, he was known for his cruelty and ferocity. Director Kang was one of the 11 high-ranking hunters in Korea. Becca looked at her watch, noticing that it had been a long time since she was unconscious, and most likely Director Khan had already been informed of her son's death. She said out loud that she was the only one who survived that raid, and that means she would definitely be suspected of something. Kyle couldn't understand why this could cause so much trouble. The guy, with slight arrogance, clarified, "Since this brings so many problems, why isn't it easier for him and his sister to simply get rid of this group by killing their leader?" Becca immediately brought Kyle down to earth, pulling him by the cheeks in a family-like manner, and not allowing him to pompously say that he was the immortal Sword Emperor. Although the girl agreed that her brother's words made sense, she noticed that Mr. Kang's level was above 50, and he also had a fairly high position. And then Becca flared up, screaming at her brother for calling himself the immortal Sword Emperor, indignantly, who even says that, what does it mean? And if her brother has been gone for 14 years and now he's saying something like that, is that all? It's good with him. Kyle was only surprised that she said it so directly, while the girl complained that she did not know what to do because neither her father and mother nor brother were nearby, and asked if Kyle understood how much it was hard. She continued speaking, stopping at the fact that Kyle had appeared so unexpectedly when the guy himself froze in front of their family portrait. He upsetly clarified that her words meant that her parents had already died. Kyle, with some confusion, asked his sister if he had said something strange or maybe his tone was too rude, while the girl tried to understand what he meant. Reluctantly, the guy explained that he was in a place called Murim, but the reason why he was there was not important for the conversation. Kyle turned to his sister, asking her to tell him everything that happened while he was gone. He was interested in who the hunters were, what kind of guilds appeared, and whether in this world there was the concept of level that she mentioned. Becca stopped him, asking him to wait, since everything was complicated enough to explain everything, and her head was threatening to explode from so many events. She stood up, preparing to leave, saying goodbye that she would tell everything later, since she had one urgent matter and she needed to leave. Kyle asked where she was going, and Becca, showing her car keys, said that she would go to Dawn, asking Kyle to stay here and not do anything. Kyle walked away, opening the door and deciding to wait for her in his old room, where everything was left untouched, as if he had been in it yesterday. The guy remembered his sister's indignant reaction to his words, realizing that he had been traveling alone for a long time and had reached the top, and now he had to become an older brother again, and it was so long ago that he barely remembered anything. Kyle was determined, remembering what his sister said, including about Mr. Khan, and the guy decided that he should find out more about him. And then the sounds of impacts shook the front door, disturbing Kyle's peace. Several strangers were near the apartment with bad intentions. One of them used a magical purple seal, channeling his power through it. He grinned bloodthirstily, clearly planning a crime. So these three, using the seal and purple power, broke down the door to Becky's house. Kyle saw them from the hallway, hearing the question of where his sister was. The girl's older brother guessed who the guys were who smashed the door to their family's house. It was the director of the group, Don Kan, who was looking for Becca. At that time, the girl reached the business center in her car, where the second largest guild headquarters in Korea was located, the Dawn Guild. Becca was worried that she had simply walked away, leaving Kyle alone in the apartment. She hoped that Director Kang did not have time to do anything, and that he could grab her as soon as the girl entered the building. Wondering who to ask for help, Becca was standing by her car when another girl called her name. It was Alice Libera, deputy head of the Dawn Guild, who was asking Becca what she was doing here. Becca asked the girl where the head of their guild was, having learned from her that Mr. Khan had gone somewhere with the head of the raid, John. Alice asked the drooping Becky what had happened to her. Becca looked thoughtfully and decisively at the deputy head of the Dawn Guild, mentally reflecting on her position and status. Alice Libera was one of the 4 strongest hunters, and although everyone around her knew her strength, few understood it. Becca didn't think about it for long, because her situation was hopeless, and there was no one else to turn to for help. So she clenched her hands into fists tighter, preparing to tell the girl opposite the whole truth. At this time, 3 members of the Dawn Guild froze on the threshold of Becky and Kyle's house. Kyle was angry that the intruders had come without warning. He asked if the most impressive thug among those who came was that same Khan, and whether his parents really didn't teach him to knock on doors and not break them, to which one of the guild mockingly clarified that maybe they should go out and then knock politely for him to open, indignant that they didn't come here for a housewarming party. The same impudent guy asked Becky's brother who he was, and Kan left the guy, pulling him back and forcing him to stop the squabble. The guild leader said that everything is not important, and he only cares about where Becca is now. Kyle was not going to make the situation easier for them by asking if they were really looking for Becca or the one who killed Gray. And if the latter, then it was he who killed Khan's son, which plunged the head of the guild into an angry shock. Mr. Kang screamed in frustration and anger as he released his strong red magical energy into the world around him. But this did not bother Kyle, and the guy said that since his title from Murim sounds so strange in this world, then he should be called Mr. Kyle Bennett, after the name of his family, and since everyone understood everything, then they can start, and activated your blue magical energy, concentrating it in your hands. The guy allowed Khan to start because he wanted to see his skills, and the man concentrated all his power into the hammer to deal heavy damage to the daring guy. They prepared for a clash, each using their accumulated energy, which for Khan was red and concentrated in a hammer that transformed into a sword, and for Kyle was blue and looked like lightning around his hand. Meanwhile, Alice, having heard from Becky the story of what happened during the raid, enthusiastically said that she wanted to see the girl's brother and they should hurry. A fight began in the Benet house, and a sharp swing of red energy left a large noticeable mark in space. With his blow, Khan unleashed the full power of his power on Kyle, who was easily able to dodge the blow. The guy watched with interest that there were also mysterious forces in the Tao, and in this case they were similar to the spirit of the sword or its energy. Only Kyle saw that the source of these powers was different. He wondered if this was the power of the hunters that his sister Becca spoke about. The guy remembered how at the moment when he returned to this world, Gray, who attacked him, used the same strange power. Kyle thought it was funny and unusual, and he told himself that it was worth studying. Mr. Can, meanwhile, overwhelmed with anger and despair, was preparing for a new blow, concentrating all his power in the sword. He swung his sword left and right, galloping towards his opponent and using his warrior skill called sequential attack. This allowed him to quickly and presumably unexpectedly approach Kyle. The guy just stood still and didn't move, not at all frightened by what was happening and not paying attention to the red flashes of magic. Khan hit him with a backhand with concentrated force, intending to cut him in half, but nothing happened. The red magical energy did not cause any harm to Kyle, slowly dissipating near him. The guy told Can, embittered and amazed at the futility of his blow, that this was enough. And Kyle saw everything in order to understand what the director of the Dawn Guild was capable of with his amazing and incomprehensible power. It turned out that the guy managed to block all of Khan's powerful attacks with his bare hands, and they didn't even push him away. The guy was so strong. Kyle, with his blue eyes glowing from the magic he was using, ominously asked Mr. Can whether there were really 10 people in Korea as strong as him. At this time, Mr. Can's assistants became more active, planning to attack Kyle from both sides, while he blocked their boss's sword with his hand. They tried to unleash their blows on Kyle at the same time, but were met with a blue glow that countered their blows. The guy waved them away as if they were annoying flies, saying that they were just bothering him, when another of the henchmen prepared fire seals to attack Kyle. The guy only had time to feel the heat from the fire aimed at him. Several seals hit him directly in the back, exploding dangerously close in an attempt to damage and destroy him. Because the owner of these seals, one of the minions of the guild leader, used a magician skill called fireballs. Director Kang and the others watched as the flames exploded right next to Kyle, and one of the henchmen exclaimed triumphantly that they had succeeded. Several more guild henchmen with swords attacked Kyle's figure blazing with magical fire, intending to pierce him through. Only now, Becky's brother, still engulfed in magical orange flames, again stopped the blade of the blade aimed at him with his bare hands, in addition reporting that the attackers had exceeded all his expectations. True, with the next phrase, he doubted his words in anger, also easily breaking the attacker's sword, as if it were made of plastic. The eyes of the guild minion opened in horror, because he did not expect this. Kyle activated his power again, which immediately engulfed his body in blue magical fire, dispelling the orange flames and throwing back the attackers. The minions could not understand why he was so strong and what he was doing. Kyle simply shook off his clothes, as if he was shaking off not the consequences of someone else's attack, but light dirt. He glanced briefly at the calendar, finding confirmation of his sister's words that he had been gone only 14 years, although he had been in Murim much longer. But now, when he assessed the abilities of the minions of the Dawn Guild who attacked him, he realized that their level was quite good, but the abilities were similar to innate talents that had been developed over 1,000 years. And looking at the head of the guild, Kyle did not understand how people were able to overtake Murim in 14 years. And such as the head of the guild and his minions could only be found a couple of people in each generation, which was absurd and did not fit in with reality. Kyle also remembered that he himself was a similar inconsistency, because in Murim he had a low cultivation level, but he was much stronger than many. Therefore, he was able to defeat a huge number of opponents when he fought in Murim. And the reason was that the hierarchy of Murim's power did not affect him, and the power of those around him was just words. Then he took advantage of the idea of rebuilding his abilities and rising to the very pinnacle of power. So Kyle defeated everyone in Murim who was at least a little interesting or dangerous to him. Alice and Becca hurried across the bridge to Bennett's apartment. Becca herself, while driving the car, could not believe that the deputy head of a large guild wanted to see her brother. The girl glanced furtively at Alice, wondering why such an influential girl as Libera needed her unremarkable brother. Besides, the difficult question remained whether Alice was a friend or an enemy for them. Then, in the parking lot, Alice asked Becky for permission to meet with her brother, Kyle Bennett, promising that in return she would report the incident with Gray as an accident. Libera also promised that she would talk to the guild director, and Becca thought that this was an excellent and generous offer that she should not refuse. And now, when Becca takes Mrs. Libera to her home, she only thinks about whether Alice is her brother's enemy or not, and does not understand why the girl in her car is silent. As if reading her thoughts, Alice Labora took the words, reminding her that Becca had said that her brother, Kyle, had been missing, and asking how many years, to be exact, he had been missing. Becky's words, confirming her brother's absence, struck Alice with their timing, because Kyle disappeared in 2011 and had been missing for 14 years. It seems that Alice perfectly understood where Becky's brother was, since, like Kyle himself, she translated 14 years into 140 years, which actually passed in Murim. And Libera was even mentally afraid to imagine how strong the guy would be. Therefore, the deputy head of the Dawn Guild asked another question, asking Becca what kind of person her brother was, to which the girl hesitantly replied that he was sweet and kind, remembering his former self. Becca was pleased to talk about her brother, and she also noted that he was smart, and Alice asked if he studied, meaning higher educational institutions. Sister Kayla named the university where her brother studied, and remembered that he also helped her with her homework, and Alice was surprised by the name because it was difficult to get there, noting that the girl's brother probably studied very well. Becca just grinned at this, reporting that he was just very persistent, explaining that once Kyle took on something, he did it to the end, and did not stop until he reached the end. At this time, in the Bennett family's apartment, Kyle pointed his finger at another henchman of the head of the Dawn Guild, standing a short distance away. Becca's brother, completely ignoring the fierce attacking swordsman from behind, asked the guy he pointed his finger at to use his strange aura again, because he had never encountered such power in Murim. Having repelled the swordsman's refusal from behind with one right hand, Kyle threateningly asked not to interfere with him, since he was not interested in this attacker. The guy Kyle pointed out earlier had no choice but to activate his blue circular rune diagrams, from which ice crystals immediately appeared, which he directed at the stranger. Kyle repelled them with a simple shield, so that not a single shard of ice reached the target, and the guy himself commented that he liked the coldness of the henchman who attacked him. And in Murim, this can only be found in the Ice Palace in the North Sea. Remembering the ice dragon, Kyle brought his hand to his face with the help of magic, causing fine frost to appear around his palm. A moment later, he turned this frost into huge ice dragons, which were summoned to attack the guild's minion who attacked him with ice crystals. The short-sighted Ice Lord was immediately frozen by the ice dragons, unable to withstand Kyle's strength. The henchman with the shield only managed to shout for help in an attempt to escape. But Kyle noticed his escape as soon as he turned towards the sound. It turns out that the henchman could not leave the apartment after colliding with the bluish magical barrier created by Kyle, and no blows of the fist or appeals to the leader could help him. A bright blue beam pierced the head of this henchman with a shield, killing him on the spot. Khan called out to the shield keeper who had fallen to the ground, while Kyle noticed that the warrior with the shield should stand in the vanguard and stop the enemy's attacks, and this one cowardly ran away, showing his back. Kyle found himself behind Guild Director Khan, announcing that it was his turn. With a grin, he clarified to the man that he did not expect this, and asked if everyone here was so cowardly. At this time, the man tried to feverishly figure out who was in front of him and why such a young guy possessed both ice magic and protection, and could emit a strange ray from his fingers, not understanding what it was, and doubting whether it was magic, and not understanding how a mage can stop his attacks. Khan noticed that if he paid attention to the world around him, despite the large scale of their battle, absolutely nothing in the house was damaged, wondering if this was an accident. Khan called Kyle a bastard, asking what he did magically to this place, and if he was preparing for their arrival. Kyle answered the man with a grin that he simply used the soul of his sword and covered the entire space around with it, because he had not been home for a very long time and he could not allow the guild members to destroy everything around him. The guy remembered the past, realizing that he could not explain it in more detail since it was difficult. But he explained that as soon as the intruders entered this house, they immediately found themselves in a world controlled by Kyle. The Dawn Guild president became angry at this response, activating his power again and preparing to attack Kyle, believing him to be a monster. The man did not intend to die in this place, so he gained enough strength to activate the Berserk skill. He used up most of the red magical power swirling around him and used his next skill called Fury. Kyle, as always, calmly watched what was happening, generally agreeing that for some he could be a monster. But the red flashes of someone else's magic did not frighten him at all, and he only thought out loud that the aura around Can had increased. And so far, Kyle didn't know what the man was going to do next. The Guildmaster readied his magic-filled sword once again to attack Kyle in rage mode. He used the same technique, throwing a lot of hard and fast punches in an attempt to hit the guy. But Kyle had no problem dodging it, as if he could see all the movements in advance. Bart Becky replied that this did not make Khan any better, but on the contrary, as if he had lost his mind and become crazier. Kyle directed his power into a sword lying on the floor, broken at the end, filling it with blue magical energy and lifting it from its place, calling to him. He no longer had any desire to stand on ceremony with the guildmaster who disturbed his peace, so he simply prepared for the blow, adding more of his strength to the sword. One precise swing of the blade was enough for Kyle to hit the man, fatally cutting his body. The guy himself simply passed his opponent without receiving a single scratch. All Khan had time to do was try to call Kyle a monster again, to which Becky's brother said that he should know his place. Turning around covered in blood, he noticed that Khan was simply nothing in front of the immortal sword emperor that was Kyle. Soon, Becca brought Alice into her apartment, inviting her to come in and pass, but was surprised that the front door was open, looking inside in shock. Her brother was diligently wiping someone's blood off the floor, and nearby bodies were piled on top of each other. And in response to his sister's indignant question about what happened and why the front door was open, he only said that she was late. Wringing out the blood-stained rag, Kyle simply said that his sister shouldn't be surprised because these were the guests he brought to their housewarming party. But Becca did not understand anything, indignantly clarifying what kind of housewarming party it was and how it could turn into a bloodbath. The sister insisted that she had just arrived, and here it was, insisting that her brother explain himself. But Kyle only replied that he liked his sister's determined look, and in Muriam's world, she would have become much stronger. Alice casually noticed that there seemed to be fun in this apartment, and Kyle only noticed her, mentally asking who she was. After all, he felt how the heavenly harmony of pure art resonated next to her. Alice, in turn, peered at Kyle, wondering who he really was. She looked at the guy smugly, mentally noting that apparently he thought that he was the only one who was in Muriam, and that it was a big surprise for him to meet someone who could be aware of the place where he had been missing for 14 years. On a sunny day, the world around the Bennett house was quiet and calm. Becca slept peacefully in her bed, undisturbed by anything. Suddenly, the girl woke up, sweating from one frightening thought. She abruptly rose from the bed and headed deeper into the apartment to make sure that she was just having a nightmare. Stopping at the threshold of one of the rooms, she hesitantly called out to her brother, realizing that she could not find him. Standing in the rays of the morning sun, Kyle, already with a short haircut and in clothes familiar to this world, noted in surprise that Becca got up very early. The girl turned around, not expecting to find him at the window. Kyle smiled carefreely as he stood by the open window, with a little concern asking his sister if she thought he had disappeared again. Becca was glad that she wasn't imagining everything and that her brother was really next to her now, so she asked why he didn't sleep longer. The sound of an incoming message caused Kyle to break away, asking her sister to pause the conversation, and Becca agreed. Kyle read the text carefully, taking the message seriously. It was a message about an important call, and the guy went into another room to answer, leaving Becca alone. The girl from the window saw him leaving the house, worried that a week had passed since his return, and everything seemed unreal to her. That meeting between the deputy head of the Dawn Guild, Alice Libera, and Becky's brother passed without much result because they didn't talk about anything, and the only thing Alice said then was the promise of a new meeting. It was also strange that after some time people from the Dawn Guild arrived and took the bodies of Director Khan and his subordinates. A news report the next day informed the townspeople of Gray's death and Director Khan's resignation, and numerous news articles were filled with speculation about the motives behind Director Khan's abrupt choice. Alice Libera kept her promises, and the Bennett family was not harmed. Becca, watching from the window as her brother talked to the driver of the car that had just arrived, remembered that she, as the only survivor of the Red Wolf's dungeon, was given a long vacation. The girl knew that at the time of the call, Alice Libera was talking with her brother and invited him to her place, so she wondered what the deputy head of the Dawn Guild wanted from Kyle. Looking at Kyle leaving, Becca quietly said that he should return unharmed after the meeting with Libera. Alice sat alone at a table in an authentic Chinese-style cafe. She was enjoying tea from a small light bowl when a guest disturbed her, stating that she had so nothing to do at the moment. It was Kyle, who had come at the girls' invitation, and clarified that their small family with Becca had been under 24-hour surveillance since the moment he met Libera, and wondered what could be interesting about that. Alice smiled innocently, pretending to be embarrassed that her surveillance had been discovered, and said that it was for the safety of their family. But Kyle, sitting down at the table opposite her, waved it off, saying that this situation could be left out. Kyle took a sip of tea from the bowl, immediately recognizing the variety. Libera was glad that the guy recognized the type of tea, which was called Chinshan Silver Needle, and she shared that she often goes to this particular tea house to taste this rare tea. Alice didn't intend to drag out the small talk for long, getting straight to the point and asking Kyle for a story about her arrival in Muram. Kyle replied with a smile that the meeting with Muram left him with bad memories, and he didn't like it too much, so he invited the girl to be the first to tell about her experience. She put the bowl back in the saucer, saying that at the moment there were only 3 repatriates, those who returned from Muram, 2 of which were her and Kyle himself. The third person to return from Muram would be the head of the Twilight Guild, Max Paxwell. The Dusk Guild was as influential and strong as the Dawn Guild, and had the same huge number of hunters. But at the moment, both guilds had differences and did not get along with each other. At the same time, Elisa said that she and Maxim once compared their stories of being in Muram and found out something in common. They disappeared together in 2011 and both ended up in an unfamiliar cave. Each one had a mysterious treasure on one side called the Heavenly Harmony of Pure Art, which was a glitch book engulfed in purple magical fire. And on the other side of the cave there was an exit to a world called Muram. Alice reported that it was a similar experience between her and Max, and asked if Kyle had the same experience. The guy remembered how, upon leaving the cave, 2 signs appeared in front of him, asking if he wanted to return to the original world. And if his desire to return is great, then he needs to see the end of this world. Kyle confirmed that in his case everything was the same, and Alice continued that they were able to return to the ordinary world only a few years later. And when they returned here, in their home world, the era of hunters and dungeons began. And about Muram, in which they spent some time, she still didn't find anything, noticing that the changes in their real world were connected specifically with Muram. Alice asked the guy if he knew when the conditions of the hunters and dungeons appeared, and Kyle replied that it was 14 years ago, after the revelation of the goddess. It was that girl in light robes who was worried about the fate of this world. Alice confirmed that this was true, and after the goddess's revelation, dungeons, monsters, and hunters suddenly appeared, and with them classes and skills. Altogether, it became very reminiscent of RPG games. The girl finished her story, asking whether Kyle had any questions, and he clarified how exactly he and Max returned to Earth, whether they reached the end, to which Alice easily replied that they returned as soon as they died there. She asked if Kyle had returned back like that, and seeing his depressed and upset state, she asked what happened and maybe she said something wrong. The cup in Kyle's hands cracked with the realization that there was no need for him to disappear in Muram for so long, and he could have just left. Outwardly, the guy was smiling, but inside he was raging with a whole storm of negative emotions from the realization that he could just end up back. Mentally, the guy asked the goddess if she sent him there, while hundreds of notice signs were in front of the face of the chained stranger. And Kyle continued to ask why all this. The stranger in chains smiled ominously, while Becky's brother continued to lament that his reward for 140 years in Muram was simply reaching the maximum level for which he was sent to Earth. And Kyle believed that this was a small reward and he worthy of being awarded more. Angered by such realizations, Kyle was loudly indignant that the reward should have been at least an answer to his question, because he achieved everything with sweat and blood, and the goddess did not even give him answers. Alice, whom Kyle was looking at that moment, looked at the guy in fear and confusion. The guy quickly switched gears and asked why the girl invited him and what she wanted from him. Taken by surprise by such a sudden change in her guest's mood, she looked away, asking if he would like to take a walk. Alice began by calling not only the guild president Max Paxwell and his entire Twilight Guild an enemy to Dawn, saying that they already had a tense relationship with them, and frequent conflicts day after day, and now, after the death of the director, Kana will only get worse. Since Kyle was the one who killed Mr. Khan, who was one of the main forces of Dawn, he must take responsibility. Alice invited Kyle to join Dawn and promised to give him a high position, fame and fortune, and she was sure that he should not refuse such a good offer. Kyle looked away, noting that it was difficult for him to ignore the remark of his sister's boss. At the same time, when the guy looked directly at Alice, he said that despite the circumstances, he still refused her. Turning around, he was about to leave when the girl stopped him by asking why he was refusing, and Kyle had to explain that he was going to be on his own. He took a few steps, turning around to explain his answer. Kyle smiled, clarifying whether she would agree to submit to someone weaker than herself, hinting that his strength was higher than the entire Dawn Guild. Alice looked with disbelief at the smug boy in front of her, assessing his capabilities. It didn't take her long to take her next step, inviting them to test which of them was weak. Kyle thoughtfully asked if Alice knew that 1 year in their world is equal to 10 years in Muram, and once again said that he had been there for 140 years, putting pressure on the fact that this alone should be enough in their dispute. Alice reasonably noted that age is not proportional to skills and strength, and the guy agreed with her, adding that any person who lived in Murim for 300 years would not become stronger than Kyle. Alice asked if the guy was sure of this, and activating her power, she created a small purple magic ball. Saying the order to open the barrier, she sent a stream of energy forward. He rushed across the grass towards Kyle, leaving a purple trail behind him. Having drawn the border across the clearing, the magic ball almost reached the guy. Freezing at the end of the clearing, the ball hovered several meters above the ground. A moment later, it flashed with a bright flash because Alice activated her origin skill called Shadow Play. Kyle was still assessing the effect of the spell, which outlined a limited space around them. Noticing that some of his feelings had left him and the space around him had become darker. He also estimated that the radius of action was 50 meters, and in Murim it would have taken quite a bit of time to create such a shape and effort. Alice, watching with the guy how the ordinary world remained behind the canopy of the spell, explained that this was her origin skill. She said that what was happening could be considered the creation of a new space that imitated the real world, and from the outside it looked like they just disappeared. Alice, stepping forward, again noted that such a skill was called Blood Plum Blossom in Murim, and she had never failed an assassination mission after using it. Kyle noted to himself with a grin that it was now clear why she could easily kill, and also clarified that their fight would now be comparable to a fight against water with tied hands. The girl, having activated first one and then the other sword with the help of her magic, which enveloped the weapon in bright crimson flashes, said that it was easy to get out of this space, and you just need to kill her. Swinging her blades, Alice looked frightening, adding that the second way to get out of the illusory world was the death of Kyle himself. Kyle took her words too lightly, noting that it was quite funny that she was trying to kill him, and noting that such a skill could be used for more than just locking. The girl did not have enough self-control to stand on ceremony with the guy, and she made a sharp lunge, trying to reach his neck with her blade. Approaching Kyle, Alice agreed with him, without stopping the attack. Only all the attacks and attempts to reach Kyle were unsuccessful, and the guy easily dodged, not allowing himself to be harmed. Alicia took a step back to swing for another strike. She used all her strength and skills to attack the enemy with lightning speed from many sides at once. But this was not a problem for the guy, and he easily repelled all her attacks with his hand. Kyle maintained an indifferent expression on his face, as if the girl's blows, even theoretically, could not cause him any significant harm. Alice took a few steps back in order to gather her strength and approach the enemy with a new attack. She crossed her blades to send a new stream of offensive magic towards Kyle. The guy had to jump away to avoid the blow, noting that he found it interesting that Alice was able to change the direction of the daggers with one hand, and this was a unique form of weapon. Kyle said that only the best assassin in Murim, whose name was the Dark King, possessed such a technique, who had the special skill Moonlight of the Bloody Path, and Alice was surprised that Kyle recognized her at first sight. Becky's brother smiled, saying that he had already met with a boy who claimed to be her successor, but then Kyle himself was young. Finishing off the girl mentally, he reports that this is why he instantly killed him. Alice froze in shock at this news, not expecting such a denouement. Kyle stood aside, saying that he would give the girl 3 tries to use her skill from Murim to try to get him, and if she could harm him, then he would agree to join Dawn. The guy invited her to start, and Alice grabbed her dagger more tightly. She began to concentrate mana around herself again, creating a dark red cloud of power, agreeing to start attacking. Kyle, observing not only Alice but also his own feelings, noted that in Libra's world, which she created, it was as if feelings disappeared, as if there was nothing there, and he even slightly felt like a lost kitten in a huge hostile environment, wondering, the question is whether this effect was due to her skill and strength. Meanwhile, smoke swirled in the dark red fog, creating whirlpools within which purple magical flashes were born, clearly posing a threat to Kyle in the future. The guy watched this with a relaxed smile, as if he had not seen anything new in such a technique. Meanwhile, magical clots soared upward, combining into a large whirlwind not only from the air, but also from stones. For a few moments they hovered high on Kyle, and then, filled with magical energy, they gained strength and chose the direction to strike. In an instant, they all rushed down in an attack on the guy who jumped to the side, picking up speed and trying to inflict significant damage on him. Kyle extended his hand, quickly summoning his blue magical energy and concentrating it in one place. He fired numerous magical blasts to the sides, smashing all the projectiles flying at him with his blue energy fire. The guy jumped to the side, watching as his mana easily destroyed the hostile red flashes. He raised his hand in a defensive gesture, commenting on his opponent's attack as not bad. His extended arm acted as a shield for Alice's next attack, which Kyle easily calculated, parrying without the slightest loss to himself. Grinning, he informed the girl that she was quite far away, noting that this was her second attempt, causing the girl to be dissatisfied with his reaction. She jumped to the side to maneuver, noting that she knew about it. Having retreated a short distance for the next attack, Alice reported that in the world of Murim there was the most powerful man named Shaolin, and he lived there for 150 years, and since Kyle lived there for about the same amount of time, he was most likely comparable in strength to him. Kyle, who did not attach such pathos and significance to this, and even after Alice's words that most likely he was the strongest person in the world of Murim, only nodded, disinterestedly agreeing, striking the girl with his indifference. Alice activated the streams of her energy, which immediately raised pillars of stones from the ground nearby, showing her power. The girl, surrounded by dark, bright streams of her energy, spoke out loud about her desire to kill Kyle, wondering what would happen next. Will she become the strongest among Murim, at this time surrounding Kyle with streams of her powerful dark energy mixed with the stones? The guy, serenely watching what was happening around him, grinned, saying that she was most likely right. He continued to watch as Alice lifted many large stones from the ground with the energy flows of her mana, concentrating small flows into one large one, and wondered if she would have enough strength and power so that she could actually kill him. The girl did not listen to him, fully concentrating on using her power, which filled everything around with magical cords, lifting everything up. Alice used all her strength by using an assassin skill called Shadow Daggers. A large pillar of energy and stones formed behind her easily obeyed her when using the skill, and the girl, waving her arms crosswise, directed all the magical daggers towards her opponent in a deadly attack. Kyle deliberately stood in one place, watching as the magical energy entwined with the stones turned into deadly cords heading straight towards him. The guy used just one skill called Sword Soul to create a small beam of energy and protect himself. But its power was so great, the force of the explosion even from a small energy ball was colossal. This energy and strength was enough to instantly dispel all the dark red magical strands designed to kill him. Alice could only wonder at the strength and power of this guy. True, after the flash, which almost blinded her, a huge stone flew towards the girl, which she had not expected. She tried to move to evade, but realized that it was impossible. Something held her back, not allowing her to move even an inch from the site of the attack of the huge stone. Someone's hand swung with force to strike. Kyle stood between Alice and a huge stone with one blow of his fist, crushing the latter into 100 small pieces that flew in the opposite direction from the force of the blow, thereby saving her life. Alice looked fascinated at his hand, which was completely undamaged by the blow. And Kyle himself said with a smile that this was her third attempt, but if she wanted, they could continue. The girl, trembling from the horror of imminent death, answered with a short pause that no, she would not continue, admitting that she had lost. The pink curtain that separated their illusory world from the real one slowly dissipated. Alice promised Kyle that this would not happen again, and asked permission to ask one thing. The girl was slightly wounded, while Kayla didn't have a scratch, and she wanted to know what the guy had done, because for a moment it seemed to her that she was fighting an invincible creature whose capabilities went beyond the boundaries of this world. The guy slowly sank to the ground, crossing his legs to tell her in detail why this happened, starting with the fact that he assumed that this would happen if they fought in that illusory space, and that if an ordinary person were there, he would immediately killed, even if his strength was beyond the bounds. Alice listened in shock to the guy's words, surprised by what he said, because she was able to survive. She tightened her grip on her dagger, asking one simple question to find out just how strong Kyle was. He noted that the girl was very effective at combining her martial arts with skills. This was the answer. In addition, the guy noted that he would like to return to their previous conversation. While Alice was hiding her twin blades in her magic pocket, he said that he would still like to accept her previous proposals for cooperation, but on his own terms, which included financial support for Kyle and his family, as well as providing them with information, for which the guy himself will help the Dawn Guild. The only condition remained that he still did not intend to become a member of the guild, intending to maintain his status as an outsider. Kyle suggested that Alice evaluate this in the form of an alliance, since the guy did not want anyone to command him or help him. The girl, having listened to him thoughtfully, after a pause, replied that she agreed to his conditions and asked him to promise one thing. Alice asked Kyle Beckett that besides the Dawn Guild, he should not support any other guild, including Twilight. The guy got up from his seat with a smile, saying that she shouldn't even promise such a thing. Extending his hand to Alice, Kyle introduced himself once again, giving his title as the Immortal Sword Emperor and saying that he would not betray his word. Mentally, he added that in general this was part of his plans, since he was going to fight with the strongest of this world. And out loud he asked the girl to remove all the security and surveillance that she had placed on their family, saying that he tolerated them only because his sisters work. But now he doesn't know what could happen to them, hinting to the girl that she should understand what he's warning about. Alice did not answer directly, once again reminding that she was not going to harm their family. And Kyle thanked her for understanding this situation, hoping that she would remove the surveillance voluntarily, meanwhile paying attention to the girl's injury. And the next moment the guy tore off part of the sleeve of his outer shirt. Kyle handed this piece of fabric to Alice with a request to forgive him, and she could only look at him blankly, clarifying what he meant. Becky's brother explained that he provoked the girl into her attacks with his talk about 3 attempts, saying that his true goal was to see her skill as one of the strongest people in this world. Therefore, he was embarrassed that she was injured as a result of the battle. Alice answered with a grin that, of course, she thanks him for his kind word. But there was nothing terrible about her wound, since thanks to his strength, she was able to muster the determination to kill Kyle, to which the guy embarrassedly noted that the girl herself had been aiming at him from the very beginning: vital organs. Meanwhile, Kyle wanted to ask about one more thing, clarifying why in the world of Muram, Alice chose the path of a killer. The girl just grinned, noting that she didn't think that Kyle was thinking about such a thing, because in that first cave, where all those who entered the world of training ended up, she almost went crazy, and she had an insane desire to kill someone, so she stopped on this path. Kyle took note of the girl's choice without responding. He remembered again the system messages popping up, asking if he wanted to return to the original world. And if he really wanted this, then he needed to see the end of this world. Kyle answered to himself that he expected that Alice would be able to understand him, because the guy was thinking about such a message the whole time he was there. A business-class car stood at the edge of the forest waiting for its passenger. The driver looked at his watch impatiently, as his boss was late. He heard the sound of the back door opening, and through the rearview mirror he finally saw the one he had been waiting for so long. The driver immediately turned to the passenger, seeing her injury and asking if everything was okay with the deputy head of the guild, clarifying that she even used shadow play, and wondering how strong her opponent was. Alice only noted that even such a powerful technique did not allow her to touch her opponent with a dagger, and he exceeded all her expectations. She spent too much energy, which eventually ran out, which the driver could not believe. Remembering the fight, Alice realized that Kyle had never even attacked her. Moreover, the girl had no idea how he blocked her daggers. Her mood was too depressed after the fight, especially when she admitted complete defeat. The driver said that he thought it would be better if Kyle Benet did not join the Twilight, and asked if the deputy head of the clan had thought about sending the guy to the Sun Festival. Alice, whose shoulder was bandaged with the shirt of her former rival, said that to stop Max Paxwell, they definitely needed Kyle Benet, and she was ready to do anything for it. The girl remembered the frightening feeling of danger and Max's instruction that wisdom was with him, and she had to follow his will. He argued that the girl was obliged to obey the heavenly warrior, and Alice, either following those precepts or choosing her own path, told the driver that they must do their best to help Kyle Benet. Kyle returned home after meeting with Alice, informing his sister of his arrival. Becca ran into his arms excitedly as soon as she saw him. The guy didn't expect his sister to be so worried, asking what happened. But his sister was not only happy to have him back, she was also angry with Kyle. After all, she could not find a place for herself from excitement while he was away, asking next time not to go anywhere, not to take risks, and just stay at home. Becca was haunted by memories of the past, and she shared her experiences with her brother, saying that every time he leaves, it seems to her that he will never return. Kyle touched the girl's head, saying that he understood her feelings. At the same time, he warned her that he wanted to become a hunter, which contradicted his words about caring. This news upset Becca, and she asked Kyle if he really wanted to die since he chose this way. The guy showed her a small cube shimmering with all shades, saying that Alice had given it to him, calling it a mystical cube. Kyle said that Libra said that only with this cube could Kyle get the hunter status window, to which Becca, who was skeptical, also wished her brother good luck without due joy. Her mood did not knock down Kyle's determination, and he took the cube, preparing to begin his journey. The mystical cube in his hands began to glow, activating and beginning the process. Bright multicolored lights illuminated Kyle and the entire room. Gradually, the glow of the cube began to fade, as did its integrity. The cube floated with its edges on top, as if it had melted. Eventually, the light emanating from the cube finally went out, leaving the guy with the remains of the cube in his hands. Confused and slightly upset, Kyle asked his sister whether Alice Libra had deceived him, but Becca said that it was as it should be, and advised him to shout "status window." The brother listened to his sister's advice and uttered the cherished phrase, immediately after which two different information signs opened in front of him, one of which was blue and the other yellow. The yellow one was a status window from the world of Murim, and Kyle had never seen it before, but it showed his strength from that world, informing him that his level was 100, which was the maximum, and all other skills were also developed at the maximum level. When Kyle looked at the blue sign, trying to understand what it meant, empty meanings appeared before him. The blue plaque symbolized the status window of the hunters, characterizing Kyle, indicating that his level was first and his health bar was full. He had one stat point available, which he could use for strength, endurance, agility, intuition, or spirit. What Becca was most interested in about this brother's sign was what grade her brother had. But when she saw the required line, she froze in shock, because the sign said that Kyle did not have a class. Delighted by the negative result, she told Kyle with a joyful smile that even though the hunter was definitely not his, he should just forget about it. And Kyle looked at her incomprehensibly, clarifying why she had decided so. Becca clarified whether she told him about the hierarchy of hunters, and realizing that she did not, said that hunters are divided into 6 classes, the first of which were warrior, priest, and mage. Then came the priest and the assassin and the archer. But there were many more classes, if the higher ones were included, and these 6 were considered the main ones. For example, Becca was from the archer class, and her highest class was a sniper, and the girl also added that the main classes are innate and cannot be changed in any way. And Kyle has no class at all, which means he didn't have a chance from the beginning and won't have a chance in the future. Defeated by this knowledge, Kyle sat deflated while Becca continued, saying that in general you can become a hunter without a class, and the whole problem is only in skills, hoping that in this way she could completely demotivate her brother and hoping that he would give up. To increase his level according to Becky's story, the hunter needed experience, and points could only be obtained by defeating a monster, but this required skills. And unlike hunters with 6 main classes, hunters without a class did not have these skills, and they could only be obtained using a skill cube. But the cheapest hand-to-hand combat skill cube cost 20 million, and the fencing skill cube cost 25 million, which were huge sums. Becca frowned, turning her gaze to Kyle. The sister asked him if he had money with a demonic smile, causing Kyle to turn away. A sudden realization struck Kyle, preventing him from losing heart. He had Alice Libera, and the deputy head of the Dawn Guild must have a lot of money. And this thought cheered Kyle, and made Becca turn away in annoyance, upset that she could not dissuade her brother. Kyle took a deep breath, mentally noting that he might have problems without this alliance with the Dawn Guild. But then he remembered that this was not his main problem. Remembering his life in Murim, he wondered why he did not have a class because he was a genius, which, in his opinion, would not be seen in the history of Murim. And here he did not have the talent of a hunter, because such a discrepancy was impossible. Mount Chia, located in the training dungeon of the Dawn Guild, was calm, and fancy rabbits were jumping around. Up close, they looked like cute little animals with red fur collars. But this was a lie, because rabbits were actually monsters for practicing skills, and because of them, this dungeon was called the Rabbit Dungeon. Becca destroyed one of them with a well-aimed shot of a fiery arrow from her bow. The girl turned to her brother, asking if he had seen it, and Kyle, not too impressed, stated that yes, they had caught a rabbit, not understanding what it was about. Becca reproachfully replied that with such an attitude, all novice hunters end badly, and before their eyes, the defeated rabbit turned into a red gem, and Kyle said that this would not happen to him. Picking up the gem from the ground, he asked Becky if it was a monster stone, and whether it could be exchanged for money, which she confirmed, adding that the gem was an environmentally friendly natural resource that brought a huge amount of energy when processed, and it was precisely because of such stones, nuclear power plants disappeared one after another. At the same time, Becca warned her brother to be careful, because no matter how strong Kyle is, he does not know what can happen in the dungeon. The guy at that time, with a series of light blows, killed many rabbits at once, forcing his sister to look at him in bewilderment. Frustrated that he wasn't even listening to what she was saying, Becca watched her brother from the side, while Kyle realized that him using normal attacks to defeat monsters wasn't giving him any experience. His blue hunter stat plate had not changed at all. Taking a closer look at her, he noticed the presence of fencing skills. He decided to ask his sister about this skill, while the sign stated that this skill was a class skill, was passive, and could be used without the cost of mana, had a rarity of D, which meant that it was available to everyone, and the skill level was D, indicated the lowest value, and it was also a warrior's class skill. It was possible to improve it, and it was activated automatically when using a weapon that was a sword. Becca patted her brother on the shoulder, telling him not to worry, and telling him that they had an entire dungeon at their disposal, and he could easily master this skill. While Kyle was amazed to realize that the rarity and skill level were very low. The guy had never had a D level before, which didn't make him happy at all. His sister at this time tried to reach him, reasoning that although she did not know what kind of contract Kyle had with Alice Labora, the deputy head of the Dawn Guild was an unusual person, and Becca was sure that she would try to make the most of Kyle's presence in the clan benefits. But looking at her brother, she realized that he was not listening to her at all. Becca called Kyle again, seeing that something strange was happening to him because he seemed to be using his power, and his eyes were glowing blue. The girl called out to him in confusion, wanting to attract his attention. She was about to touch him, but he grabbed her hand. He turned around with a joyful smile, announcing that he had found a better place. They moved there quite quickly. Startled, Becca froze, looking around, unable to utter the question the first time, stopping only at the word, "How much?" This part of the dungeon looked no different from the previous one. But there were so many rabbits here that Becca couldn't ask about their number the first time, finally asking the cherished question, to which Kyle calmly replied that there were exactly 337 of them here, specifying that he counted them along the way. The siblings stood on the dais, and even from here, Becca knew there were too many bunnies. So she reached for her bow, communicating her thoughts to Kyle, saying that he was still at the beginner level, but he assured her sister that there was nothing to worry about how. The amazed Becca only managed to call her frivolous brother, seeing how he serenely smiled and jumped off the cliffs. Kyle, while flying from the cliff to the rabbits, was talking about how he had never experienced such shame. He, being an immortal sword emperor who had trained with the sword for several hundred years, turned out to be a D-level swordsman here, and without a grade. During the flight down, Kyle easily drew his sword from its sheath. He swung, making a circular pass and twisting in the air. He landed on the ground with great force, leaving a mark on the soil and a large energy wave spreading around, because in fact, Kyle was very angry. He found himself below in a clearing full of rabbits. His sister, who remained on the hill, angrily called him an idiot, reporting that she almost fainted from surprise. But Kyle only complained about her constant swearing. And then he turned to the angry rabbits, asking if they were ready. At the same moment, many blue signs with a warning exclamation mark appeared in front of him. They all contained a warning from the fencing skill, insisting that Kayla should attack in lines. But the young man, not deciding whether they were trying to help him or harm him, simply cut them down with a sword. He didn't have time to deal with these notifications because they only bothered him. He was determined, and some incomprehensible notifications were just an imperceptible hindrance. As soon as Kyle got rid of the signs, many rabbits immediately rushed to attack the frozen guy. They bared their teeth threateningly with their powerful and sharp teeth, wanting to get rid of the guy. Kyle tightened his grip on his sword, swinging to strike and activating his skills. His eyes glowed blue, and his sword strikes were filled with the blue energy of his skill, striking down his enemies. This world did not need to teach Kyle swordsmanship, because in Murim, he was already a master of this skill. All his blows reached their target, and the rabbits were defeated. The guy continued to think that skills appeared in this world 14 years ago. Only 14 years? While Kyle spent 140 years in Murim, which means this world needs at least another 100 years to teach him how to use the fencing skill with its pop-up tablets. Another set of signs appeared in front of Kyle, blocking his path. He stared at them blankly, trying to understand what they wanted from him this time. He read another warning, looking at the text in amazement and incomprehension. This time, unlike the previous one, the signs announced that he had reached level A+, and Kyle turned around, asking the sister who had approached what that meant. Kyle poked hard at the notifications, not understanding how to close them or how to change the settings. Becca stood aside in shock, asking what her brother had just done. Kyle waved it off, saying that he didn't understand it, and saying that all of his fencing power should be displayed in the system, and the fact that he couldn't find it was probably a mistake. The girl still couldn't understand where Kyle got such speed and how he was able to instantly reach level A+. Kyle finally found what he was looking for and called out to his sister. He asked if she mentioned that it was possible to gain experience points even with a passive skill that does not consume mana, and the girl agreed with this. Kyle smiled as he looked at the divine power skill he was able to unlock in the tablet. A window opened for him, informing him that he has the Divine Power ability, which gives him a special origin skill. Kyle's rarity and mastery level of this skill was A+, which meant that he had a supreme ability of mysterious origin and could freely transform his cultivation. Kyle excitedly tested his fists, explaining that he just wanted to make his life easier in the future. The guy accelerated and then swung sharply. His next hand-to-hand blow had devastating power, destroying everything around the epicenter of the blow. Becky reported that he can now use his martial art to gain experience. He didn't so much ask as simply told his sister that the other strongest hunters in their world, Alice Libera, who was the deputy head of the Dawn Guild, and Max Paxwell, who was the head of the Twilight Guild, most likely received their origin skills as well. Becca, stunned, could not utter a word again. She just clutched the bow in her hands, looking at this and feeling empty, because her brother used a normal stream of air to strike. The girl hesitantly called out to her brother, attracting his attention. Becca stood at a distance behind him, but she was serious, saying that she would like to know something. She gripped her bow tighter, giving herself confidence, and spoke, saying that she had guessed about it from the moment of his victory over the head of the Dawn Guild, Mr. Can. But today she saw his power with her own eyes, saying that it was amazing. The girl remembered what happened in the Red Wolf's dungeon, how her comrade was killed by a red wolf. She remembered how she herself was in danger, realizing that this might not happen again in the near future. But the incident with the betrayal of one's own fighter can be repeated, and there is no guarantee that this will never happen. But it was Becca who led the team at that time, and she blamed her own weakness for their death. With tears in her eyes, the girl raised her bow, unable to look anywhere else and saying that she didn't want to regret this anymore. She raised her head to her brother, continuing that she knows that she cannot become as strong as her brother, but still asks if he could teach her at least something in martial art. Kyle put a calming hand on his sister's shoulder, assuring her that she shouldn't get excited and that he would tell her everything. The guy was happy to help her, although he warned that he had never had students and would be a harsh teacher. Touched by her brother's agreement, Becca looked at him with delight, while Kyle thought that there was nothing wrong with his sister's request, because Becca will not always be there for him, and she must learn to stand up for herself, because no one knows what can happen in the future. The guy himself said that her training makes sense, which means they should move to another point, and the girl could only clarify in surprise when he managed to put the dots in a circle. They used their powers to make quick jumps to move around the dungeon. During their journey, Becca asked Kyle what he would do next, since he had already mastered the skill of fencing. Oblivious to the danger from above, she asked if Kyle was going to use his warrior skills. The guy was more attentive and he noticed the hostile rabbits. Swinging and activating his skills, he told the girl that he could increase the level using his powers. With the next blow, he sent an energy-charged stream of air into the attack, hitting the target exactly. Becca covered her face from the dirt caused by the explosion of her brother's powers at the target point, agreeing that for his situation, everything was not so clear on how to develop the path beyond the hunter. Kyle motioned to stop her from going any further, noting that he could now use his martial arts to develop. But to become a strong hunter, it is not enough for him to just be strong, but he needs to learn certain class skills, and they just happened to be in a clearing full of rabbits. Kyle remembered Alice Libera, who was also in Murim, and upon her return was able to become stronger. To do this, she combined her skills and martial arts, and Kyle needs to find skills compatible with his martial arts in order to increase his strength. A sudden realization struck Becky's brother, causing him to open his eyes in surprise. The guy jumped far ahead, leaving his sister alone and causing her misunderstanding. Kyle rushed to the place where the most rabbits were. He filled his fist with power again and swung his fist to strike. The guy remembered that he had already been able to combine any skill with his strength. At the same time, in this world, he also saw those skills that would be difficult to combine with his powers. For example, a magician skill called Fireball, and in general, all magic. Kyle sent a balloon filled with his energy at the bunnies, again exploding the final target and achieving his intended purpose. Becca called out to him, warning him not to continue like this. But Kyle interrupted her, calling her name in warning, because he had just chosen the area of U200B U200B hunters that he would be able to combine with his martial arts. Sitting on the grass in a hail of gems that crumbled around, what remained of the dead carcasses of rabbits, he told the girl that he had decided to become a magician. Becca, as all previous times, did not appreciate Kyle's choice because she had already told him that since he did not have a class, it would be very difficult for him on the path of a hunter. And since he also chooses the path of a magician, it would be many times more difficult because magician skill cubes were even more difficult to obtain. The girl sighed heavily. Turning away from the jubilant guy, deciding that she would leave everything as it was. Kyle again opened 2 tablets with his characteristics, one of which characterized him in this world and was blue, and the other transferred all his characteristics to their Murim and was yellow. And the guy noted that he was already quite familiar with these 2 systems, and it is certain that there was a very large gap between the system of Murim and the hunter. Becca, who was bagging up gems, remarked out loud that they no longer had to worry about waste, while Kyle reflected that Muris's stats window only showed his body's own stats, and there was nothing there other than the internal and external levels. But even this small knowledge would have been very useful to him while he was in Murim. But looking at the hunter stat plate, it showed everything from strength to mana, and it was more customizable and had a lot of features. Kyle noted that the nature of the appearance of the systems was different, as if they were created by different people with similar abilities, and the hunter system gave experience and resources from killed monsters, and the receipt of rewards was instantaneous, which provided a reliable basis for strengthening, and with it, anyone could become stronger with a little effort. While in Murim, the path to cultivation was much slower and more dangerous, and to achieve a breakthrough there, you had to spend a lot of time on practice, and you had to risk your life to improve your skills. True, sometimes you could just get lucky there, and according to legends, the hero of the past, who was called the Heavenly Warrior, became a god and wrote that magical book, Heavenly Harmony of Pure Reason. Kyle remembered that this book was an ancient treasure that many fought over in Murim, and it was in the cave with this book that he woke up when he got to Murim, not understanding where exactly he was. While he and his sister walked further, the guy continued to reason that at the moment when he found himself in Murim and took everything that was happening for granted, he lost sight of one circumstance. If for his home world, the being that gave people the hunter system was the one who calls herself the goddess. Does this mean that the creature that sent Kyle to Murim was her enemy? That chained guy who calls himself the Sky Warrior? Such thoughts made Kyle angry, because he hated the one who sent him to Murim. Time passed, which gave Kyle the opportunity to get used to everything. Thanks to the support of Guild Deputy Dawn Alice Leiber, Kyle became stronger. For a whole month, he had been quietly wandering through the dungeons, raising his level. And at some moments, when meeting with particularly strong and atypical opponents for the earthly world, it seemed to him that he was no longer in his native world. During this time, the guy reached level 22, and when fighting monsters that resembled livestock, he always joked about how he would like freshly cooked chicken. He did not forget about his promise to his sister, teaching her about the 365 vessels in the human body. He also learned to speak in a normal way so as not to stand out. Looking at Becca, Kyle realized that for her age it was too late to study martial arts, although there was one way out, and Becca, sitting in front of him, asked him what happened. He carefully held her behind her back, wanting to prepare her a little for the implementation of his idea, asking his sister not to roar or scream even if she bleeds. Such an address slightly frightened Becca, because Kyle said it unexpectedly right after their joint meditation. The next moment she screamed heartrendingly, so that it could be heard not only in their house because the brother pierced his sister's vessels and directly injected his power into her. Thanks to this, Becky was able to advance and her skills improved. She could now pierce stones with her arrows, although during the procedure she almost burned Kyle's hair. At the next meeting between Alice and Kyle, the deputy of the guild, Dawn, clarified whether everything was fine in their family. However, she was not going to be nice for long and asked if she could get straight to the point. Kyle noticed that Alice usually did not stand on ceremony, immediately saying what was needed, and the girl agreed, simply saying that Becky's brother should consider this a unique feature of Libera. The guy asked the girl what the girl was up to, since she had not called them for a long time and offered to meet. Alice agreed, closing the distance between herself and Kyle with a smile and addressing him by name. She extended her hand to him with a serene smile and asked if he would like to go on a date with her. Kyle, who had not expected such a question, stared at her in surprise. It took him some time to answer, crossing his arms over his chest, that although such invitations were new to him, this time he would refrain, to which the girl asked him not to refuse so immediately. She said that in a town not far from them, a new dungeon had opened, with a danger level of 10 and a recommended level of 45 to 50. And such a dungeon is usually only allowed to high-ranking hunters, and of course this is not the best place to go with someone 20th level. At the same time, Alice looked at Kyle with a smile and clarified that if it was him, then his low level would not be an obstacle to such a trip. The guy asked with confusion whether the girl wanted to go there together, and if so, why. Alice reported that high-level dungeons have hunter number control, which prevents large groups from going there, and she wants Kyle to quickly gain strength as a hunter. The guy grinned, picking up a bowl and clarifying that the deputy head of the Dawn Guild wants his improvement to accelerate. The girl indignantly pointed out that he uses terrible and outdated language, even though he has lived for more than a century, to which Becky's brother irritably replied that he understands, but he doesn't look old. Moving the cup away, he noted that whatever their union was, he only supported it, and he doesn't understand why Libra needs to make him stronger and worry about it. Alice asked if Kyle had heard about the Sun Festival. She explained that this is an annual event held between the Dawn and Twilight guilds, which helps to show off the full strength of the strongest guilds in Korea. But this is only a facade, and everyone around will think that they are strengthening relationships. But in fact, these competitions determine positions of power. The Sun Festival can be compared to a small war. Right now, the Dawning and Twilight guilds are fighting over the rights to the dungeons, and most of the fights will take place within the dungeons, so the general public won't know much about their differences. But all this will resemble the beginning of a major war, comparable to the situation when small matches are thrown into a powder magazine. Kyle asked the girl incomprehensibly why the guilds were fighting at all, since if it was a fight over interests, then it was completely stupid. Pouring tea into her bowl, Alice explained that the head of the Twilight Guild, Max Paxwell, was to blame for everything, since everything was stable before, but at some point the guy chased power like crazy. Libra replied that Max began to obey the one called the Sky Warrior, which amazed Kyle. He resolutely rose from the table, immediately attacking Alice with questions about the relationship between Max Paxwell and the Heavenly Warrior. But the girl said that she knew nothing about the Heavenly Warrior and only heard that Max Paxwell had received a message from the Sky Warrior in the Muram stats window. Kyle returned to his seat, wondering what kind of message it could be as the girl continued talking, saying that she could not confirm whether it was true or not because the characteristics windows were not visible to anyone. At the same time, she said that even if Max received an order from the Heavenly Warrior, she still could not understand why he was doing this, because before they were friends. After all, they were the only ones who experienced the horror of Muram. Kyle thought about her words, looking at the girl seriously. Alice looked up at him and asked Kyle to take part in the Sun Festival as an ally of the Dawn. The weather was beautiful outside when they finished their conversation. The driver was again waiting for Alice in the car not far from that cafe. Returning to the car, the girl continued to explain to Kyle that the balance of power between the guilds had recently been on the side of Twilight, and all due to the fact that they had captured all the dungeons and carried out frequent raids. If this information becomes known at the Sun Festival, then the Dawn Guild will come to an end. The girl unobtrusively reminded that at such an important moment they lost their leader, Mr. Can, who was their main strength. And after these words, Kyle began to torment her conscience. The guy brushed aside his worries, saying that he understood the situation in general terms, but he never heard from Alice the reason for the benefit of his growth for their guild. The girl closed her eyes, turning to the window and announcing that the Sun Festival would be broadcast to the whole world, and there would be a lot of foreign press there. Pointing her finger at Kyle, she asked if the guy still plans to show martial arts around the world, and that it would be difficult to do this without public confirmation, because few people would simply believe in words that he came from Muram. And on the part of other hunters, it will just make you jealous. Once again, clarifying, Alice asked if he was ready to confront the World Association of Hunters, to which he refused, although he added that he still planned to fight them all. Turning away from him again, the deputy of the Dawn Guild informed him that he needed to use only the skills of hunters at the Sun Festival, with which he agreed, because Kotzel owed Alice as a whole, and therefore could not object. Satisfied with his answer, the girl was glad that he agreed and asked the driver to give her the suitcase, which surprised Kyle, who did not expect to need anything else from him. Alice opened the suitcase, revealing 6 magic skill cubes, and 1 magic skill each for a magician and a sorcerer, which the guy had requested from her earlier. Bribed by this, Kyle began to take it easy on his decision to take part in the Sun Festival as an ally of the Dawn Guild, since he was planning to meet with Max Paxwell anyway. Only in addition to the cube, Alice also gave him paper. And not just one paper, but several that began to fall on him from the sky, finding themselves with huge stacks of documents surrounding the guy, who doesn't understand what it means. Alice explained that, unlike Muram, there were legal processes on Earth, and all these official documents were needed in order to confirm their union, to agree not only on the guild's help to Kayla, but also on Kyle's help to the guild. And the other document that the guy was holding in his hands was the official document of registration of the hunter and the guild. But Kyle did not understand why he should register the guild. And the girl explained that for mercenary hunters, the process of registering for the holiday is very difficult, and because of this there will be problems in processing documents confirming their union. Waving a suitcase in front of Kyle, Alice asked if he knew how much all these cubes cost, and said that any of them was more expensive than a house, and therefore, even because of them, it was necessary to sign an agreement, to which the down-to-earth Kyle said that this was necessary speak from the very beginning. As he signed the next paper, he whined that there were too many papers. There they needed to come up with a name for the guild, and Alice suggested that this was just a formality and you could write anything. Kyle, after thinking a little, wrote, "Guild, martial arts," agreeing to everything that the girl offered him. Therefore, after paperwork, he went with her to a completely different place. The Wyvern dungeon of a town not far from them. The blue light of energy that carried them into a dungeon full of flying dragons. Wyverns quickly dissipated, and the guy noticed that he felt as if he was shuttling between the house and the dungeon every day, as if he were going to school. Alice, looking at the sky, warned the guy to be careful, since the creatures were one at a time and were not too strong. But they reported that there were an awful lot of them around. Kyle confirmed her words, reporting that he sensed more than 3,000 monsters. He activated his power while looking forward, since in any dungeon he acted according to a certain pattern. He sent a stream of destructive energy electrified at the flying wyverns with joy, because the more targets there were, the better it was for him. Taking a couple of steps back to swing, Kyle prepared for the next attack. He swung his aerial whip, filled with deadly energy, ready to crush his targets. With one blow, he managed to hit many targets at once, as always. Alice watched in amazement as the dead wyverns fell to the ground, turning into gems, and wondered how Kyle was able to master the skill so quickly, because she gave him the magic cubes just a couple of hours ago. The guy explained that magical energy and energy management are very similar, so he had no problems, and Alice only remarked in frustration that it wouldn't have worked out that way for her. Looking at how many opponents he defeated, the girl noticed that he shouldn't overdo it, because otherwise his mana points would run out. But Kyle told her not to worry, because he was a martial arts magician. Alice still could not believe the number of monsters that the guy killed at once, clarifying that he was not acting honestly. Kyle missed her question while collecting gems, and then asked if the monsters in dungeons were always the same type. Alice said that he was right, but Kyle then noted that this fact was quite strange. The girl began to explain that the dungeons appeared 13 years ago, and then they filled the whole world. Only when she said this, she did not notice that a monster had appeared high in the sky. This monster was descending rapidly, but even the wyverns could not notice it, while Alice talked about how there was not a single dungeon where there was more than one type of monster. Meanwhile, the claw of an unknown creature of a huge creature dealt with one of the wyverns, and another low-level wyvern was thrown straight into the rock by a powerful force. It was a huge dragon, a different type of monster in this dungeon, refuting Alice's words that this could not happen. At this time, in a completely different place, a man scooped some from a bucket of grain into a plate. He threw this food to the fish, who jumped out of the water with a desire to eat. It was the villa of Max Paxwell, the head of the Twilight Guild in Seoul, the capital of Korea, and behind the man feeding the fish stood a secretary guy in a suit with a folder with a lot of notes, addressing the one who fed the fish as the head. The secretary's name was Sam Brito, and he was a subordinate of the Twilight Guild, who informed the man on the shore that they had received information about the suspicious whereabouts of the deputy head of the Dawn Guild, Alice Libor. Sam also said that the Dawn Guild had a newcomer who was supported with all their might, and people said that it was with him that Alice went to clear the dungeon. The man asked if Alice had personally gone to clear the dungeon, once again throwing food to the fish. Sam confirmed that as a result of an internal investigation, they were able to find out that this hunter, with whom Alice went into the dungeons, was the brother of one of the leaders of the Dawn groups, Becky Bennett. The guy's name was Kyle, and there was one oddity in his biography. He disappeared at 14 years, but recently showed up again. The secretary continued to report, saying that his appearance coincided with the resignation of Mr. Khan, that he was the director of the Dawn Guild. But the man stopped Sam, asking where Kyle had been for 14 years. No matter how much Sam dug through his papers, he never found information about this, since their intelligence still could not figure it out. But Sam said that they were able to find out something else. Mr. Khan did not resign, but simply disappeared. And the last thing he managed to do was go to Becca to teach her a lesson for the murder of his son Gray. The man feeding the fish took off his straw hat, putting it aside and saying that he was dead. He explained this again to Sam, saying that Mr. Kang was definitely dead, and the secretary noted that this was not bad news. The man turned out to be the leader of the Dawn Guild, Max Paxwell, and he told the secretary that Kyle Beckett was most likely in Miram. Kyle, meanwhile, used all his strength to continue fighting the monsters in the dungeon. His attack was successful, and all the monsters on the way were defeated. Kyle pumped his fist with a joyful smile, noting that this was the kind of pastime he considered fun. Alice, who was watching him, reminded him of herself, stopping his delight and telling him that she understood his condition. At the same time, she noticed that a whole hour had already passed since Kyle began testing his new skills, and having defeated such a large number of wyverns, the guy felt great, and the girl didn't even notice any signs of depletion of his health points. And during this time, Kyle practically cleared the entire dungeon, to which he reported that he was already finishing. Kyle closed his eyes with the air of a sage, noting out loud that he didn't know how to quickly explain everything. He asked if Labora remembered that suitcase with cubes and one of those that was inside, which was called a life exchange cube, to which Alice agreed that she remembered and replied that it was an emergency skill that could exchange health points for points mana, clarifying whether everything is in order with this cube. Kyle replied that in Miram, where he and Libra were, after reaching the 35th external and internal level, an etheric body was created, which, as the energy increased, developed and tended to infinity, and after reaching the 40th level, the hero acquired immortality, and at the same time the state. He was supported precisely by the energy of this etheric body, and since this energy was infinite, then life became immortal, and therefore now, using this skill, he could draw endless health. Alice did not expect such a complex chain, feeling devastated by the excess of information. Kyle tried to simplify things again by having her focus on the concept of mana. He asked her to imagine the source of infinite energy that Kyle brought with him from Miram, and then imagine that, thanks to the cube, he converted this infinite energy into an inexhaustible source of energy. And he was capable of this simply because even if these martial arts were of different types, having reached the limit of one, it is much easier for him to reach the limit of another. And therefore, for Kyle now, there is nothing unattainable, because he has already reached the limit in one. Alice only had time to ask how this was possible, but Kyle did not answer, intending to jump to the remaining monsters to defeat them, because he wanted to destroy all the little things that remained in the area before the boss battle, leaving the girl in bewilderment. The deputy head of the guild, Dawn, noted for herself that Kyle's strength was not his only advantage, because he had a very strong character. And now Alice considered herself an idiot, because she not only tried to use Kyle before, but also wanted to kill. But now she understood that she doesn't have to worry about the sun holiday with such an ally. Carried away by her thoughts, she did not pay attention to the remaining monsters attacking her, because she was on the alert. With another blow, she defeated the attacking monster, continuing to think about Kyle and his example. Inspired by his example, the girl wondered if she could reach the same level. But the monsters continued to attack, and their number did not decrease too much. But the girl was alert, and her strength and the power of her energy-filled blades were still enough to hit the flying wyverns. True, such a battle had its drawbacks because Alice did not know how to fly, and therefore, during the fall, only with the help of her blade, which she caught on the rock, was she able to stop herself from falling. Only hanging over the abyss on one hand was she able to appreciate how high she and Kyle had climbed in this new dungeon. Gathering her strength, she pushed off with her feet, making a big leap back to the top. The girl professionally planned her trajectory so as to defeat many monsters at once. Alice landed confidently on the ledge after another attack, looking back down into the gorge again. A lot of the gems that the fallen monsters had turned into lay there, and she wondered when Kyle was going to take it all. Libera hid her blades in a magical vault, thinking about what she had learned about the dungeon, and thinking that when she returned here next time, she should increase the level of the dungeon, since the level inside, according to the characteristics, was much higher than it should have been, and since there were flying monsters, it was generally much more difficult to deal with them. Looking around, she wondered which raid would be better for this dungeon, and that next time she should take 5 hunters, a tank, a mage, an archer, a priest, and someone melee into her team. But, thinking about the future, she missed the changes taking place in the present. Someone very large rushed right over her head. Alice looked up with a question, not understanding how someone so big could be in this dungeon. It was a monster of a different level and larger size, and this was the first time she had encountered one. She barely had time to jump to the side to escape the attack of this creature, but an equally large dragon, on the other hand, flew up to her, intending to kill her, although Alice was not going to give up so easily. She took out her blades from the magical spatial storage again, preparing to fight. Only the loud noise of huge wings right behind her ruined the girl's plans. The huge monster could not only attack her, But with its wings, it created air currents filled with magic that were much stronger than the usual attacks of monsters. And Alice, who did not expect this, was unable to cope and repel this attack. Carried away from her place by this energy wave, she fell, frightenedly thinking that only demonic force could manifest itself in this way. And the girl did not understand where she could get into the dungeon. The monster attacking her was not going to give up and pursued the disoriented girl, who believed that similar appearances of monsters of other levels could be a mistake in the dungeon system. But then someone caught the girl serving and preparing for death. It was a joyful Kyle, smilingly informing Libra that the monster had finally appeared. Picked up in her arms, Alice was surprised at Benet and asked him if the guy had been waiting for this particular monster and knew about it. Kyle, only with a smile again, explained to the one that he had already said, that when the entire dungeon is captured, stronger monsters appear in it. At this time, many demonic-level monsters filled the dungeon, while Alice clarified that it was Kyle who allowed such a monster to roam here, and the guy replied that he was just waiting because the bosses needed to be dealt with at the end. Holding the girl in his arms, Kyle carefully informed her that even if such monsters were new to her, she shouldn't be distracted, but she shouldn't worry either. At the same time, he suggested that the slightly annoyed girl discuss the details later, but for now, they should stop somewhere. Landing on the ledge with Libra, the guy thoughtfully noted that it was dinner time and asked what she would like and if she liked grilled food. Alice, who did not understand the hints, replied that she did not think now was the right time for dinner. At this time, Kyle concentrated a whirlpool of fiery whirlwinds in one hand and the golden energy of electricity in the other. Raising two fists above his head and crossing them, he was able to fully appreciate his own power. Opening his eyes, he directed his gaze forward, telling the girl that she should wait for him, because today they will have fried chicken. And the giant monsters that were going to attack the guy standing on the hill were considered a wonderful dinner for him, because with his strength he was going to fry these flying monsters. Alice could only watch in amazement as all the monsters in the sky died from the enormous power Kyle put into his blow. A moment ago, she watched as Becky's brother first used fire and then pure energy, wondering if the guy could even hear what she was saying since he said he would use magic. At the same time, she could say with confidence that his technique was more reminiscent of ordinary strikes. Alice immediately pulled herself together because these were not simple blows, since each of them was imbued with pure power, and it was incredible. But what happened next made her freeze in place, looking at the sky in disbelief. The air from above swirled, creating a distortion of the space of the dungeon. A huge green portal opened right in the center of the sky, from which even more frightening creatures immediately began to fly out. And Alice had no choice but to scream at Kyle to get out of there immediately. The girl couldn't believe that monsters just started appearing from the suddenly opened portal, because there were too many of these flying creatures, and she wasn't sure that Kyle was going to continue further, so she was going to save him by rushing from the ledge. But already in the air, she realized that next to Kyle it was even more dangerous, so she again shouted to the guy that he should run. The girl, confident that due to space distortions Kyle could not hear her, gathered all her strength to strike. She needed to save the guy, even if it meant destroying everything in her path. But monsters endowed with demonic power also did not fly in the sky just like that. They were the ones who took the force of the girl's blow. Alice was amazed, because it turned out that the monsters in the dungeon were smart. And now, the little ones were taking the blow on themselves that Alice could not help Kyle. Shocked by this news, she could only continue to call out to Beckett and watch as the monsters of the dungeon formed a sphere. All the small and large monsters in the dungeon were actually flying in a circle, creating a ball in the air. Alice, who observed their behavior, realized that she was right. And judging by their movements, the small monsters moved involuntarily, and the larger ones that appeared later commanded the smaller ones. And therefore, when she tried to attack with the big one, they ordered the small ones to shield themselves. It was the death of some for the lives of others, and now, in order to win, they must first defeat the big ones, although she had no idea how to do this. The girl wanted to get to Kyle, although she didn't know if he was okay. Yes, she saw him, but the guy looked as if he had stayed there on purpose. Exhaling sadly, she noted in frustration that she did not understand what he was thinking about, because he could have told her everything through a mental connection. Noting what was happening around her, Alice realized that she had encountered such anomalies for the first time, and no matter how strong Kyle Bennett was, it was dangerous. So she had to help, but since the creatures were in the air, she had no idea how to get there. Looking up, the girl noticed a small wyvern flying above her, which gave her an idea. She jumped on the monster's back, deciding that she could use the little one as a means to get to Kyle, because all the monsters were focused on him, although she should not let her guard down and hug the wyvern so that she would not be noticed. Alice sincerely sympathized with Kyle, wanting him to hold out longer, and thought that it would be easier if there were no anomalous monsters, not noticing the danger. One wyvern, noticing Alice on the back of the other, crashed into her with force. The deputy head of the guild, Dawn, did not expect this, so she could not resist and fell down. At the same time, Alice was determined, and at the moment of the fall she turned over, immediately choosing another wyvern for herself, on whose back she could land. True, it was not possible to softly jump onto it, and only her blades saved Alice, with the help of one of which she latched onto the monster's body. A huge monster flying from below noticed her maneuver and was about to attack. But Alice was more cunning, because the girl was already prepared to attack this giant. In a one-on-one fight, none of the monsters could be a real threat to her, because it was not in vain that she followed the path of a killer. And so the girl used her ability, Shadow Play, to open a barrier to the same space in which she fought with Kyle for the first time, only now it was a trap for a monster. Only Labora did not have time to complete her maneuver, since behind the back of the demonic monster, there was a whole cloud of bodies of the same large giants, who were not going to give up their comrades so easily. Alice had to retreat, because she did not expect such coordinated actions from the dragons. A sudden beam of blue magical energy flashed a few centimeters from her face. It was Kyle who, finding himself in the midst of monsters, finally began to act on his potential. Alice had to shield her face with her hands from the blinding magical light of Kyle's energy. The amazed deputy guild leader Dawn turned around, surprised to notice that Kyle was able to summon a sword without a source of power. But summon not just one, but many swords, all of which he controlled alone. Benade was indeed surrounded by dozens of swords created from his energy, while Alice could not understand how much energy this guy had in his body. Kyle extended his hand, saying that it seemed time for him to stop pretending to be a hunter. His one movement was enough for all the swords to attack the monsters, and not one of them missed, reaching the goal and killing everyone hostile to the couple in the dungeon. Since the guy attacked in all directions at once, he was able to hit all flying targets. A moment later, all the monsters turned into gems which rushed to the ground in a rain of red dots, as Alice watched thoughtfully. The girl understood that only thanks to Kyle Benet they managed to cope with this, remembering how the monsters began to fly out of the portal. She wondered what she would do if the same situation happened in other dungeons. Will she and her weaker employees be able to cope with such portals? Not to mention destroy such high-level monsters as easily as Kyle. Alice was immersed in her thoughts that at the moment she was too busy with the Sun Festival, and as soon as she immediately investigated the situation that had happened in this dungeon, not noticing Kyle, who was twirling an atypical blue gem in his hands. The deputy head of the Dawn Guild understood that as soon as she began an investigation, the head of the Twilight Guild, Max Paxwell, would also find out about it. And then the Twilight Guild will be able to use the information and destroy her Dawn Guild. Lost in her thoughts, she did not know what she should do in this difficult situation. Kyle showed her the blue gem again, bringing it closer to her face to snap Alice out of her thoughts. The guy noticed that she was clearly thinking about something, and offered her a distraction by telling him what kind of blue gem it was, because it was different from the stones of other monsters. Alice was not surprised by the blue gem in his hands, explaining that it was a monster skill stone and such stones were not common. So Kyle was lucky. However, she was not surprised that such a pebble fell from such a huge monster. But that's not what the girl was interested in right now, so she turned to Kyle. Alice, taking into account everything new that she had learned today, wanted to have a serious conversation with him. A month later, passers-by on the street were discussing the list of participants in the Festival of the Sun, speculating about what would happen this time. They had already heard many rumors about the sensational newcomer, Kyle Beckett, around whom there was a lot of information on the internet, some of which said that the guy became a hunter only a month ago. And at that time, this conversation was heard by the secretary of the Twilight Guild, Sam, because heard while being in a worried mood. The man, sweating profusely, rose from his seat, because he did not at all like the fact that the sensational newcomer supported the Dawn Guild, a rival to them, since this threatened to turn into problems for the man. Sam looked at the top of the tall skyscraper, sadly noting that he would soon become a corpse, and he turned out to be right, since during an emergency meeting of leaders at the headquarters of the Twilight Guild, one of the directors angrily broke a glass on his head. This aggressive man screamingly accused Sam of the fact that the novice hunter was chosen as a member of the Dawn, and Sam had not been able to make a report on the level, skills, or even the whereabouts of Kyle Beckett for the last 14 years. The head of the guild, Max Paxwell, stopped this angry man by just calling him by name. The leader of the Twilight Guild himself did not look as worried or angry as his colleagues, but calmly enjoyed the golden drink with a smile, while looking at those around him. But his calmness and friendly smile were deceptive, since one glance and commanding tone was enough for the angry director to sit down in his seat. The man moderated his ardor, obediently sitting down in his place. Max got up from his seat, telling his colleagues that all this information about the newcomer was a mistake, and the Dawn Guild was in a hurry, revealing its cards earlier than expected. Looking at Kyle's photo, Max said that since their competitors showed their fighter, then they should show their cards because no one knows whether the opponent is bluffing or, on the contrary, got the jackpot. The head of the Twilight Guild was confident in his guild, telling his subordinates that they should destroy the sprouts of the enemy's power before they sprouted. After some time, the secretary of the head of the Twilight Guild found himself in a cafe, where he was waiting for someone at a table. Sam was a little nervous, looking at his watch, and there was only a cup of coffee on his table. The man once again drew attention to the dial, noting that the time for the meeting had already arrived. Finally, the one he was waiting for appeared in the hall, so Sam jumped up from the table, greeting the man. He thanked the visitor for accepting the invitation and appearing at the meeting. His guest turned out to be Kyle Benet, the same rookie hunter who became an ally of the Dawn Guild. Kyle assessed the situation with his usual gaze, trying to understand whether there could be any potential threat in the cafe. Sam distracted him again, doing everything possible to keep his guest focused only on him and extending his hand in greeting. Kyle turned his emotionless gaze to the secretary's hand, making him nervous. But he did not refuse the greeting and shook it with his own. Kyle knew that the man's name was Sam, but he asked again to make sure, mentally remembering that his sister asked him to change his tone of voice, since after his stay in Murim, Kyle often chose the wrong words and used rude constructions. Sam confirmed that he was indeed a representative of the Twilight Guild and said that it was an honor for him to meet Kyle, mentally noting that Kyle sounded rude. From Sam's thoughts, it became clear that he was not so much offended by Kyle's rude language, but on the contrary, it would help him not to forget about the purpose of this meeting because he must find out as much information as possible. And the secretary of the Twilight Guild suggested that they move on to the purpose of this meeting. But first, Sam said that he wanted to use one device, frantically rummaging through his bag, to which Kyle looked at with an emotionless face, mentally noting that if everyone in the Twilight Guild was such a bungler as Sam looked, then should Dawn worry about them at all? The secretary, meanwhile, placed a small device on the table, and when Kyle asked what it was, he said that it was a magical instrument called a soundproof barrier. And when Sam pressed the button, a barrier was formed around him and Kyle, blocking external sounds, and the Twilight representative noted that their voices would not leak out either, and such a device was ideal for private conversations. Kyle grinned at the last definition of their meeting, and the secretary asked if the guy had any idea what they would talk about. Sam, who was serious, informed Bennett that the Twilight Guild wanted to create an alliance with the Guys Guild. Kyle asked if Twilight had not seen the participants of the Sun Festival, saying that he already had a partner in the form of the Dawning Guild. The secretary confirmed that he was aware of this and said that he was aware of the fact that the guild was putting every effort into the development of Kyle Benet. Sam's next argument was that Twilight also knew about the incident with the disappearance of Director Khan, and they also knew about the joint raid by the deputy head of the Dawn Guild into the dungeons. At the same time, the man noted that Kyle never joined the Dawn, and according to the reasoning of the Twilight Guild, Kyle created the Martial Arts Guild only in order to enter into an alliance with the Dawn Guild. Pathetically adjusting his glasses, Sam, who asked a rhetorical question about whether Kyle was interested in how Twilight guessed about this, answered himself, saying that it was all about the guy's close relationship with Dawn. Sam directly invited Kyle to join the Twilight, saying that he would promise him much better conditions than in Dawn, causing only a smile from Bennett, who thought that the representatives of the Twilight Guild were much braver than he thought, and it would be hard to ignore this. And Bennett also liked the secretary's insight, and the proposal as a whole was not bad, except for one but. Sam took out the papers, intending to discuss the specific conditions for the support of Benny from the Twilight Guild. But Kyle rose from the table, saying that he had had enough of this conversation, and the secretary might not continue further. Kyle turned around, leaving, finally telling the man that he had only come to find out why the Twilight Guild had invited him. But it turned out to be a waste of time, to which Sam objected that the guy was refusing without even having time to hear the proposal. The secretary stood up from his seat, shouting that the Twilight Guild was ready to offer Kyle an amount that was twice what Dawn had promised, mentally nervous. Benet replied that he promised Alice Libor that he would not accept Twilight's offer, and noted that he was not the kind of person who was so interested in money. Sam tried to stop Kyle, but he wasn't going to listen to him anymore as he left the restaurant. The secretary was in despair, not knowing how to keep Benet. Suddenly, a visitor in a cap, taking off his mask, called out to Sam, asking how long he was going to stand, frozen in the middle of the restaurant. This guy turned out to be the disguised head of the Twilight Guild, Max Paxwell. He addressed Sam by his last name, overwhelming him with his intimidating aura, and informing him that he seemed to have given his instructions clearly. All that was required of the secretary was to continue the conversation as long as possible. After all, if the conversation ended quickly, then there was no point in eavesdropping on it, since Sam was wearing a microphone, and the head of Paxville had an earpiece. Twilight's secretary was very sorry that he was such a non-entity and could not carry out this assignment. But Paxville quickly let this situation go. At the same time, Max noticed that Kyle seemed very strange to him. Paxville did not understand what Benet wanted, since he came to this meeting and did not agree to the money. At this time, in a completely different place, there was a conversation between those whom Max was thinking about. Alice Labora listened with interest to Kyle's summary of the meeting with the Twilight Guild, noting that Paxville might have been upset. Kyle, on the other end of the line, noted that most likely the head of the Twilight Guild already knows that he is from Muram. But when meeting in a cafe, the skill, Heavenly Harmony of Pure Art, did not resonate with the guy. Benet recalled that when he entered the cafe, he felt someone's energy, and Alice's assumptions came true. Max himself was there. The girl noted that the head of the Twilight Guild was quite cautious, and he was not one of those who sit and wait until the last perfect moment. So Dawn and Bennett most likely won't be touched for now. And Kyle asked how the dungeon investigation was going, but the girl replied that there was no other information yet about how they saw the anomalies. With a smile, Alice especially noted that there were no anomalies since their last visit together. She remembered that when she asked Kyle for a serious conversation in the dungeons, she had just asked him for help with the investigation, and thanked her once. Benet asked if there were any other questions, and Alice replied that that was all she wanted to discuss. Libera only noted that Benny's tone was too gloomy, asking if the guy was okay. At this time, Kyle's sister called out to him, asking if he had finished. After all, Becca was waiting until he was free, and it was time for them to go. Kyle ended his conversation with Alice, agreeing with Becca and turning his attention to her. And the reason for his gloomy mood was that they were standing in front of the cemetery they had come to. Becca led him to the site where their family's remains were buried. Touching the camera with the funeral photograph, the girl with tears in her eyes told the dead souls of their parents that her brother had returned. Kyle stood gloomy against the opposite wall, considering his presence here a bad idea. His whole appearance was detached and closed, in contrast to what was happening. He looked at the camera with his parents' things, realizing that from the moment he disappeared and returned back, he had changed a lot, and even seeing the ashes of his parents, he felt nothing. Turning around, he headed out under the gaze of his crying and grieving sister, realizing that he should not show this insensitive side of his to Becca. After all, she had not forgotten how to experience emotions and sincerely mourned the loss of loved ones. Turning to the ashes of her loved ones, Becca called out to Kyle, hesitantly asking if he was okay. After all, the girl noticed that he didn't look sad or upset. But Kyle had nothing to answer her, because he didn't want to upset her. Becca turned to Kyle, who was not far away, with an artificial smile, asking why he was silent. She was perceptive, asking if he really didn't feel anything in that place, and Kyle had to apologize. He asked the girl to forgive him, because for her, he remained the same brother that he was, although in fact he could not show her what he had lost during the time he was absent. These emotionless and detached words angered the girl. In anger, she shouted that the strangest thing now was Kyle's apology, since that was not what she wanted to hear. Having caught her breath, Becca turned to him more calmly. Remembering their past, she didn't ask him for as much as the guy might have thought. Tearing again, she asked why Kyle had changed so much, noting that even now he seemed too normal, and she just wanted to see the brother she once knew. Kyle slowly reminded her that it had been too long for him to be the same as before, but Becca said she didn't care because she didn't feel like she was living with her brother now. The girl stepped aside angrily, leaving Kyle alone. The guy once again thought that he should not have come to the cemetery. Remembering everything that happened to him in Muram, he thought that he did not know the answer to the question of why he changed, why this happened to him. At this moment, a yellow table with Muram's characteristics opened right behind him. It was a status window with a question slowly appearing, the first word of which was, why? The celestial warrior who was now imprisoned by many chains tried to contact Kyle. The next phrase in the status window asked if Kyle still considered himself human, shocking the guy. It was this question of why he still considered himself human that was unexpected at the moment. Freezing in front of the status window, Kyle could not understand why this window appeared. He reread the question, emphasizing that someone doubted that he was human. Out of anger because nonsense was written in the status window, the guy clenched his hand into a fist. The next information board called on him to stop his pointless resistance. And the new one reported that if Kyle needed help, he could contact the sender of the messages. Benet noticed that the unknown person continued to talk to him one-sidedly and asked who he was. The thought that struck him made him smile, and Kyle asked if the one who is called the Heavenly Warrior spoke to him. Then his interlocutor got angry, saying that he would take everything from the guy again and he should just wait. But Benet called him crazy. The guy said that he didn't know who he was and why he needed it, but he suggested that if the Heavenly Warrior really had enough strength, he should try to do this, just as he had already taken away his parents. Only now Kyle said that if he couldn't, Bennett himself would tear him apart. The last sign from Miriam's window said that the guy should just wait. After that, the information window in front of him closed as if nothing had happened, leaving him alone. Only small yellow sparks of residual magic were carried by the wind around the guy. Only Bennett was not frightened by this, because he was determined not to give up his own anymore. The sounds of Beck's footsteps rang out in the silence as she went to look for her brother. The girl, with eyes full of tears, looked around uncertainly, sure that he must have been nearby. But there was absolutely no one around, and the place where she expected to find her brother was empty. She noted in frustration that Kyle didn't follow her or look for him, and offendedly called him an idiot. A couple of days later, the long-awaited Sun Festival began, the broadcast of which was conducted by a very cheerful girl presenter, welcoming all listeners and viewers. There was a lot of enthusiasm in her, because today the public had to see the heroes who would explore dungeons and hunt monsters. And the girl knew that many were waiting for this holiday, and her calm colleague could only dream that she would calm down and calmly agree. But she couldn't be stopped so easily, and in a fit of emotion she rose from the table. She asked the audience not to worry, as everyone had been waiting for this day with the biggest event in Korea. It took place in a large sports arena that could accommodate many people and was about to begin. The girl, while everyone was showing the joyful faces of the spectators, continued to say that this holiday was not only entertainment, but a place for strengthening ties between guilds and fights between hunters, and people could be present with the whole family, since something like this could only be seen at the Sun Festival. Kyle, who was in a special room at this time and heard everything that was happening outside the arena, noticed that the Sun Festival was more reminiscent of the Olympic Games. Alice Labora, who was sitting opposite him and sipping tea from a mug and saucer, said that no. And there was a big difference between these two events, because it was the hunters who aroused the greatest interest among the public. They found the office for the participants of the holiday furnished cozy and comfortable, and the girl continued to talk, saying that the interest in the event is also due to the fact that the hunter's strength is similar to what is shown only in the movies, and their fights look much more interesting than competitions between ordinary people. Elisa also added that such events help improve the image of hunters. Only the girl noticed that her friend's thoughts were occupied with something completely different, and he did not listen to her too carefully. So she called out to Kyle. The guy didn't answer, and she looked at him carefully again, leaving the cup of tea aside. Kyle looked suspiciously silent, and after assessing the situation, Labora assumed that he had quarreled with Becca. Watching the two, Libra wondered why there had been a strange atmosphere between the brother and sister since their arrival. Alice was perceptive, immediately realizing that Kyle could be to blame for this, and asking the guy what happened between him and Becca, clarifying what exactly his brother did wrong and where he made a mistake, surprising him with her insight. Benet gave in, asking Libra for help in finding a home and saying that he wanted to live in a quiet and secluded place, causing Alice to be confused. Kyle admitted to the deputy head of the Dawn Guild that he had received a message in Miriam's status window, which shocked the girl. Benet said that he did not know the goals of this sky god, but Kyle was definitely his target. That's why he cared about his sister, because he didn't know who exactly his opponent was. And Becca was his only weakness and would definitely be under attack. It took Labora a while to process this information, as she couldn't believe that Kyle had received a message from the Celestial Warrior so suddenly. At the same time, Alice was sure that even if the Heavenly Warrior chose Kyle's sister as a target, it was better for the guy to stay with her, because living separately for the good of his sister would be unsafe. Kyle remained silent gloomily at the words of the deputy of the Dawn Guild. Benet, looking at the happy family on TV, said that Becca doesn't need a brother like him. He looked at the child in the frame and said that this was not his opinion, but his sister's position, because the person she once knew was not him. Therefore, the upset Benet continued his reasoning, reaching the idea that his sister might be better off if he simply disappeared, without expecting a blow from Alice. And Labora, without warning, punched him right in the chest, silencing him. Without looking the guy in the eye, she said that she didn't like to interfere in other people's affairs, but if her brother had told her that, she would have been offended by him and would never have forgiven him. So she turned to the amazed Kyle because he knew more about his sister Becca than Libera, planning to say something about his sister. But the door to the room opened and Alice's assistant appeared, asking for the deputy head of Dawn. The man found Alice and Kyle in a strange, threatening pose and shyly announced that the holiday was already beginning, cautiously apologizing. Libera pretended that nothing had happened, asking if her assistant had been taught what to do at the door, and telling Kayla that they would talk about it later, and asking the guy not to go anywhere until she came back for him. So Kyle Bonet was left alone in the room with the opportunity to comprehend what had happened. The guy definitely didn't expect Alice Libera to be so angry with him, and now he had something to think about. At this time, an opening ceremony was to take place at the stadium before the start of the fights, which was announced to everyone by the presenter. She announced the organizers of the event, first introducing the Dawn Guild and its leader, Richard Fraz, whose class as a hunter was Crusader. And then she announced representatives of the Twilight Guild, on whose behalf the ceremony was to be opened by the deputy head of the guild, Sylvester Driegel, whose class as a hunter was a killer. The presenter at this time asked her colleague if he thought it was true that Alice Labora and Max Paxwell were from the same guild, and he answered that it was true, wondering how the friends who began the life of hunters together felt now that they met at the very top. An old acquaintance extended his hand to Alice Libor, standing on the stadium site surrounded by a crowd, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. It was a peacefully smiling and well-dressed Max Paxville, and the girl had to make a lot of efforts to contain her negative emotions. She also smiled sweetly back at him, asking in return how he was doing. She noted that the guy standing behind Max, his second-in-command Sylvester, now working for Twilight, had risen well. True, such words of hers offended Driegel, and he immediately grabbed his sword but was stopped by a gesture from the head. Paxville, without changing his facial expression, recalled in response that he knew that Alice was raising the level of the newcomer, and Max especially noticed that apparently she was doing this, since she loves helping the weak so much. Mentally, Alice was angry, remembering the past and seeing Max as a terrible monster. The girl wanted with all her might to get rid of him with her own hands, since in the past he had brought a lot of pain to her and her loved ones. And Alice was determined, confident that no one could stop her from such reprisals. But that was in her mind, and in the real world she had to keep up appearances. Therefore, she replied with a confident smile that she would take such words from Max as a compliment, and Paxville was pleased that his challenge was accepted by worthy opponents. Former friends, and now enemies, they shook hands as the hosts said that the Sun Festival was beginning. A guy in a dark uniform screamed and attacked his opponent in the ring. His magic formed dark red strands with which he, using a warrior skill called sequential attack, fought with a blonde girl who was using a shield. The blonde could not cope with the force of his blow, and her shield could not withstand the power of someone else's magic. The brunette imbued the spear with his crimson power, swinging for the final blow. He easily defeated his opponent, crushing her defenses. The girl lost this fierce fight that took place as part of the competition. The presenters announced that this was the 5th duel, and with the girl's defeat it was over, because the winner was Gideon from the Twilight Guild, using his incredible strength, which he was able to show even with a weapon specially dulled for the competition, causing such enormous damage to the girl. Sitting in a special box, the heads of the guilds Dusk and Dawn watched the duel, and Max Paxville, the head of Twilight, happily reported that he expected the defeat of Dawn, because their fighter lasted too little against his Gideon. Alice, listening to Paxville's arrogant speeches, could not object to anything, and he continued to reason that if everyone in Dawn is like that, then Twilight has nothing to worry about. Max rose from his seat, announcing that he would be leaving for a while. Finally, he told Alice that he expected that in the next battle, the representatives of the Dawn would be able to entertain him. The deputy head of the Dawn Guild, Alice Libera, only looked at him displeasedly, holding back her displeasure. Max Paxville, meanwhile, disappeared into the corridors of the collision where the competition was taking place. One of his close and loyal people was waiting for him under one of the arches, his deputy Sylvester Driegel. As soon as he noticed Max, he immediately called out to him, and drawing his dagger, he asked the head for permission on a very sensitive issue. Playing with the dagger, the guy casually asked if he could kill the deputy head of the Dawn Guild, Alice Libera. Max, who turned to his ward with a serene smile, asked the deputy to relax and not rush into this matter. Paxville noted that everything has its time and asked whether Sylvester knew Becca Benny, to which the understanding deputy replied that he understood the gentleman's hint and would say hello to the girl. Meanwhile, the celebration continued, and the next scene of action was similar to the streets of an ordinary city, and the presenters announced that this is the Battle of Archers Arena, where the first actions would now take place. This location had many houses with open terraces and rooftops, which would be an ideal place for viewers to take advantage of the rare chance to see all the expert archers of the guilds. The inspired presenter said that the fights would start any minute, asking her colleague if he had anyone in mind. The man replied that this time there will be many outstanding participants in the arena, but he himself will be rooting for Becca Benet because she is calling for high results at such a young age. Becca was currently looking around the arena where she would be fighting, while the hosts continued the dialogue, revealing that Becca recently had an accident, which was called the Red Wolf Dungeon Incident. The girl herself recalled the conversation that she had heard before in the locker room, when her colleagues in the guild were talking about her participation, because in the Red Wolf's dungeon the girl had killed the entire group, fearing that if they were with her, a disaster would also overtake them. Becca was not going to tolerate this, so she asked her teammates not to whisper about such things, and if they had any questions to speak and discuss it directly. Such a statement made the gossipers embarrassed and hush up the topic of conversation, and then he left completely, leaving evil Becca alone in the locker room. The annoyed girl crossed her arms over her chest in displeasure. She sighed heavily, but she wasn't worried about gossip at all. Since the day of her quarrel with her brother, she has not spoken to him, and she was still angry because of their conflict, because it was Kyle's fault that she was sad. But the girl was interrupted by the assistant, saying that she should look into the waiting room, because there was someone there who was waiting for her. Becca looked at her assistant in surprise, not immediately understanding what she meant, and then she was happy, because she thought that it was her brother who had come to talk to her. But it turned out not to be him, but Alice Libera, who came to find out if Becky was doing well. Benet didn't believe that Libera came just like that, immediately asking what Alice wanted. But the deputy head of the Dawn Guild said that she just came to support the guild's promising cadre. Alice also said that she was looking for Kyle, but could not find him. This news did not make Becca happy, because she did not want to talk about her brother. Alice was not aware of what happened between Kyle and Becca, but she sincerely advised them to solve it all and clarify the situation between them. Becca got angry as she asked, "Since when has the deputy head of the guild interfered in family affairs?" Alice immediately raised her hands in a surrendering gesture, asking the girl not to get excited, and said that she was just worried about both of them. Becca laughed insincerely, clearly not believing Libera's intentions. Sister Kayla looked directly at Libora, honestly reporting that she didn't like Alice because Becca felt that she was influencing her brother more and more. Benet voiced her thoughts that Kyle decided to become a hunter precisely after meeting Alice, and very little time had passed since his return, but he was again moving away from his normal life. Becca was annoyed because she didn't want her brother to become a hunter. She didn't understand what he wanted by becoming even stronger, and she didn't know what he was striving for because Kyle didn't tell her. Alice did not expect such frankness from Becky. Looking in shock at the increasingly upset girl, Becca burst into tears because she was very worried about her brother, because now he was not at all the one she knew before, but seemed so unfamiliar and far from her. At this time, the voice of the festival administrator was heard from the speakers in the corridor, announcing that the Battle of the Archers would soon begin and the participants needed to go to the arena. Becca tried to calm down, telling Alice that she didn't mean to show up to her like that and asking for forgiveness. Alice tried to cheer the girl up, remarking that she thought her brother didn't want to change so much. Nevertheless, Libera understood Kyle, which she informed his sister about, because the deputy head of the Dawn Guild herself experienced the same suffering. After all, Kyle returned from hell, where he could have died at any second. And after such an experience, no one would remain the same. But for Becky's sake, Kyle, according to Alice, tried to be his past self, and he hid from Becky exactly what he didn't want to show. Benet noted with surprise that it was very strange to hear about her brother from her boss. At the same time, Becky's mood noticeably improved, although she noted that Kai could behave this way only because he considers her unreliable. While with the deputy head of the guild Dawn, Kyle clearly feels like an equal. Alice watched the calmed Becca leave for the arena with a neutral gaze. Then she looked back, because she felt that she was not alone in the corridor. She noted out loud that she kept thinking about the disappearance of the one who had now overheard their conversation. It was Kyle, and before he had told Alice that he was going to distance himself from his sister, but now he was nearby, and he had not left his sister alone. And Libera asked if Bennett really cared so much about his little sister, to which Kyle pretended that I ended up here by accident and was just passing by. Alice drawled understandably, pretending to accept his lie, Libera noted that now the guy looked very much like the head of Twilight, Max Paxwell. Alice, without any shuffling, closed the distance between them, grabbing the guy by the collar. The girl was outraged why Kyle couldn't just tell his sister the truth, because not only he had changed, but also Becca, and she was no longer the same as before, and Bennett only managed to ask in shock what happened to the calm Libera. Alice asked if Kyle really thought it was better for him to hide his intentions from his sister, and then she herself answered that no, because if he wanted to tell Becca something, he should say it directly. Libera's attack of anger passed suddenly, and the girl, leaving the guy alone, simply called him along so that he could see the side of his sister that he didn't even know about. The shot marked the beginning of a new competition in the arena. A large bright flash from a signal flare made it clear to the participants that their competition has begun. Many fast-flying objects swooped down into the Archer area. These were representatives of the Dawn and Twilight guilds, who took their places in the arena to the cheerful voice of the presenters that the Battle of Archers had begun, and the teams would soon meet in a duel. Among them was Becca Benet, representing her guild, and the girl was determined. Max Paxwell took a place in front of the observation deck. The head of the Twilight Guild was looking forward to the competition, hoping that Becca would like the gift he gave him. Becca looked a little sad, not even knowing what lay ahead. Members of the Dawn Guild talked among themselves over headphones, and some of the girls' colleagues already met their opponents, while others followed to their aid. The enemy was detected ahead, only 200 meters in the 2 o'clock direction, but Becca paid no attention to it. She remembered the conversation with Libera about Kyle, and how he hid himself only to be his past self for her sister. This memory angered Becca, and she, calling Kyle a stupid brother, slammed her fist into the wall out of anger, leaving a significant dent. Talking to herself, the girl thought angrily that her brother had decided that if he did not talk to her, he would hide part of himself, and she believed that he should be honest with her and tell her everything, as Alice Libera does. Becky's earpiece perked up, telling her that an enemy hunter had been spotted at the entrance to the Area 3 alley, and some of the targets were out of range, and the other squad should wait for reinforcements, and she continued to be angry that Kyle was still thinking of her a child, and he was mistaken in thinking that only he had changed over the past time. The Dawn Communications again reported a new enemy very close, 300 meters away, and warned against using bows and arrows unreasonably in competitions. The team asked Becca to wait for reinforcements, but she decisively stepped out from the edge of the roof, saying that everything was in order and she would sort it out. The girl activated her abilities and pulled the arrow, taking aim. Becca used her sniper skill, precision shooting, firing an arrow engulfed in magical light, using a martial art of the level of a guiding sword full of energy. The arrow filled with magic rushed straight at the opponent indicated by the connection. The blow reached its target, hitting the Twilight Guild member. The player table displayed information that the Twilight Team Ranger was defeated and would no longer be able to continue the battle. Becca, looking from her height at the defeated enemy, reported over the communication that the shot was successful, and she was praised in return. Remembering her conflict with Kyle, Becca noted out loud that her stupid brother shouldn't look down on her. The girl remembered her childhood, when her parents died, and how she was forced to hear the empathy of relatives who did not know what to think of her and thought that heaven didn't care about her, because she lost her entire family in one day, and now there was no one to look after her. Little Becca clenched her little hands into fists, hearing that they never found her brother's body. She was already sure then that her brother was not dead, and he was alive somewhere, and would soon come for her. Around the same time, changes occurred in their world. The goddess contacted people, warning of impending danger. This bright woman called on all humanity to develop so that they could survive. The revelation of the goddess, monsters, dungeons, hunters, all this at one moment turned the world of ordinary people upside down. Then Becky's faith that her brother would return did not become empty, but rather strengthened. And the girl passed the test to determine the abilities of a hunter, immediately after which she was assigned the Archer class. She herself grew up on government support and continued her studies at the Hunter Academy, where her classmates bullied her. After all, she was an orphan, and there was no one to stand up for her, which gave those around her the opportunity to make fun of her. Only Becca was not weak, because in one of these incidents she was ready to give a decisive rebuff. While those around her laughed, considering her harmless and worthless, Becca remained herself. Even then she was fighting, and therefore the offender received a strong fool with a tray in the face. Becca offered to all those who were jealous of him that she was an orphan and was on government support to go and become an orphan themselves, which reduced the ardor of the offenders. Benet wasn't going to take the insult, inviting anyone who could just wag their tongues to follow her to get to the bottom of this story. Only the offenders did not have enough spirit. And Becca, meanwhile, graduated from the academy as the best student and ended up in the Dawn Guild, which she dreamed of so much. And every time she faced obstacles, even such terrible ones as the blue, red-eyed wolf monster, the girl did not give up. During one of the missions, such a creature pinned her against a tree with the intention of killing her and was serious. But Becca was not going to give up, always finding a way out of difficult and impossible situations. After all, she did not go through all the suffering in her life so that some little dog could defeat her. Her fortitude and intentions were strong, which gave her additional strength, and she defeated all opponents, be it a huge monster or someone else. This is how Becca met Alice Libera personally, and on one of the missions with Sylvester, who was then still in Dawn, they came to her aid. But they found only Becca, stained in blood, having already defeated the monster, making sure that there was no need for help for the girl. Alice then asked what the stubborn new girl's name was, and Sister Kayla introduced herself, realizing that this could be a turning point for her. Libera then noted that Becky's eyes looked like she was chasing someone, and noted that Benny would become stronger and Alice would remember her name. This is how Kayla's sister attracted Libera's attention and became the youngest group leader of the Dawn Guild, which greatly annoyed Libera's then assistant Sylvester. But he was not the only one who felt annoyed. Becca actually enjoyed being the team leader for a guild like Dawn, because she just wanted to become as strong as possible. She trained hard, improving herself so that she could hold out until her brother returned, and she did not allow even the slightest weak thought. She brought herself to perfection, spending a lot of time in training rooms. And now, standing on the roof of one of the buildings of the Archer Arena, she was slightly sad. She remembered her family, looking at the medallion, thinking about how her life turned out, and then she decisively closed it, realizing that she would not get a compliment from her brother, because people like her always remain behind the scenes. She understood that from the perspective of her older brother, who studied martial arts, it might seem that she was still missing a lot. But she couldn't forgive Kyle for precisely the fact that he treated her like a child, which is why the girl screamed evil into space. True, she later realized what she had done, feeling embarrassed. And then she noted that the environment had become too quiet, and communications conversations could no longer be heard. Becca activated her earpiece, indicating that she wanted to change the location to a new one, and repeated that she was waiting for a response. And then a premonition made her realize that danger was approaching. A hail of arrows pierced the roof and the place where Becca stood, pursuing her escape step by step, forcing her to move even faster and change location. But no matter how she ran away and tried to hide from the attack, one of the arrows filled with red magic wounded her in the left shoulder. Immediately, there was a command to stop shooting, and strangers appeared on the edge of the roof. Where Becca was just recently, they told someone that the target had been found. Becca peered into their faces, a little happy, that the arrow that hit her arm did not hit the muscles, but the fact that it pierced the skin indicated a violation of the rules. All arrows for competitions had to have a blunt tip, and this could not happen, which means that her opponents had combat ones. The first enemy jumped onto the platform in front of the girl, thinking that she was scared and discouraged, telling her that she should not expect anyone to come to her aid, saying that they had taken care not only of blocking the radio waves, but also so that broadcast cameras do not illuminate this place. Becca just laughed, surprised that her opponents thought she would need help. She easily pulled the arrow out of her hand, saying that she couldn't remember ever hoping for something like this in her life. Becca tossed the bloody arrow aside, noting that she had no idea why the guys who attacked her were making such a fuss just to catch her alone. And then she pulled her bow again, preparing 3 arrows to attack at once and filling them with her blue magical power. Becca firmly said that all her rivals would come to an end today, and invited these scum to attack her. The leader of the attackers wasn't going to wait for her to shoot them while giving the order to kill Becca. At the same moment, a hail of arrows headed straight at the girl, as if the enemy was waiting for just such an order, and they immediately sank into the ground, leaving no room for thought. But none of them hit Becca, as she avoided the attack with a deft twisting jump, quickly changing her location. In flight, the girl pulled the next magic-filled arrow using her archer skill. It was called Precise Arrow, and one shot was quite dangerous because the magic was a complex seal of a spell that spread to more than one point. An accurate arrow hit several opponents at once, immobilizing them with a precise blow, leaving only the leader. This happened due to a hand injury, because if Becca had not been injured then, she would have hit everyone at once, while the representative of Twilight was shocked that from such an unstable position the girl was even able to hit 3 at once. He couldn't believe that a girl using competition arrows could use such destructive power at such a short distance, not understanding how it was possible. The sniper class among archers usually specialized in long-range shooting. The shooters were capable of striking enemies at long distances, and the ranger class had speed, which gave an advantage in hand-to-hand combat. And it was these three classes of high archers that were usually, and there was a very big difference between them, since each had its own weakness. And a team of only rangers would give an advantage to Becky, who's class sniper. Benet thought that the pain in her arm was not too severe yet, and she was quite capable of coping with the rest. At that moment, one of her undefeated enemies appeared from the side, taking aim at her. The girl was forced to take a stance in order to be able to jump further. It was while jumping that she used her sniper skills again, and her attack seemed successful until the last moment. Her opponent was not the easiest one, as the guy dodged at the last moment and the arrow flew past, without touching him and allowing him to relax for a moment. But the arrow fired by Becca was not an ordinary one, because the girl used the skill of a circulating arrow, and without reaching the target, filled with magic, it simply turned around to still hit its target. Becky's opponent jumped to the ground with a curse, landing not far from her. He called Becca an impudent girl, before rushing to move her out of the way of the returning arrow. But his maneuver failed, and the girl's arrow reached its target, hitting him right in the back. Becca jumped down onto the high ground nearby to make sure her strike landed. She was not helpless, and she was not harmless in representing her guild with dignity. And now, she found herself face to face with the head of the enemy group, and their bows were pointed at each other. Both Becca from the Dawn Guild and the attacker from the Twilight Guild were serious and determined, and none of them was going to retreat. Suddenly, one of the already defeated, the very first Twilight fighters whose body glowed with red magic, rose to his feet. He took aim with lightning speed and released an arrow filled with red magic. She, not encountering any obstacles on her way, quickly rushed forward, and she aimed straight at the unsuspecting Becca, who was aiming at a completely different opponent. Becca managed to notice this hidden attack at the last moment and froze in shock. It was at that moment that the image of her brother appeared in her head, advising her to use the power of martial arts. And this mental support brought her to her senses, allowing her to calm down and feel her strength. She followed her brother's advice and used the martial art he had taught her, filling her good arm with golden energy. The next moment, she caught the enemy's unaccounted for red magic-filled arrow, amazing him with an unprecedented technique because no one had ever shown such results. At this time, Becca closed the distance between herself and her attacker, gathering blue magical flames into her fist. With one clear blow, she hit the head of her barely conscious opponent. Having knocked him out completely, the girl turned to the last enemy. Pointing to Twilight's fallen comrades, she asked what he would do now that he was alone. She even generously invited him to say his last words, if he had any, and to do it as quickly as possible. After all, she was going to finish him off, and he asked her to stop, as he was going to give up. The connection in the girl's earphone was finally restored, and her colleagues from Dawn said that they could help her. A blue arrow filled with magic struck down Becky's last opponent. 3 from Dawn appeared on a nearby building, and Becca was praised over the comms, saying she had done a great job. The girl confirmed the restoration of communication, asking if it was too late for reinforcements, and the colleagues had to apologize, saying that they had no excuses. At this moment, the live broadcast was restored in Becky's sector, and the presenters animatedly began to discuss what had happened, while simultaneously reporting that the Dawn Archers had won the 6th survival competition. On the general broadcast screen, one could see her colleagues approaching Becca. The presenters noted that in the blind spot, where there were problems with the broadcast, 4 members of the Twilight Guild lay in front of Becca, and those 2 gossips who were discussing the girl in the locker room now changed their opinion, saying that her skills were wonderful and she did an excellent job. At this time, Benet was mentally conducting a dialogue with her brother, noting that she would really like to cope without his help. She used the sniper skill of vigilance and looked with a smile at the sky above her, noting that it was thanks to her brother that she survived. In the sky where she was looking, an ambulance helicopter was circling, and in it sat a smiling Kyle, who saw everything that happened in the arena live. Alice Labora, sitting in the next seat, asked with a smile whether he saw everything that happened. Kylie had no choice but to admit that yes, he saw everything. Only Benet was not going to give up, pretending that he saw how his sister avoided defeat with the help of the power of martial arts, which he taught her. But Labora interrupted him, shouting that she did not mean that. Kyle chuckled, reassuring the girl and saying that he was joking, and admitting that Alice was right. And there was a lot he didn't know about his sister. He remembered them as children, wondering when Becca had gotten so strong. He had to admit that his sister was no longer the child from their shared past that he remembered her to be, At the same time, the guy did not lose his smug look, telling Alice that he should not have expected anything less from his sister, and Libra had to agree that this was certainly true. But Kyle himself suggested Becca to use martial arts. Alice could only be glad that it was not broadcast, because if the head of the Twilight Guild had seen it, they would have had problems, not realizing that Max Paxwell had his own broadcast channels, and a special Twilight drone was filming everything that happened to Becca. At this time, the amazed Max froze in front of the screen with a glass of drink, trying to comprehend what had just happened in the Archer arena. It turned out that he recognized Becky's movements, and now wondered in amazement if this was really a martial art. The solemn event dedicated to the Sun Festival continued. In the park not far from the arena where the battles took place, Becca, glowing with joy and pride in her victory, settled down in the company of her brother, asking how he liked her strength. Kyle didn't want to acknowledge her victory and achievements, so she pretended that everything was normal while drinking coffee, to which his sister noticed that he should have taken the lid off the cup since he was pretending to drink something. Becca could not help but mention that in the opinion of her brother, as the strongest immortal in the universe, she probably lacked a lot, and admitted that she used the power of martial arts to win, noting that her internal energy was also running low. But Kyle interrupted her monologue, saying that she was wrong. The guy returned the glass to the table, continuing to say that his sister was strong, and she had all this thanks to her hard work, which allowed her to master martial arts and gain high hunter skills. Kyle looked down, asking his sister to forgive him for hiding a lot from her, because he wanted to be her brother like before he got to Miriam. Before this fight, the guy did not understand that he considered her the same little and innocent sister as in their childhood. But now he finally saw how she had grown and become much more mature. Kyle and Becca were sitting at a table surrounded by other families with children, and the girl shared with her brother that lately she had been wanting to find the person who caused the disaster that destroyed their family, and admitted that it was for this reason that she became a hunter. The girl thought that if she reached the highest level, the one where the goddess is located, she could get at least some kind of clue. But during this time, she herself did not notice how she plunged headlong into the games of hunters and dungeons, forgetting about the primary goal. Becca admitted that everything that happened to her did not seem particularly difficult to her, and that is why she got to this point. But she had no desire to remember the old things. So she told her brother that everything was already in the past, and, holding out her little finger to her brother, as in childhood, she asked him to promise only one thing: never to leave her again. Kyle replied that it was obvious that he was not going to leave her anymore, but Becca disagreed. Continuing to extend her little finger, she shared that in the last month she felt that he was hiding something from her, and therefore the girl felt very lonely. So now she asked him not to hide anything from her in the future. Kyle looked at his older sister with a smile and warmth. By holding out his little finger and sealing their vows, he confirmed that he was never going to leave her alone again. After the vows, Kyle turned to his slightly embarrassed sister, saying there was something else Becca should know. With a slightly condescending smile, Kyle corrected his sister on what she called him, reiterating that his title sounded like the Immortal Sword Emperor, and she should remember that well. At first, Becca looked at her brother in disbelief, thinking that he was talking about something serious. But when she realized that that was all, and he didn't want to tell her anything more, she felt annoyed. Meanwhile, an announcement from the organizers of the festival was heard over the loudspeaker for the spectators, informing them that the great battle would begin in an hour, and everyone was urged to hurry to the beginning. Kyle stood up from the table, telling Becca that he had to go, and she wished him luck, finally clarifying whether he was serious about going in the clothes he was wearing now. The guy just shrugged his shoulders in slight surprise, clarifying that she was comfortable and he liked everything, and then asked Becky if the last guys who attacked her seemed strange to her, because from the outside it seemed as if they were there on purpose and were targeting her specifically. Becca was not surprised by her brother's question, nor was she surprised by the idiots who were going to set a trap for her, explaining that if both the Twilight Guild and the Dawning Guild were in the dungeons at the same time, then such skirmishes happened often, and at least this time it was like an ordinary skirmish. The strange thing was that they attacked her openly, but the girl didn't feel particularly worried about this. On the contrary, she proudly replied that this happened because she was considered a pro from the Dawn Guild, and that's why they wanted to get rid of her quickly, to which Kyle cautiously and mentally noted that his sister was definitely a pro in about kicking your interlocutor's ears. But Becky's answer did not give him confidence, nor did he calm him down, so he continued to think about it. He remembered that sign warning that the chained celestial warrior was going to take everything from him, and he hoped that these events were not connected. Kyle reached his third locker room, where they were already waiting for him. Richard Freza greeted Kyle with Alice Libera standing behind him, saying that he had heard a lot about Kyle from the latter. He shook Kyle's hand intensely, announcing that he would take charge of the vanguard of the great battle, and he was looking forward to it, also mentioning that he was pleased to meet the hunter. But his attention did not stay on Kyle for long, and the head of the Dawn Guild switched to other hunters, asking how they were doing, leaving Kyle and Alice perplexed by his behavior. Benet mentally asked Alice if this was really the same chapter that she told him about, and Libera asked not to look down on him because Richard was level 60. The head of the Dawn Guild himself was communicating with other hunters at that time, encouraging each one, although Kyle mentally noted that even if he had level 60, he was still weaker than Libera, and she had nothing to answer. Richard, meanwhile, managed to talk with the other participants and said goodbye, leaving the locker room and wishing all the hunters a successful preparation for the competition, while Alice continued to conduct a mental dialogue with Kyle, who said that he would not use martial arts during the battle and that the girl should I had to understand myself. At this time, the other hunters bowed in respect to thank the guild leader for his support, and Kyle reminded the deputy head of Dawn to forget that highly developed martial arts are indistinguishable from magic. But Kyle had another message for Alice, in which he wanted to thank her for pushing him to talk to his sister, and he managed to make peace with Becca. Alice smiled, joyfully accepting this news and saying that she was glad about this development of events. The girl sincerely wished good luck to the pleased Kyle. Other hunters from the locker room called Kyle, asking if he was an ally of the Dawn Guild, and saying that they had already heard a lot about him from the deputy head of the guild, and asked him to take care of them as an advanced detachment. But these hunters were not interesting to Kyle, nor was their admiration, so the guy quickly lost interest in them, thinking about what happened to his sister. He came to the conclusion that no matter how hard he tried to explain the actions of the Twilight group, he could not give up the idea that the attackers did not act by chance, but followed someone's instructions. And at that moment, when Kyle decided that there was only one person who could give such an order, he appeared in their locker room. A guest came to the hunters of the Dawn Guild. It was the head of the Twilight Guild, Max Paxwell, along with his secretary Sam, who brazenly asked if he had disturbed the guys. Kyle was not surprised by this, although he remained on guard, thinking that if the Celestial Warrior had sent him that message threatening him, then he could not rule out the possibility that Max Paxwell, who was subordinate to the Celestial Warrior, could be involved in it. Meanwhile, Max explained that he came because the fight between Dawn was a friendly one, which meant he could just stop by to say hello. Other hunters generally agreed that this was possible, although they recalled that the relationship between the two guilds was not friendly. Max Paxwell only chuckled at such a remark, not intending to pretend further. Throwing his arms to the sides, he, as the master of the situation, asked if he was really pretending to be so lousy, and agreed that the Dawn Hunters were right, and he came here because he heard that a great man would be with them, and Max came to spy, which made the guys experience feeling of discomfort. Max, meanwhile, approached Kyle, extending his hand and saying that he had heard a lot about Beckett and would be pleased to meet him. Paxwell put on an innocent and joyful expression on his face, clarifying that this was their first time seeing each other. Kyle, who was closely following the man from Twilight, did not buy into such cordiality, remaining on his guard. He agreed that this was their first meeting and shook hands with the head of the Twilight Guild with a serene smile. Paxwell at this time listened carefully to the space and the guy in front of him, noting that he did not feel the heavenly harmony of pure art. This greatly worried the head of the Twilight Guild, because he was sure that it was Kyle who taught Becca martial arts. But if it was not Bennett, then how could the girl, who was definitely not in Murim, be able to learn the technique that helped her win? At this time, Kyle noticed that although he did not know Max, he knew his employee Sam, who was standing at the door, and the guy greeted Kyle with a confused smile. Benet admitted to Max that he wanted to meet him through Sam, but remembered that the conversation did not go well then. Also, Kyle was not going to remain silent about what happened to his sister, mentioning that Becca in the Battle of Archers caused enough trouble for the Twilight Hunters. But this did not bother Max, and he, on the contrary, mentioned that he himself wanted to say about it, summarizing that Benet's sister had, as expected, great skills. Kyle turned into an open threat, telling Max that Paxwell should remember that Bennett will not forget about what happened, and the head of Twilight will pay for what happened. But he was not at all afraid of this threat, saying that he would look forward to their meeting. Benet was not going to continue this conversation further because he had to go, so the guy turned around getting ready to leave, finally remarking that Paxwell really should wait. Mentally, Kyle set priorities, deciding for himself that whether the attack on his sister was connected with the Celestial Warrior or not, This was only the second most important fact, while the incident of the attack itself remained the first. So Kyle promised that he would arrange something interesting for Max, a performance that definitely will not disappoint, because Bennett was going to erase the Twilight Guild from this world. In the central arena, everything was just ready for the start of the next stage of the Sun Festival. The presenter turned to the audience in anticipation, announcing that the moment they had been waiting for was approaching, while her colleague was again less emotional and skeptical about her. They announced that the main event of the Sun Festival, which did not require words, was to begin right now. It was the Great Guild Battle of Dawn and Twilight that was finally about to begin. In the center of the large stadium, where all the events of the holiday took place, a special arena was prepared, and hundreds of thousands of spectators were waiting in anticipation for representatives of the guilds. Kyle was the first to appear on the field, and the hosts announced that he was the hunter who would represent the Dawn side, and he was a super rookie who attracted a lot of attention thanks to the personal offer of a partnership by the deputy head of the Dawn Guild, Alice Libera. He was announced as the head of the Martial Arts Guild, Hunter Kyle Bennett. The first emotional presenter told the audience that the appearance of a hunter not from the guild in the Great Battle was the first time at the Festival of the Sun, and she, like other spectators, wondered who he was and why he was invited to Dawn. The second calm presenter replied that the level, class, achievements, and all information about this hunter were hidden, mentally thinking that he wanted to file a complaint against his colleague, and out loud continuing to say that since nothing was known about Kyle Bennett, then this can psychologically affect the opponent. Meanwhile, Kyle's opponent was also announced. He turned out to be the head of the advanced detachment of Twilight, who, when Kyle approached, immediately informed him that the rumors about the hunter were true, and he really had an impudent face. It was the genius mage of the Twilight Guild, going by the names Flame Charisma and Fire Dragon Flame, a young guy whose name was Stephen Gore, who immediately informed Kyle that he was going to incinerate him to a crisp. Kyle looked at his opponent with ridicule, mentally wondering if he was ashamed to use such a strange name as Fiery Charisma, and out loud noting that all his names, including the Flame of the Fire Dragon, could sound absolutely normal in Miram. But here they looked weird. The presenters announced once again that Kyle Bennett will fight Stephen Gore, and the first match of the Great Battle will begin right now. Max Paxwell, who was watching the hunters, grinned smugly. The head of the Twilight Guild mentally rejoiced that his ward Stephen knew exactly what he needed to do, namely, never leave his opponent alive, and at the same time try as much as possible to reveal all his abilities. As if sensing the attention of the head of the guild, Stephen turned to the podium, remembering what the head had told him. But turning to his opponent, he noticed that Kyle had already soared into the air, and the fire mage was surprised at what kind of show was happening in front of him, just as the presenters were surprised at Kyle's similar behavior, because Bennett immediately revealed his class, flying quite high. Levitation was a skill of sorcerers, and the hunter of the Dawn Guild openly revealed his upper class, which was unexpected for everyone. The hosts noted that the hunter Bennett also demonstrated his high control over magic by maintaining such a height, and wondered if this was his strategy. And Richard turned to Libera with the same question, asking if Bennett had any plan at all. Alice, who was looking intently at the arena, was not happy about this turn, answering the head of the guild that she didn't know if Kyle had a plan, assuming that he just wanted to do it and that's all. Kyle, meanwhile, assessed the opponent in front of him with an attentive gaze. He already realized that Stephen's level was 50th, which means approximately the same as that of the former head of the Dawn Guild, Mr. Khan. Therefore, if he immediately uses martial arts, then the enemy will not turn out to be a normal magician. But if he uses only the skills of a hunter for battle, then a fire magician will be good for something. Kyle realized that he was currently at level 53, and although he was quickly increasing his power level, he had no real experience as a hunter. Kyle also turned his gaze to the podium with the heads of the guilds, realizing that not everything was so simple. And he turned out to be right. Max Paxwell was closely watching him, and now Kyle had to take this into account when choosing his actions. But overall, this did not upset the hunter, and he was amused that Max wanted to know more about Bennett so much. Well, Kyle was ready to provide this opportunity to the head of the Twilight Guild, saying out loud that he could watch for at least 100 years until his eyes dried out, while he concentrated the blue magical power around himself. Sending this magical stream at his rival, Bennett ended his thought by saying that he still would not show the head of the Twilight Guild what he so wanted to see, meaning the power of martial arts. The presenters continued to comment on what was happening in the arena, noting that a large number of energy spheres created by Kyle literally rained down on the enemy. but he was trying to protect himself from them with a fire barrier. They also note that this kind of technique, using mana spheres without attacking, is a skill of a basic class mage, and Steven is surprised by this, and he assumes that such an attack from an opponent is an attempt to test the waters. Steven gathers his magic, and under the comments of the presenters, he transforms it into a whip burning with flame, waving which he tries to reach his opponent. The hunter of the Twilight Guild was not arrogant, and he understood that since Kyle was a magician, he definitely had to come up with something to win. He remembered that magicians were divided into 3 classes, and those who were engaged in non-combat activities, making skill cubes and items, were called artisans. Mages who specialized in combat and imbued special attributes with mana were wizards, and the last class was called sorcerers, and they were the embodiment of the phenomenon and concept of magic, since they were closer to people with supernatural abilities than magicians and could use teleportation or flight. In battle, these usually occupied a position in the rear rather than the front line, and were responsible for supporting roles, as well as having some kind of secret weapon. Steven jerked forward, deciding to attack. After all, it was not in his character to stand and wait for the enemy to attack him. The Twilight Magician used his power to gather a lot of hot flames into a huge sphere in a short time. The next move, he sent this flaming ball towards the enemy, urging him to take out his trump card if he had one, or Kyle would have to experience the hellish flames of his magic, which was approaching with terrible force. All Kyle had time to do was cross his arms in front of him in a defensive gesture. A huge fireball overtook him immediately, exploding into a bright flash of fire in the arena. Under the comments of the presenters that this was exactly what was expected from the flame of a fire dragon. It was not just a fireball, but a magnificent connection between fire flame magic and Steven's physical strength. And the explosion made the head of the Dawn Guild worry about the condition of the hunter representing them, while the hosts added that Steven was a hunter who was known for his fighting style, which manifested itself so clearly in close combat, completely atypical for the mage class. Kyle, meanwhile, turned out to be unharmed, noting that he thought he was the only magician from Murim. It was clear that in the place where Bennett stood in the arena, there was a whole crater from the explosion. But Kyle himself was not injured, continuing to note out loud that Steven's thinking was somewhat similar to his, Kyle's, and this fact slightly spoiled Bennett's mood. But Kyle's words had no effect on Steven. On the contrary, the magician again gathered his power into a fiery whirlwind around himself, completely concentrated on his task. Gathering the magical flame into a ball in his hands, the representative of Twilight again turned to Kyle with a warning that he would crawl on the floor in vain. After all, Steven was about to use his special flame skill. Urging Kyle to show everything he had, Horus sent a huge fire blast made with the Fire Dragon March skill straight at his opponent. And this skill was very spectacular, since all the flames that obeyed the magician concentrated and materialized the figure of a fiery dragon, which was now rushing towards Kyle. But this attack did not frighten Benny, but on the contrary, he smiled contentedly, saying that Steven surprised him, and since he asked for a trump card, he would get it. And the next moment, Kyle simply extended his hand with a clenched fist, and his thumb extended forward and turned his thumb down. The dragon, meanwhile, did not think of stopping and continued, destroying everything in its path, approaching Bennett. Only now, having reached Kyle, the fire magic was unable to break through the barrier that had formed at the guy's outstretched hand, and all the fire simply split into 2 parts, passing by him and not touching him at all. Steven looked in amazement at the fact that his attack did absolutely no damage to the guy, and not understanding who was in front of him. And why was Kyle able to stop such a strong attack with just one humiliating gesture, which was usually used to demonstrate the defeat of an opponent? The presenters froze in shock at the podium, not understanding what they had just seen in front of them. After all, what happened was incredible, since Kyle was able to avoid the Fire Dragon attack using, but in their opinion, fast movement. Although for them it was surprising that he was still able to survive. The spectators were also perplexed and shocked, because they did not understand how the hero managed to survive, because everything looked as if he had been fried. And while everyone around them was perplexed, they did not notice the great magical potency of the guy, which he used to protect himself, continuing to assume that he used magic perfectly by simply snapping his fingers. Even the head of the Dawn Guild asked Alice in bewilderment what happened in the arena, not understanding what they all saw. Alice remembered Kyle's words that no one could really tell the difference between his power and magic, wondering that he had managed to fool so many people right now, but answering the head that she didn't understand what was happening either. Max Paxwell remained outwardly cool after Kyle's show, but it was a lie. In fact, The head of the Twilight Guild was furious that his man could not defeat Kyle. Steven himself was also amazed by what happened, because now the hosts, as well as all the viewers, knew that his most special move, Fire Dragon March, was completely useless against Kyle Benet. The Twilight Mage couldn't believe that it didn't work, and his special move failed. But this arrogant guy remained unharmed. Therefore, calling on his magical power again, Steven rushed at his opponent with a scream, intending to attack him again. Kyle mocked him, blocking his blow with one hand, not understanding why he was wound up, and offering to show him something as a consolation. But the hunter of the Twilight Guild refused to listen to him. Gaining momentum and pushing him off the ground in a jump, Steven aimed straight at Kyle, wanting to crush him and also to make him shut up. But he easily dodged such an attack. The Fire Mage became so angry and enraged that he went mad with anger, making a series of ferocious attacks, hoping to reach his opponent. But Kyle easily ignored them, dodging and easily not giving in to his opponent. The presenters happily commented on such an exciting and completely atypical battle for magicians, because in fact Steven switched to hand-to-hand combat, which, however, did not give him an advantage. And this type of battle was atypical between magicians. The Fire Mage sharply reduced the distance between him and Kyle, but missed Bennett's maneuver, not understanding where his opponent had disappeared, while Kyle told him that Steven behaved well, but made one important mistake, spoiling his mood, and this mistake would cost him dearly. Therefore, Kyle was not going to stand aside, and found the magician's painful point while he was opening. Plus, Bennett noticed that Steven was clearly too young, since he had completely forgotten about his legs, which in hand-to-hand combat should have been the center of gravity, and he was so stupid lifted them off the ground. Therefore, Bennett was able to deliver his blow, which sent the Fire Mage flying back several meters without much difficulty. And Kyle noted that he should correct his stupid habit of raising his shoulders too high when striking, and focus more carefully on his opponent. Steven, lying in a cloud of dust on the ground and recovering from the last blow, still could not understand how he received it, asking how Kyle did it. Kyle closed the distance separating them, stopping and hovering over his opponent sitting on the ground so that he blocked the light, smilingly announcing that he had been studying martial arts for a long time. Benet leaned towards Steven, who was sitting on the ground, edifyingly noting that the Fire Mage had too little experience. In an instant, Benet's smiling and good-natured face turned sinister, and he threateningly asked if the Fire Mage understood everything from his words, also clarifying whether he still thought that only abilities were enough to win. Steven felt that the hunter fighting for Twilight was mocking him, because Bennett also noted that he clearly hurt the Fire Magician's pride with his words, showing that the techniques of the magician, who considered himself the strongest, were completely insufficient and that he, in fact, was a weakling. These words angered Steven, causing him to feel furious, and he shouted that he was going to incinerate Bennett, causing Kyle to be surprised at his stupidity. Benet, with great speed and indescribable ease, jumped away from the angry guy, who had surrounded himself with a fireball, to a safe distance. Steven turned his magic into fire with no intention of stopping, because his rage and anger also gave him strength, and he, even having exhausted his mana, was going to burn Kylo to the ground. The Fire Mage again summoned fire dragons, only this time there were many more of them, and they all gathered in a large fiery avalanche because he again used his true power to attack Kyle. This skill was called Fire Dragon's Fury March, which fully corresponded to his state of anger and desire to destroy Kyle. And now all these dragons were heading towards Benet in a furious attack, intending to deal with him once and for all. Kyle admired Steven's attack with a slight grin, but the guy didn't look scared or amazed. Even seeing the mouth of one of the fire monsters in front of him, Bennett only noted to himself that in order to repel this attack, he would need to invest a little of his strength. The presenters and spectators, meanwhile, watched as fire dragons surrounded Kyle from all sides, enclosing him in a burning cage. In addition, there were so many dragons, and they flew throughout the stadium, which raised fears, because they could burn the entire stadium to the ground. The presenter suggested that since the flames, almost like an explosion, covered the entire stadium, Kyle would have to sweat to cope with such a strong blow. Alice Labora, watching the fight from the guild representative's box, did not take her eyes off the arena. In the words of the presenter, that such a strong attack from Steven drove Kyle into embarrassment, because no one knew what could be countered to such a ruthless attack. But then, the presenters were able to see something in the flames. What all the viewers were able to see was amazing, because at the epicenter of the attack under the blue dome, Kyle stood unharmed, and the presenters were surprised and admired Bennett's fortitude, because even such a powerful attack from Steven could not break the barrier of the hunter's magic from Dawn. Kyle just grinned at Steven's next attempt to get at him, noting that he was annoying him, and such attacks weren't too difficult to fight off. His waving hands easily dispelled the flames, and the guy himself said that while his body is immortal, he is not afraid of either heat or cold, and it will not be easy to cope with it. The fire dragons began to lose their power, dissipating in the air. Kyle was again able to deal with Steven's attack without any effort, and the arena showed the fire dragons failing to do their job. And the next moment, the barrier around Kyle burst, and a gust of air and magic scattered around, extinguishing the surrounding fire. Benet stood in the flow of his magic, tinged in a life-giving blue, again with his arm extended forward and his palm clenched into a fist and his thumb down, promising defeat to Steven. And out loud he reported that the fire magician's pathetic attack had failed him hurt. The presenters were amazed because Kyle easily dealt with such terrifying power in an instant, and simply took and easily defeated all the fire dragons. And now everyone was wondering what kind of power he had, and what it was, assuming that he controlled gravity. The fire mage of Twilight fell to his knees in shock, not understanding how it all happened and why this was even possible. Kyle loomed over his stunned and unconscious opponent as the hosts continued to wonder if gravity was really his force, and if so, they had no idea that this type of magic was so powerful. And to them, experienced observers of such competitions, it was something new. They admitted that his strength was beyond imagination and did not understand how a person could use gravity so skillfully, doubting that Kyle was a novice while Benet prepared for his own attack, because the guy had already concentrated his power into a blue magic ball in his palm, telling Steven that their battle was more fun than Bennett imagined. Kyle surrounded his opponent with his magic, grabbing him to deliver the next crushing blow. Benet's full-strength blow to the stomach knocked all the wind out of the fire mage. He flew several meters across the arena after Benet's melee attack. Kyle looked at his defeated opponent with a grin, saying that it was time to end their fight. The head of the Twilight Guild, Max Paxwell, asked his deputy Sylvester in the box who would be next from their guild, and he said that it was Dustin Hammer, and Paxwell liked this answer. Max was angry about losing his fire mage, so he ordered Sylvester to convey his words to Dustin that he should use it. Dustin Hammer was a knight called the Spear of Twilight. This knight was practically invincible, and his weapon, which was a spear, always killed everyone from the Dawn Guild. The hosts rejoiced at Dustin Hammer's appearance on the stage, introducing him not only as the Spear of Twilight, but also as the Mage Killer, and the knight truly seemed invincible in his gleaming steel armor. The female presenter asked her colleague whether Dustin Hammer, judging by his nickname, had never lost, and he said that in general the warrior class has a higher percentage of victories compared to magicians. At the same time, the presenter noted that this does not mean that knights are stronger, because magicians may have more techniques that remained secret and were not known to anyone. Kyle, who heard some of the words voiced by the presenters, stretched his fists in front of him with a grin, saying that he would look forward to their fight, because Mage Killer sounded like a challenge to him. And Bennett also appreciated his opponent's knightly costume. Max Paxwell, who, together with his deputy, was watching the rivals in the arena, noted with a grin that Kyle was too relaxed, but in vain, because this time everything would be different, because while Bennett belonged to the magician class, he could not defeat Dustin Hammer. The presenters announced that the second duel of the Great Battle of the Sun Festival was beginning, and Dustin at the same moment called upon his power, distinguished by the color purple, and directed it into the spear. He used his knight skill, which was called enhancement, and his weapon immediately became several times larger and more powerful, and the knight himself rushed to attack. The spear, written with magic, was indeed a deadly weapon, which Kyle was able to dodge at the last moment, and the place where he stood was destroyed. The hosts shared with the audience that Dustin activated all possible upgrades for his spear, and immediately went on the attack, while Kyle was still assessing the situation, clarifying whether his opponent was going to break through his front, and noting that the knight was fast enough. But Benet himself wasted no time either, using his power and forming a magical blue ball in his hand, while at the same time saying that in fact his opponent's strategy did not matter to him. The hunter fighting for the Dawn Guild, like Dustin, attacked without warning, firing 3 energy charges at Hammer at once, reporting that he considered him the same dummy as the previous enemy. All of Kyle's charges hit their target, hitting Dustin directly, but this did not cause him any damage, and through the dust from the previous blow, he again rushed to attack Benet. Kyle did not expect such a jerk from the knight, so he was surprised when he almost came face to face with him. The Dawn Mage had to use his signature move with fast movement to jump away from the knight who had closed the distance so quickly and unexpectedly. Kyle noted with satisfaction that his current opponent was not only fast, but also tough, and had a will of steel, deciding that aerial combat would be the best choice for this battle. So the mage took to the air again. But Dustin was not so simple, as the next moment he used the knight skill, pushing his spear away from the field. This was enough to support Hammer, who also easily rose up, even higher than his opponent. This allowed Dustin to attack Kyle, who was not expecting a trick, with lightning speed from a completely unexpected direction, from above. This hammer skill was called a jump attack, and Kyle managed to put up a shield against the knight's spear at the very last moment. Only Benet did not expect that the strength of his shield would not be enough. The protective layer in front of him began to crack, not saving the magician at all. The residual force from the Knight of Twilight's attack threw Kyle straight onto the field, and the presenters reported that the attack was incredible because Dustin simply did not allow Bennett to take off, attacking the representative of the Dawn without any hesitation. The presenters also felt sorry for those in charge of the ring, because after the battle they would have to fix everything, while Kyle, who had left a dent under him and was slowly coming to his senses, tried to remember the last time he felt like this and was slammed into the ground by someone. Dustin Hammer wasted no time in rushing towards Kyle, with no intention of giving him a break. Benet was clearly in discomfort as he rose from the ground, while at the same time thinking that if he were allowed to use martial arts, he would finish off his opponent in a second. Hammer stopped in front of his opponent, preparing for a new attack, to which Bennett called him a stubborn bastard. This angered Kyle, so he used his magic and his signature gesture of defeat, asking if this was what the knight wanted to see. Immediately, a huge magical force fell on the knight, not allowing him to stand on his feet and pressing him and his spear to the ground. At the same time, Max Paxwell was quietly enjoying a drink in the box, not at all bothered by what was happening on the field, and not paying attention to the words of the presenters that Benny was using an unknown skill again. The head of the Twilight Guild, on the contrary, grinned, as if the loss of his knight pleased him, while the presenters noted that Dustin Hammer, who had not stopped since the start of the fight, was now unable to move. However, this was a temporary effect, and now the knight was able to raise his spear and stick it into the ground. Overcoming the power of magic, he slowly moved, trying to raise his head, and soon he succeeded, and the knight's eyes glowed with red magical flame. And around the knight himself a cloud of his magical violet energy appeared, which helped him rise, which both the spectators and the presenters admired, not believing their eyes. Kyle was as amazed as everyone else that the knight could do it under so much pressure, and Dustin asked if Bennett really thought he could stop him with gravity, then said it was his turn. Violet strands of magic enveloped Hammer's entire body, who advised Kyle to prepare for his next blow. But such phrases and effects did not make the right impression on Benet, and he asked what he was talking about. Kyle concentrated his magic on the tip of his index finger, waving in front of him and clarifying when he even said he was using gravity. Knight Dustin Hammer immediately felt Bennett's next sudden blow, completely unaware of how it happened. The Twilight Guild hunter was dragged violently across the floor of the arena, so that a huge crack in the coating was left behind him, and he was only able to stop by slamming into the wall. Hammer exhaled with a huge groan, trying to comprehend what had happened, and the force of the blow even cracked his helmet. Alice Labora and Richard Fraza stared in amazement at their own hunter, clearly not expecting this. Max Paxwell also finally took the fight seriously, looking away from his drink and watching with his mouth open as his knight was simply kicked across the field. Both the spectators and the hosts of the Sun Festival did not understand what had happened. Kyle stood calmly in place while his opponent was dragged not only to the ground, but also along the arena wall, and was now sitting on the ground with his head down and recovering. The hosts again wondered if it was gravity or some other ability, wondering what skill Benet was using. Hammer, having received such a blow, realized that his opponent, although very young, was also very strong, so now it was not surprising that he had held out until this moment. At this time, Bennett shortened the distance, approaching the knight frozen in the wall, reporting that his force was not gravity, as everyone around him believed, but attraction and repulsion. Kyle calmly shared this information, saying that this was his main skill which he received through sweat and blood, and it related to yin and yang conductivity, and this could be either a main or a passive skill of the highest rarity. A+, the highest treasure, which even cast doubt on its existence, and the skill level was B, which meant that it could only be used without being exposed to external factors, and this skill itself was associated with magical properties, adding the attribute of attraction or repulsion to magical power. So Benet pulled towards himself a small pebble that had fallen off the wall, saying that if his opponent knows the basics of physics, he should know that the force of attraction is the force that attracts an object to something, and repulsion is the repulsive force. Kyle threw a pebble with just a small movement of his finger directly into the crumpled helmet of the knight, saying that it was difficult to explain in detail and he had to understand the essence. The guy continued to explain to the knight that he used the force in the direction he wanted, and therefore the enemy flew there. But Dustin interrupted Kyle, saying that the magician was mistaken, and causing him to question. With some effort, the knight climbed out of the crack in the wall and rose to his feet, once again filling himself with the purple power of his magic. He again became enveloped in a whole cloud of power, and his eyes lit up with a red light, and he explained that Kyle should not have told and explained his weakness to the knight, and Dustin used his true skill, pointing his hand at Kyle. Max Paxwell, sitting in the box and knowing about Libra's abilities, mentally turned to Alice, asking if she knew why Dustin Hammer was called the Mage Killer. The girl did not expect such impudence from the head of the Twilight Guild, but she was even more shocked by the answer, because Paxwell said that Dustin had a special skill, the same one that Max ordered him to use, and told the girl that if Bennett had nothing but magic, then end. At this time, amazed by the speed and strength of the knight, Kyle stared in shock at the hammer's magic approaching him. Dustin's hand, filled with purple magical power, seemed to block out all the light, rising above Kyle's face as a bright shadow. Max Paxwell saw no point in hiding, triumphantly declaring out loud that Benny would die right in the arena. Alice Labora turned to the arena in shock, not believing the words of the head of the Twilight Guild. Kyle Benet was thrown back by the knight's force, and a blue information sign immediately appeared in front of his face, shockingly written as Dustin Hammer cast a counterspell. The blue sign in front of the Dawn Guild mage's face was a system notification that stated that he was prohibited from using magic for the next 10 seconds due to the knight's abilities. Kyle, sitting on the ground with a system notification in front of his eyes, tried to understand what was happening, because he found himself under a direct blow from the already swung knight of the Twilight Guild. Before the fight, it was precisely this counterspell that Mac Paxwell ordered through Sylvester to Dustin. Hammer also noted that this was not a skill he wanted to use in public and asked why he would go that far. Sylvester replied that according to the head of the Twilight Guild, Kyle Benet is hiding something, and none of them knows what exactly. But a magician who has the power of attraction is too dangerous. Therefore, the head of the Twilight Guild gave the order to his knight to kill Bennett. And so Kyle found himself in this situation, when a counterspell blocked his magic abilities, as reported by the system notification, and the knight swung for a decisive blow to kill the guy. Benet looked at the blue information sign with confusion, not understanding what it was. Knight of the Twilight Guild. Dustin Hammer attacked the magician, intending to carry out the order of the head. Kyle miraculously managed to jump to the side when a terrifying blow from a spear struck the place where he had stood a couple of seconds ago. Dustin noted that he could see how surprised Kyle was, and said that his true skill was counterspell, and that it was what temporarily disabled the ability to use magic. Kyle had to quickly dodge the next blow, while Hammer enthusiastically continued to talk to him, noting that without magic he had no chance of winning. Spectators and presenters watched closely what was happening in the arena, noting that suddenly the end of the fight switched the opponents' places, and the mysterious skill used by Hammer suppressed Benny's power. While the presenters were wondering what kind of skill this was, the head of the Dawn Guild was seriously concerned about the balance of power in the arena, and the head of the Twilight Guild smugly stated that his knight was stupid and honest by nature, and could not contain his anger in front of someone who was stealthily attacking him magic. Max Paxwell, under the frightened cry of Libra, continued to state that his fighter himself did not dream of such a skill. But Alice was not distracted by this chatter, but was worried about Kyle, and mentally tried to contact him, conveying information that he should run away from there, and that the competition no longer mattered, urging Bennett to surrender. Kyle heard her, as well as the fact that she asked him not to use martial arts, but Bennett had no intention of not running away, nor giving up. Dustin also heard these words spoken by the guy, immediately pointing his spear at him. Hammer said that he could neither escape nor surrender, and activated his skill, increasing his attack power first to 2, then 3, and then 4. He concentrated a huge amount of power on the tip of his spear, which could destroy an entire house, increasing it to 5 points. And this was a full charge of magic, and after Hammer asked if Kyle could withstand such a blow without magical power, and without giving Bennett a chance to think, the knight took off. He accompanied his attack with a cry of death wish for Bennetu, attacking the guy standing motionless. Kyle only calmly and rhetorically clarified whether he could really die. The knight's spear, filled with purple magical power, was indestructibly heading towards the magician. Benet was able to summon his true power with ease, noting in bewilderment that his wish for death was nonsense. The entire space around Kyle began to vibrate with a blue magical field. Both Alice Libera and Max Paxwell, who visited Morum, immediately felt the response of this energy. The head of the Dawn Guild, seeing that his deputy was unwell, immediately called her excitedly, asking if everything was okay with her, and asking why she suddenly screamed, while not only Alice but also Max Paxwell was experiencing unpleasant sensations. Only the head of the Twilight Guild immediately realized that it was the heavenly harmony of pure art that suddenly began to resonate, while he could not recognize the energy itself. Mac felt not only the power from Morim, but also large and frightening currents of energy that he had never felt before, as his knight continued to advance and attack towards Kyle. But Dustin didn't feel any power that could come from Kyle, so he didn't have anything in his strategy, until Kyle used it on him, catching the knight by surprise. Hammer was suddenly stopped, not understanding how this could be possible, thinking that it couldn't be magic. After all, his counterspell was still in effect, but now he was stopped by many chains that locked him in place. The knight found himself wrapped in chains and suspended in the air, indignantly trying to understand what kind of skill this was. Kyle, who again rose into the air and hovered in front of Hammer, explained that this is not a skill, but martial arts, and if Dustin is interested in what it is, then he should simply ask the head of his guild. A smug Benet once again felt in control and reported that he almost returned to the previous version of himself, who ran and hid, because that's what Alice suggested he do, and Kyle hated it. The magician noticed that Dustin was very surprised and explained that only Hammer could see and feel his power. Benet also said that the energy that bound the knight's body was a type of sword wielding called a spirit sword, and it could only be used if one reached the 40th inner level, called the spirit sword appearance. Kyle explained that although the word sword appears in both names, it symbolizes not edged weapons but human will. And if you reach such a level that just by thinking you can kill people or separate heaven from earth. The mage waved her finger again, as she had done the previous times when attacking Hammer, and noted that the use of the sword as described by him was too boring. The magic and chains that bound Hammer instantly transported him straight to Benet. He was just swinging, about to make the next blow, informing the knight that he must teach the younger ones a lesson. Kyle put in enough magical power, hitting the knight right in the chest. Dustin Hammer was defeated, as Benet's forces were incommensurate with the knight's capabilities. The body of the defender of the Twilight Guild flew into the sky from Bennett's blow, and Kyle himself rejoiced, wondering if Paxwell was looking at this, because the head of the Twilight Guild had been watching him the entire battle. But Kyle didn't care, and Max could watch as much as he wanted, because what the magician had just shown was true martial arts. Benet then activated his power to swing again, since he had not yet defeated his opponent, and now used a whirlwind kick. The magician flew into the air and, delivering another blow to the knight, slammed him into the ground of the arena. This was a complete victory for the magician over the knight. The head of the Twilight Guild was amazed at what just happened before his eyes. The presenters, as well as the audience, were also perplexed, because everyone was sure that Kyle's magical skills were stopped. But literally in a second the situation changed, and Dustin Hammer now could not resist, and everyone wondered if this related to the power that they could feel. The presenters also announced that the fight was over, and that the medical group should rush to the defeated Knight of Twilight, and Kyle felt inspired and joyful, since he had not used martial arts for a long time, and missed the power he felt from them. The announcers announced that Dustin Hammer was eliminated, and in the second fight of the Great Battle of the Sun Festival, Kyle Bennett won. Later, a news report reported that after the fight, Kyle Bennett refused to continue participating, saying that his mana was depleted, and in the continued battles, the Twilight Guild lost 3.2, and the Sun Festival came to an end, and reporters reported that this time no Dusk and Dawn were unable to capture the Sun Festival, but the Martial Arts Guild unexpectedly took first place. Kyle Bennett became a star among hunters, and discussions continued on social media about his level, with people speculating that his level was above 60, and wondering where he came from, how strong he was if he was a newbie, and considering him to be the secret weapon of the Dawn, speculating that he is stronger than both the head of Twilight and the head of Dawn, and the prestige of the Twilight Guild has dropped significantly. Paxwell's secretary froze in front of his office, fearing this and at the same time worrying about him. Sam mustered up his courage, asking if Max was okay, But only strange sounds from behind the closed office door were his answer. The head of Twilight himself sat in the middle of the office, destroyed in rage, and laughed. He experienced a whole storm of feelings, noting that what happened was funny. He remembered what he experienced at the Sun Festival, when he felt the enormous power of Benet. But in addition to the fear that he experienced then, his guild was also ridiculed. Yes, Paxwell felt Kyle's power for only a moment, but it was not at a level that Max could handle, suggesting that Bennett was hinting that the head of Twilight was no match for him. The Twilight Guild leader put on his jacket, agreeing and acknowledging the fact that Kyle was stronger, and now it wasn't Paxwell who could defeat Bennett. But this state of affairs, on the contrary, gave the head of the Twilight Guild the opportunity not to hide his means and methods. Paxwell left the office and was immediately met by Sam in the foyer. When the secretary asked where he was going, Paxwell grinned, saying that he was going to see the Heavenly Warrior. A week passed after the Sun Festival, and the Dawn Guild headquarters was besieged by hundreds of phone calls, which workers exhausted from the constant siege were forced to answer. Representatives of the Dawn Guild answered callers time after time, informing them that the head of the Martial Arts Guild was not in the territory of Dawn, repeating this to callers time after time. But not everyone could cope with such a load, because many were already tired of this and were ready to leave crazy about the number of calls. Many employees were on edge, and those who had been working for a long time gave up the ghost from fatigue, while some held on with all their strength and were one step away from falling into hysterics. At this time, in the office of the deputy head of the Dawn Guild, Alice Libera, there was a small meeting with Kyle Benet and the Dawn secretary, and the silence amid the ongoing phone calls in the room was depressing. The secretary read out general information regarding what happened after the Sun Festival. Kyle and Alice calmly listened to the fact that in total, the Dawn Guild had received 328 calls and 800 emails addressed to the Martial Arts Guild, and more specifically to Kyle Benet, and the recipients were mainly reporters and those who wanted to join Martial Arts Guild, not counting 8 collaboration requests, 43 advertising requests, and 29 filming proposals. The chief secretary also said that, as Miss Libera had requested, all but one of the proposals had been rejected. At that moment, there was a knock from the back of the office door and requests from employees to the chief secretary that he needed to come out and help them, since something had happened again that required his attention, and he quickly finished his report. The depressed and frightened man, who clearly had no idea what else could have happened, slowly left the office. Alice Libera placed her cup of tea on the coffee table in front of her with a smile, noting that this was the case and asking Kyle what it would be like to be a superstar. The head of the Martial Arts Guild did not look depressed or smug, as he was not against fame, but was against the hype, which was unpleasant to him, and he only clarified whether the chief secretary's name was Chris, and he should be thanked for the work done. Alice Libera did not react to this, being in her thoughts. The girl raised her head, saying that she was a little late, but asking Kyle for forgiveness. And when he clarified for what reason, she explained. This was the situation where Alice asked Kyle to surrender and revealed his identity, because she did not take his opinion into account then. Deputy Guild Leader Dawn bowed her head in apology, acknowledging that the situation Kyle might have found herself in because of her could have been dangerous if she had done something wrong. The head of the Martial Arts Guild rose from his seat, drawing Alice's attention to himself and confidently informing him that she was just screwing herself up, immediately asking if she really thought that he would suffer because of such a trifle. Kyle admitted that, of course, such an incident was unfortunate, and he himself did not want to use martial arts, but it was not a problem. And what could Max Paxwell do with this information? Benet believed that Paxwell's limit was to realize Kyle's superiority over him, and in the near future the head of the Twilight Guild would clearly be inactive. However, the thought of Max targeting his sister Becca made him angry and want to strangle him. Alice Libera, who was listening attentively to him, only grinned at his last words. Rising from her seat, she noted that the external activity of Twilight after the holiday had indeed decreased, and she assumed that after the holiday Paxwell would put pressure on Dawn. But apparently he was too shocked, since according to current information, Max locked himself in his house and is not going anywhere, and veteran hunters who previously maintained neutrality are now knocking on the doors of the Dawn Guild. Alice pointed her hand at Kyle. They say that it was his victory that gave their guild an advantage, and everything that happened was thanks to him. Therefore, now she would like to formally, on behalf of the deputy head of the Dawn Guild, say thank you to the head of the Martial Arts Guild, Kyle. Kyle listened to her words with a smile, feeling a little self-satisfied. He shook the girl's hand, telling her that she had finally become normal, and now he would rely on her in the future. The guy noticed that enough time had passed and it was time for him to go, since Becca was waiting for him. Alice couldn't help but ask why Kyle only accepted one invitation to cooperate with the Hold Island Guild, and why he rejected the others. Kyle left the office, saying that he was simply tired of the capital's dungeons, and their level was not rising either. But the main reason that Kyle told her was that it was Hold Island, which is a popular holiday destination, which means it would be an ideal place for family travel. Kyle said with a smile that he would return back to the capital in about a month, and then he and Libora would see each other. Alice Libera saw him off with a soft smile, but Kyle from the future, assessing this situation after everything that was about to happen to them, understood that he believed in the deputy head of the Dawn Guild, or rather, he believed in himself too much. And if he knew in advance what would happen, he would not have gone to the Hold Islands. Meanwhile, in the current one, Kyle and his sister Becca had already arrived at Hold International Airport, and she was very happy to be there. She walked ahead with her yellow suitcase, turning to her brother, and not believing that they had really arrived here. Becca admitted that it was her first time on the island, immediately asking what they would eat, saying that local delicacies included black pig meat and macaw grouper. Kyle followed his inspired and joyful sister, smiling at her behavior, but did not forget to remind that the main purpose of their appearance here was work. They were walking carefree through the airport when someone called out to Kyle very loudly, so that the brother and sister turned around in surprise. It was the representative office of the Tamra Guild, the representative office of the same guild of Hold Island, the only one of which Kyle had signed a cooperation agreement with, which was waiting for Kyle's arrival with a joyful banner, balloons, and hearts. The young red-haired youth, smiling sweetly, said that they were very glad to see Benny, and Becca was shocked and amazed by this. This guy, as soon as he realized that he had attracted Bennett's attention, immediately stood in a greeting pose, folding his hands into a heart. The Benet family ignored the guy, turning in the other direction with an impassive face, and Kyle remarked that it would be nice to rest. Only the red-haired guy was not going to give up so easily, and he blocked the couple's path, thereby slightly frightening Becca. He grabbed Kyle's hand in his, trying to hold it while greeting him. This guy pushed Becca aside and began confidently waving Kyle's clenched hand in a greeting handshake, informing him that he was the head of the Tamra Guild and his name was Johnny Ugas. And he was glad that Kyle accepted their invitation, while Becca was thinking about the fact that Johnny looks too young. Johnny, meanwhile, said that he really liked Kyle's battle at the Sun Festival, and although this may be embarrassing, Ugas said that he had become a fan of Benny, and at these words his eyes lit up with a fanatical shine. And the guy himself continued, asking for Kyle's autograph, saying that he bought merchandise with his image and asked him to sign it. And this behavior made Kyle think about whether they should move back. When Joni left him alone, Ugas turned to Becca, clarifying that she was the leader of one of the Dawn groups, immediately asking if she was on Hold Island as an escort, and immediately answering that she was Bennett's sister, and informing that he was pleased to meet her. One of the guild members called out to Johnny, saying that they didn't have much time, to which Ugas replied that he had completely forgotten about it. The head of the guild, Tamra, immediately took both Bennetts and, directing them in the right direction, answered that they all needed to go somewhere first, explaining that he would tell them the details along the way. Kyle and Becca were not too happy about this state of affairs, and Bennett even said that they understood everything, and Johnny could have let them go, but he continued to talk about the busy schedule. Ugas continued to lead his brother and sister towards his car, saying on the way that since it was their first time on Hold Island, he would later give them a tour of all the establishments here, when a dark shadow appeared behind them, at the other end of the airport. It was one of the people of the Twilight Guild who reported via radio that Kyle had arrived on the island, although he used Chinese as a disguise. It turned out that he was talking on the radio with a guy very similar to Paxwell, who helps the Twilight Guild, who advised him to speak Korean so as not to reveal himself. At that time, he was lying in his mansion on a sun lounger by the pool. He got up from the lounger and walked slowly, thinking that the sweet rest had come to an end. Many of his loyal subordinates bowed before the guy when he said it was time to work. Smiling smugly, he uttered words of greeting for Kyle, noting that he had fallen into a trap. Meanwhile, on Hold Island in the Rivel district, another meeting took place in one of the mansions. In front of Benet's sister and brother stood a tall, athletic man in the uniform of the Tamra Guild, who introduced himself as its leader, Klaus Ugas. He also joyfully and emotionally shook Kyle's hand in a handshake, welcoming him to the island and saying that he was glad to meet him. Turning to the red-haired guy, he noted that their guests had come a long way, which means they probably wouldn't mind a special treat, and asking the guy to bring something while Kyle cradled his hands that had suffered from a handshake, and Bika only managed to monitor the situation. And from this, during the conversation, it turned out that Johnny was Klaus's nephew. Soon, the nephew brought a special treat from the island of Hold, and an inspired Becca was anticipating what kind of delicacy they were about to be served. Both representatives of the Yugos family waited with smiles for the dish to be served, and Johnny remarked that if the guests once tried this delicacy, they would not be able to forget its taste for the rest of their lives. Becca was already leaning into the dish in anticipation because she couldn't wait to find out what would be under the lid, and the girl wondered whether it would be black pig meat or that grouper, while Johnny continued to talk, proudly presenting to the guests a first-class, fresh, and carefully selected tangerine. At the guy's last words, his uncle lifted the lid, and there really was only one tangerine on the plate. Becca was very disappointed, while Kyle was just holding himself together. At the same time, the brother understood his sister's emotions, and when she reached for the bow, he was forced to stop her, asking her to just be patient a little. Becca was peeling her tangerine in frustration, and Klaus got down to business, apologizing for having to discuss work immediately after their arrival, noting that it was an important matter due to the current situation on the island. He said that their guild Tamra is really the only one on the island, while they do not forget that there are two large organizations of hunters, Dawn and Twilight, and the Yugos family decided to create their own and independent one. Klaus said that judging by the tense situation, it may happen that Hold Island will be captured by one of the groups, because they have been looking towards this place for a long time. The head of the Tamra Guild said that their organization had previously played a key role in governing the island, but that was before. And now, many high-risk dungeons with a level above 11 have begun to appear on the island, appearing in 5 different places this year alone, and such dungeons can only be cleared by veteran hunters of level above 40. Klaus, upset and depressed, reported that their guild is currently not able to participate in clearing these dungeons because they do not have such veteran hunters, and that is why they now really need a hunter who has a high level so that they can start clearing these dungeons. But all such hunters belong to either Dawn or Twilight. Kyle took the words, saying that he could not understand what the problem was from the fact that dungeons appeared, because they could simply be ignored, because it was unlikely that monsters would be able to break out of the dungeons. Klaus interrupted the guy, saying that there was no way they could remain idle, because if they could not clear these dungeons as before, then in the future they would not be able to manage dungeons at all. And because of this, the right to dungeons would completely pass into the hands of Dawn and Twilight. And if these rights fall into their hands, then the Tamra Guild will never be able to return them, to which Kyle had no choice but to agree with the half-madman on this issue. Klaus did not stop, falling into an emotional narrative that the Tamra Guild had to go through a lot so that the other 2 large guilds could not gain a foothold on the island of Hold. And if they continued to do nothing, they would be able to completely capture the island of Hold. The elder Yugos said that they thought that they could not escape and fell into despair. But then Kyle appeared, like a ray of light, their last hope. A high-level hunter Benet with his martial arts guild. Klaus and his nephew Johnny looked at the idealized image of Benet with admiring eyes, saying that they were very lucky that he was not associated with any of the guilds, and was a high-class hunter who took a neutral position. So Benet was their saving ray of light, because thanks to him the Tamra Guild will be able to save itself and maintain its territory on the island of Hold. Kyle continued to listen to the men with an emotionless face as they continued to praise him, saying that he was from the 3rd generation and would be able to outshine other hunters around the world with his radiance, thinking that the Yugos family was crazy. The delighted uncle and nephew continued to thank Kyle for accepting the invitation from them and coming to the Isle of Hold, and they promised not to forget his kindness for the rest of their lives, while Bennett asked not to thank him, honestly speaking about the fact that he arrived on Hold Island to raise his level and earn money. Kyle considered this clarification of relations to be the end of the conversation, getting up from his seat, offering to quickly move into the dungeons when Becca stopped him. The girl looked seriously angry and determined, saying that there was a problem that needed to be solved. Kyle looked at his sister incomprehensibly, clarifying what kind of problem they had. The girl with an innocent expression reminded her of black pork and perch, which she would really like to try. Meanwhile, in one of the dungeons on Hold Island called Seongsan, the surrounding area looked like an ordinary forest, in which explosions and sounds of battle were heard. 2 guys representing the Tamra Guild tried to attack someone, but their opponents were too fast and deftly jumped from place to place, avoiding the blows. One of the warriors noticed that their attack power had no effect on anything, and the fire-poisonous monkeys called here Ilmo are too fast. One of the Ilmo monsters opened its mouth, in which a purple ball quickly formed. One volley of such a magic ball could have been enough to kill the guys, but they managed to put up a fiery shield that barely held out under the onslaught of the attack. The Tamro Guild fighters diligently held the shield, but the onslaught was stronger, so the reasonable option was to retreat. But as soon as they took a couple of steps back, they stepped into green bubbling liquid. This was the poison of these Ilmos, because they did not wait for the guys to give up, but slowly poisoned the soil behind them with poison. Although Ilmos were called poisonous, no one had ever encountered them in person before, and the guys did not expect these monsters to be so strong. Their strength in reality turned out to be much more dangerous, and it was unknown how long the fire shield could hold out under the pressure of the flames, not to mention the fact that the poison interfered with the fighters on the other side. With every moment, the situation worsened because the monkeys did not sit idle, but continued to attack the guys. Both representatives of the Tamra Guild understood that if the attack did not stop or help did not come, they would definitely be killed by poison or fire. The situation continued to deteriorate, and they no longer hoped that they would survive when yellow lightning appeared very close, somewhere in the space above them. It turned out to be Kyle, who used his powers and struck all the monsters around the representatives of the Tamra Guild with lightning, thereby saving them. He was again disappointed that the monsters in front of him were not strong enough for him. They turned out to be ordinary ones. The warriors of the Tamra Guild were surprised to thank Kyle for jumping down to them from the nearest tree. Becca and Johnny immediately came to Kyle, who from afar began to shout that Kyle, as expected of him, was able to deal with the monsters in an instant, and began to thank the guy for saving their guys. And Sister Benita wondered, questioning why she had to carry Yugos around at all. Johnny immediately apologized to the girl and thanked her, explaining that if he had gotten there on his own, then he would not have been able to maintain his power, and he would not have been able to ask Kyle for this. But if he had used magic, he would have completely spent his strength. The nephew of the guild leader Tamra activated his powers, once again thanking the Bennett family, and saying that thanks to them, he did not waste a drop of his power, which means he had enough of it to complete his work. And at this time, the red magic seals he created united everyone affected by Ilmo. Johnny seriously asked the two remaining fighters to be ready, and they nodded in confirmation that they had heard his words. When Yugos used his seals to lower all the monsters to the ground, both fighters rushed to attack the upper seal, which allowed the two limiting planes of the seal to connect, and all the monsters were destroyed. Johnny, meanwhile, turned to Kyle with his naive delight, asking if he used lightning, and clarifying that apparently Kyle also learned magical skills, which, however, was expected from such an amazing leader like him. But these words did not knock Kyle thought that he only vaguely agreed, in response specifying what level of magical power the guy himself had. Nephew Yugos smiled naively, saying that a little more, and his level would be 40, to which Becca stared at the guy in shock, because his level was higher than hers. Kyle noticed that the level of the other hunters was also approximately 40, because he had time to watch how they fought and showed themselves to be skillful. Johnny laughed, agreeing that it was only natural for them to be at that level, since they were in charge of these dungeons, and it would be a shame to have a lower level. Benet asked Johnny about his teleport magic, noting that the collapsing seals looked like he had killed monsters. But this was not the case, and Johnny admitted that he had to kill a lot of time training because such a power is complex and difficult to use. Then the guy froze in shock, covering his mouth with his hand and staring at Kyle in shock. And then, as usual, he rushed to Kyle with an admiring look, exalting his ability to evaluate the magic of others, and asking how he could understand that Johnny used teleportation. But Kyle at that moment only thought that Johnny was too clingy in his desire to stick to him. Kyle, meanwhile, noted that he had received an answer to his question about where to invest points. He mentally remembered his ability board in this world, because the names there gave little idea of how to use them. But the skill of intuition was characterized by the fact that it allowed him to see things as they are. And now Kyle's tablet indicated that his level equal to 53. There was no class. Health was equal to 100%. And mana was equal to 106 out of 106 available, while the characteristic point remained 0. And all 53 available were invested in intuition, leaving such parameters as strength, endurance, agility, and defense equal to 0. Kyle understood that thanks to his martial arts skills, he did not need to invest in other characteristics except intuition. And no matter how talented he was in martial arts, he could not do without intuition, because it is very important to see the essence of things. Benet said out loud that he thought it was time to shake up the local monsters more, not mentioning that after he was able to understand the ins and outs of using teleportation magic just by looking, he could confidently say that he could master it. Under the shocked look of his sister and the admiring Johnny, Kyle said that he would now be able to show the magic of teleportation, Benet asked them not to be too surprised, holding out his hand in front of him with his index and middle fingers extended. Only a moment later, absolutely nothing happened, and the three of them remained standing in the middle of the clearing, surrounded by forest. Johnny sincerely asked if Kyle really still hadn't used teleportation, and then asked his comrades to pretend that he had succeeded, so as not to embarrass him, because he's just a person who doesn't understand how the world works. Kyle opened his eyes in surprise, asking how Johnny activated the teleport magic. Several Ilmos were sitting and minding their own business somewhere in the dungeon. Suddenly, Johnny appeared behind them in a flash of red flickering, asking what the fire-poisonous monkeys were doing there. Yugos waved his hand to the animals, greeting them and provoking them to attack, which failed because he used his magic and applied it to Ilmo. They found themselves between two seals, and Johnny said goodbye to them as he used his magic again. Ilmo moved high into the sky, found himself without support, and began to fall into the forest. Kyle, who was watching everything from the side, admired Yugos' skills when he materialized nearby, explaining that this is how he uses his magic. Johnny explained that he simply directed a stream of magic at the monsters one at a time, and then made them fly up, and in the same way throwing them from a height. And another important addition was to use his powers on the object, and then everything should work out. Yugos admitted that there are restrictions on strength, and he can lift objects to a height of 150 meters, but monsters without wings, falling from such a height, will definitely die. To which Becca thought that this guy was a creepy guy. Johnny continued his story, saying that the teleportation range can be adjusted in empty space within visibility, and within that range the magician can move the desired object in any direction. After that, Yugos asked why Kyle asked him to show him and tell him about his skill, clarifying whether he could use it. And at that time, Kyle disappeared in a blue flash of magic, and even Becca did not have time to notice where he had gone. Kyle appeared high on top of the couple, and Johnny noted with surprise that the magician was able to use the teleport, again admiring Bennett's abilities. And Kyle said that after examining in detail the use of magic twice, and then also listening to the explanation, he understood how to activate it, why, and thanked Johnny, admitting that this was not enough for him yet, since during his teleportation he was stuck in a tree, admitting that it would obviously take him some time to learn how to use magic correctly, to which Johnny stared in shock at the stuck magician. After their experience, they had the opportunity to walk around the dungeon and take a break during which they could have a snack. Kyle and Becca had just landed in a clearing next to the Tamra Guild guys, and Johnny thanked them because they couldn't have taken a break without Bennett's help, and the guys confirmed that it was very difficult for them. Becca condemned their carelessness because there were dangerous monkeys around, and they decided to eat so carelessly, even knowing that the Ilmos could attack. But Johnny admitted that they didn't have much of a choice because, thanks to Kyle and Becca, they were able to set aside some time for food. Yugos offered the girl a treat, instructing her that it was very important to eat, because without food they would not be able to replenish their energy. But the girl only became angrier, since the food turned out to be absolutely ordinary without the delicacies that she so badly wanted to try. Johnny turned to Kyle, noting that his skill in using teleportation was getting better and better with each attempt, and noting that Bennett was different in level from other people. Benet grinned smugly, saying that if you master at least one skill to the limit, then it will be much easier to learn another, noting that if Johnny continued to train hard, he would someday be able to reach Kyle's level, not saying that it would take several hundreds of years. Johnny immediately took out a notepad, recording every word of the smug Kyle, and looking at their interaction, Becca understood that even though Bennett was her brother, looking at his such behavior she only felt disgust and a desire to kick him, so as not to be arrogant. The girl entered the conversation, saying that if others decide to blindly follow her brother around in the hope that they can learn something, then they should give up this idea, since Kyle mastered his skills in a special way that only he could apply. Johnny continued for her, agreeing that it was unlikely that they would be able to learn anything like that, but he was the leader of his guild, and these words struck Becca. Yugos continued that he believes that it would be wrong if, with his status, he stops there and does not continue to develop his skills, especially since the guy recently felt that he had reached his limit. In his notebook were written the steps to use teleportation, and the guy continued to say that he understood everything, but sincerely would like to learn something new from Kyle. Looking at his people, Johnny agreed that, of course, it should be noted that the team members believe in him and follow him, but he understands perfectly well that he needs to become even stronger and not let them down, since they trusted him. While Johnny talks about how he thinks that if he could become stronger, he could protect his comrades himself, Becca remembers her disastrous trip to the dungeon when her entire group died. Yugos returned to his carefree self, popping a piece of food into his mouth and apologizing for bringing up such a sad topic. Becca intercepted his food, popping it into her mouth, saying that Johnny won and she'd eat some of the local food because it wouldn't hurt her, and noting that Hold Island's food was also quite tasty. Johnny was touched by the girl's words and stars of adoration appeared in his eyes. Becca had to push him away with her hand to prevent him from hugging her, while the guy wailed that he was very glad to hear that she liked the food, and he could bring a whole truckload, and Becca replied that it was unnecessary, while Kyle turned away from them, noticing that they were very noisy, and asking how much time they have to catch these animals. Hugo said that the Ilmos are very fast, and also their number is very large, so it is difficult to calculate the time. In addition, the guy has a limit on how many times he can use the teleport, and if they knew on the island that such a situation with dungeons happens, he would try to properly develop the duration of using magic. Becca approached Johnny with her fist, clarifying that what he just said was very dangerous for them, because if Yugos was crushed by the monster while they were distracted, who could take responsibility for what happened? But Johnny only raised his eyebrows in a surrendering gesture, asking her to calm down and slow down, and at this time Kyle was thinking about the situation. Benet decided to look at what skills he had to see what could help him. While Becca continued to raise Yugos, she did not immediately realize that Kyle was studying something again, and called out to him, clarifying what he was doing, to which the older brother replied that he was trying to find a way out of the current situation by going through the tabs of the information signs, finally settled on one of them called Sovereignty, noting that he never thought that he might need this skill, while the characteristics said that this skill belongs to the type of monsters and does not consume mana points. The skill is very rare, and few can master it, and the level of skill was as if Kyle had acquired it recently. The very description itself stated that whenever he used this skill, other monsters would naturally feel the aura of a high-level monster, and there they will show him respect and trust, which can turn into worship or blind submission. But the effect will be different depending on the goal. It was the skill of that monster skill stone that he got in the dungeon while fighting with Libera, and then he decided to use it, thinking that he could learn the monster skills. When Kyle used the stone, all the monsters, and at that moment they were rabid squirrels, bowed before him in fear, and it turned out that the stone acts differently, and as it was said in the description, is a powerful skill. What made it interesting was that he was able to control the target's mind using his own will, and the guy managed to experience this when another rabid squirrel decided to attack him. And instead of aggressive monsters, using this skill and modifying it by merging it with the control sword, he was subsequently able to force controlled monsters to perform certain actions. Now Kyle realized that although he had only used this skill a few times for fun, he now did not know if this effect would be effective against large monsters, assuming that taking over their minds should be more difficult. Closing his eyes, Kyle decided that he could test this in reality right now. Opening his eyes, the guy could only hope that everything would work well since he used this skill. Now this skill was called telepathic submission, and it looked as if in the darkness of the world, one Kyle's figure, surrounded by yellow flashes of magic, in complete darkness, sent scanning subjugation waves around the guy. Magic hands with chains of submission made their way through the dungeon world, finding victims to subjugate, and Kyle was just getting used to the new feelings, because this was the first time he had used this skill at a long distance. When he was able to choose a target, he used his magic and the use of skill to reach out to his victim from the monsters, and using mind capture he gave an order. His order sounded like a wish for all the monsters to appear before him immediately. At that moment, the guy opened his eyes in the real world, trying to realize if something had changed in the dungeon. Benet grabbed his head and worried Johnny and Becca immediately began bombarding him with questions, asking if everything was okay and asking where it hurt. Kyle just waved it off, asking Yugos if he had any mana left for the teleport, and he replied that it should be enough for about 5 more minutes. Kyle removed his hand from his head, saying that was great. After all, monsters are rushing toward them from all over the dungeon in a huge crowd. The clearing shook as if there was an earthquake, and no one could understand how this was possible, because no one had ever heard of natural disasters in the dungeons before. A terrible assumption occurred to one of the Tamra guild fighters. After all, only monsters could cause something like this in the dungeons back then, and he turned out to be right. The first poisonous fire monkey fell from the tree next to them, and everyone was surprised not only by its presence but also by the fact that there was only one. But this was only the beginning, and when everyone relaxed, sharing their thoughts that the earthquake was quite strong, and they only saw one elm tree. One of the guys turned around saying that they expected to see a whole horde of monsters, which in fact was true, as all the other Ilmos hid in the trees and surrounded the group of people. their devilish red eyes shining from the darkness. Johnny jumped in surprise, wondering where there were so many of them. And Becca also didn't understand why everything happened so suddenly, while Kyle called out to Yugos. He gestured behind himself, saying that they had left the rest to him, and asking him to take the remaining comrades from the group and leave the dungeon immediately. Johnny was able to read his gesture, realizing that the guy was showing that he was going to use his abilities, answering that he understood him. While Yugos was dealing with his comrades, Becca did not understand what her brother was saying, asking in a panic whether he was really going to leave everything to himself and fight all the monsters on his own. After all, there were a huge number of Ilmos and they all froze dangerously close to them. She wasn't going to leave Bennett alone, even though Johnny asked her to leave with them, but Yugos did not leave her a chance. Using his spell with a red magic seal, and the teleportation worked, taking the girl away from the dangerous place. So Kyle was left alone in the clearing, surrounded by monsters, while the design of the magical seal behind him slowly disappeared. But this did not frighten Kyle, and he only hesitantly replied that everything had turned out great. He turned on the spot to better see everything around him. Now he was satisfied and activated his blue magic, planning to calmly fight all the monsters in the area. A huge magical flow was gaining momentum in the middle of the dungeon, and another pillar of blue magic collapsed somewhere in the thicket. From Johnny's high ledge, he could see Kyle's next blow going off. Yugos watched the flashes of magic with admiration, repeating out loud that he thought Bennett was amazing, while Johnny's guildmates, amazed by his strength, tried to understand in shock whether he was human, because his powers were too much for a high-level adventurer, and pondering that the rumors about Bennett's level being above 60 were true. Johnny turned to his comrades, noting that he believed that Kyle himself had called the monsters to himself. Becca did not support the general fun, and Yugos noticed that she was biting her nails from nerves. Johnny thought with sympathy that no matter how strong Kyle Bennett was, he also had a family, and now he was the only one left to fight a lot of monsters. Yugos understood that the girl had good reason to worry, so he put his hand on her shoulder in an encouraging gesture. Drawing Becky's attention, Johnny told her that he understood why she was worried, but he was sure that Kyle was a strong person, which meant he shouldn't worry. Yugos noted that she knew her brother better than anyone, and perhaps she should trust him a little more. Johnny's admiration and faith in Kyle surprised Becca, but she was not as impressed as she should be, saying that Johnny completely misunderstood her experience and said complete nonsense. After all, she was not worried about him, but was worried that he was now alone collecting a colossal amount of experience, and she would just like to stay there with him. And her words surprised and a little scared the shocked Yugos, because he thought that she was worried. Becca just turned to Johnny in surprise and confusion, not understanding why she should worry about her brother. She was absolutely sure that Kyle could be the one person who wasn't worth worrying about. Kyle at this time thoroughly enjoyed using the power, commenting that the skill turned out to be quite good. And now, as soon as he was ordered, the skill worked on everyone in this dungeon. Combined with his strength and this sovereignty skill, he was able to easily gather all the monsters in one place. Bennett was pleased, as thanks to this discovery, all his forays into the dungeon would become much faster, since the sovereignty skill was finally activated. Kyle stopped in a new clearing, activating his new skill. His order was that all the monsters in the dungeon come to him, and his contented laughter from the feeling of his power and new ability was very strong. So much so that it was even heard by Alice Libor, who was drinking tea in the capital at that time. Her secretary anxiously checked to see if she was okay, asking if she was comfortable in the office, and the girl had to justify herself by saying that everything was fine. She turned slightly embarrassed to the sky outside the window, noting that she simply imagined someone's abnormal laughter. The secretary pretended not to have heard the strange last phrase and returned to the report. The latest data confirmed that the head of the Twilight Guild is still inactive, like all his people, as a result of which the Dawn Guild got the rights to the disputed dungeon without much difficulty. The secretary said that he did not think that at the moment it was worth taking into account the Twilight Guild as a strong rival. Libera just stared thoughtfully out the window, thinking that such a reaction was too much even for Max Paxwell after what had happened. He is quite the intriguer, and his inaction only indicated that he was plotting something bad again. The girl was worried about his activity behind his back, because it could not lead to anything good. The secretary placed a mortar of papers in front of the thoughtful girl, drawing her attention to what was the most urgent task. It was a stack of materials that required her undivided attention. Information about a dangerous dungeon that was recently discovered in the mountains. The dungeon was unusual in that it had a desert climate and a risk level of 13, while the recommended levels for completion were 60. Monsters could suddenly appear from the quicksand of this dungeon, and they were huge, dangerous likenesses of worms that easily dealt with people. In this deserted dungeon, which was called Bexon, there was a terrible sun, which incredibly drained the fighters. And the monsters, despite their huge size, knew how to appear suddenly, catching the hunters by surprise. So they turned back when it was too late to run away. The size of the monsters was close to the height of a 10-story building, and these insect monsters were hiding somewhere underground. The secretary continued the report, saying that although the number of monsters is small, they are strong enough to fight high-level heroes, and the investigation was carried out by their leader himself, and therefore, the information is reliable. Alice put the report aside, admitting that while it was good, it was not enough information and they would have to raid again to get a clearer picture. The girl did not say it out loud, but at such moments she was sad. If Kyle were around, a dungeon like this wouldn't be a problem for their guild. She remembered how he saved her in the last dungeon that they went through together. She was pulled out of her thoughts about the past by the secretary's call, asking what she was thinking about. He noted, confusing the girl, that she apparently was not in a good mood today, and if she felt bad, then she should rest, not believing Libra's excuse that everything was fine. And immediately refuting her own words, Alice touched her teacup with her elbow. It crashed with a loud sound, frightening both Alice and the secretary with its suddenness. The broken cup became the last proof that not everything was all right with her, and the secretary immediately asked the girl not to touch the fragments, assuring that he would clean everything up himself. Alice understood that her nervousness was not caused by the news, but by the fact that she did not feel confident without Benet, worrying about him and wondering when he would return. A month had passed since Kyle arrived on Hold Island, and Kyle watched as his companions attacked the monsters. When they were able to take down the couple, the hoof of one of them appeared right next to the head of one of the fighters. The monsters they were now fighting looked like maddened horses, one of which was about to attack the fighter. But the monster was immediately struck by blue magic right in the head. It was a shot from Beck's bow, who was immediately praised by Johnny for her accurate shot. And you were glad that you were able to take down the monster with one shot. Kyle, watching them, realized that during this time he was able to combine his two skills, sovereignty and the spirit of the sword, and get used to the skill of telepathic submission, and now could calmly summon dungeon monsters and consider himself a kind of master of monsters. And while Becca swore at Johnny because for some reason, in her opinion, he was talking to her like a child, and Bennett believed that he was just excited, Yugos himself denied all her attacks. Kyle had a better understanding of how dungeons worked, and now he knew that the system would distribute points based on the damage dealt to monsters, and usually it would give points to everyone who attacked, so Benny might not interfere in the fight. Then he sensed danger from one of the sides, losing his relaxed state. Right in front of Benet, one of the fighters was being chased by a whole herd of monster horses, from which he ran away in fear. So Kyle activated his magic, realizing that he would have to intervene after all. Using his magic, he appeared right behind the fleeing fighter, and the next second it disappeared into thin air, leaving the monsters confused. Together with guild member Tamro, they ended up high in a tree, where the monsters could not reach them. Johnny again enthusiastically praised Kyle's skills. While Becca was angry that the guy decided to ignore her, Kyle noted that during these trips he completely mastered the magic of teleportation, which the guy learned from Yugos. At the same time, he even surpassed Johnny in mastery of the skill. But it would still take him a little more time to master it completely, and he had not yet reached the pinnacle of teleportation that he desired. After the raids, they finally tried the local cuisine, which Becca was happy about. They spent their next evening in one of the signature restaurants on the seashore, and Becca was offered all the delights of the island of Hold. The girls seriously thought the restaurant was quite good, but she was not happy, because after getting drunk, she realized that she should raise her level in order to become stronger and surpass those idiots who were sitting in front of her. Otherwise, during her stay on Hold Island, she raised her level by 3 marks and was now a level 38 hunter. Johnny, laughing nervously next to him, noted that her level had clearly increased well, and they, their guild, were also able to learn something from him, while Kyle did not understand what his interlocutors were talking about. Becca, taking another drink, noted that the alcohol on the island was excellent, while Kyle reflected that the reason for this trip to the island was family, and he was afraid that training with his sister would make her overwork. However, this trip really helped her, while Johnny picked up the sheets with their schedule for the next raids, reporting that a new request had arrived from the Samdado Guild. The request stated that the risk of the dungeon was set to 11, and there appeared creatures called werebats, which had a wolf's face and a body similar to a bat. This kind of news didn't exactly make Kyle very happy, but he clarified that if the monsters are bats, What does the location look like? And Johnny realized that he forgot to clarify this point. He looked at the papers and, making sure of his data, said that the next dungeon was located in the cave location. Kyle didn't like this. He tensed and even clenched his hands into fists. Johnny studied the papers again and said that the request also mentioned that I could send reinforcements, and they also wanted to send the leader of one of the groups on this mission. While reading the description, Johnny also said that due to the terrain, the caves would be narrow and dark, and therefore arrows and teleport would be useless. Becca simplified his vague explanations by summing up that teleportation and arrows would simply be useless there, and asked if her interlocutors felt that those who sent the request were mocking them. Kyle did not take her words seriously and noted that he was determined to win, and since Becca and Joni looked like they were tired, they should get some rest, which Johnny tried to resist. However, Kyle did not let him finish, telling him that he could handle it, and they should not worry, because he would try to finish as soon as possible. At this time, the guy was thinking to himself that the cave could become a problem, since one idea brought back bad memories from Murim, when he had just begun to comprehend the basics of martial art. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the desired dungeon, representatives of the Samdado Guild were already waiting for him, and a pleasant-looking man extended his hand to him, introducing himself as Liam Wook, the one who would be in charge of their raid. Kyle shook the outstretched hand as he was briefly informed about the upcoming raid in the dungeon, which he should have already known about, immediately offering to start the raid. The passage to the dungeon was in the middle of the park in a special fenced area and looked like a marsh green portal through which Kyle saw the outlines of the upcoming location for the battle. Benet clenched his teeth, not thinking that he would guess so well, because until recently he hoped that the dungeon would not be a cave, and looking into it now he understood that, although he could be wrong, some strange feeling of anxiety did not let him go. At least for now, he attributed everything to the fact that it was his rich imagination. Nevertheless, he was determined, and whatever caused his feeling, he was going to quickly end it and return back. The dungeon location really turned out to be a real cave. The whereabouts were easily and simply struck by flashes of blue magic, unable to resist the magician who attacked them. The assistant and the head of the Samdado squad, Liam Wook, who were watching Kyle, were talking among themselves, noting that their progress was faster than planned, and the assistant was asking what they should do. At this time, Kyle once again turned to them, informing them that he was finished and asking what was next, while Liam and the assistant were taken by surprise, reporting that Bennett's speed and abilities were truly incredible. Liam pointed to the map, saying that a little more and they would reach unexplored territory. Kyle, hearing this, walked past the men in the right direction, saying that they should hurry up, while the guys in the Samdado Guild remained behind him, looking at the hurrying hunter with incomprehension. Liam noticed that Bennett had a pale face, but he waved it off, saying that everything was fine, while inside himself, he did not feel this peace. After all, even after so many years, those memories of the cave troubled him, and now he could not easily control himself because his feelings were not calm. And when the head of Vuk came up and put his hand on his shoulder, offering to rest for a certain time, he did not expect a rebuff from Bennett. Kyle's reaction surprised and even scared Liam a little. Bennett was on edge and had a terribly strong aura surrounding him, and his eyes glowed a murderous red. Liam had to back off and apologize, immediately turning to his assistant for a recovery potion, and apologizing to Kyle for being so annoying, persistent, and generally disturbing him. Kyle clenched his fists forcefully, realizing that he needed to leave the dungeon as quickly as possible, otherwise he would simply kill these people. Their exploration of the dungeon continued, and Liam pointed to the map and said that the road was a little confusing, so they would have to work hard. But they were already completing the study and Kyle should not worry. The head of Samdado waved his hand invitingly, and everyone around was so friendly that Kyle suspected something was wrong, since Liam said that they themselves would clear the road, and everyone should line up so that they would move forward. With every step, Kyle's suspicions intensified, but he mentally ordered himself not to get too worked up. However, around the next bend, they came to a fairly spacious place, and Liam began to chat with Kyle, warning about the obvious darkness, and then asking if he had ever been to the Sakaram Grotto, noting that it was much better than this gloomy cave. The head of Samdado also advised Kyle to visit all the local attractions later, but this idea did not evoke an emotional response from Bennett, and Liam admitted that the guy's face scared him. Bennett asked how long to go when he felt something was wrong. He stood still until his companions noticed his hesitation and stared at the roof of the cave. A huge, unusual structure with a magical design in the middle was right on the roof of the cave. Bennett knew what it was, but could not believe that a thing called a system which was capable of confusing a person, was located here. Although this design does not cause damage, it can confuse a person's senses. Kyle immediately felt how his companions were susceptible to his actions, wondering why the road was repeating itself, and whether they were really going the right way, because the formation forced the person to walk in circles. Only Bennett saw that, judging by the energy flow, they were being led to a certain place. An acute, painful spasm almost twisted Kyle, because the formation was from Murim, and could not appear in an ordinary dungeon. So he wondered whether this was another one of the paths to the world of Murim, or whether they were standing in this place originally. Besides, whatever it was definitely connected to Murim, and Kyle didn't want to see that world anymore. Bennett had to take a few deep breaths and exhale to cope with his own emotions and calm down, realizing that those days were in the past. This allowed his body to relax and his mind to finally come to its senses, defeating the ghostly fear. Kyle took the next decisive step, accepting someone else's rules of the game and informing that she would not let herself be fooled by accepting the invitation, no matter who left it. Bennett confidently moved forward, intending to see who or what wanted to see him. At this time, in the dungeon near the mountains, which was called the Dungeon of Sand, life continued to boil. The huge worm monsters continued their battles with the hunters. One of the fighters shouted the command to everyone to get ready. It was the head of the Dawn Guild, Richard Fraza, who encouraged his fighters, informing them that there was still a little time left, and they should hold on while he used the skills of the Crusader, Divine Blessing, and increasing team defense. The defeated worm was hiding underground, fleeing the attacks of the Dawn Guild. This encouraged the fighters, although they understood that the situation was heating up, and some of them had almost used up their strength. Another worm that appeared nearby acted atypically, and opening its mouth began to concentrate magic in it, increasing its power. Richard called on everyone to be calm, saying that this was most likely the monster's strongest skill, which meant they were close to victory. Taking his sword out of its sheath and attacking the monster, he shouted that they would not go anywhere without victory. The force of his blow was so crushing and great that the worm was pulled away from it and was given an excellent chance for a finishing attack. So Richard turned to his men, shouting that they needed to attack right now, and Alice Libera followed his order, activating her powers and attacking the monster. The girl was focused on the attack, activating her assassin skills, and her eyes glowed pink. The killer's series of perfectly timed blows was executed perfectly. Alice dispatched the worm with ease, landing next to her comrades and noting how hot it was in the dungeon, while her comrades happily celebrated the end of the raid and how gorgeous their deputy leader was. Richard immediately approached the girl, not at all tenderly, with his heavy arm and armor, patting her on the back as a sign of approval, noting that she was great and worthy of being his deputy because she could kill the worm herself alone while a couple of ordinary employees. The guild thought that the head should be stopped in order to save Alice from his heavy hand. The girl smiled sweetly, saying that there was no need to praise her so much because, for the head, the same battle would not have been worth more work, and they only dealt with 3 monsters, which means that the team was not in the best condition. She turned to one of her comrades, recommending that they find shelter under the shade and rest for half an hour, to which everyone happily agreed. The head of the guild, meanwhile, noted with a smile that she should be ashamed to go on a raid with him, to which Alice asked why he decided so. Richard remembered how she went on raids with Kyle, asking if they were not in a close relationship because he thought that for them it was all serious and something like a date, to which Alice made a forced smile and pretended that the head was joking, hitting him hard in the chest with his elbow. Her blow was strong, so it took Richard a while to come to his senses, although he was glad that he managed to make the girl laugh, who already said more sternly that next time he should keep his mouth shut, and then switching to E, that he doesn't understand why the other directors, heads of small groups of hunters within the guild, are absent, because with them the raid would be much easier. Richard said that they had some urgent business, thereby surprising Libera, who did not understand what business could be more urgent than raiding the entire guild into the dungeon and clearing it out. Meanwhile, the directors named by the head of the Dawn Guild were indeed busy being near the entrance to the Sand Dungeon, and they looked completely unfriendly towards their comrades, activating the skills of the Knight and Archer. The fighters guarding the entrance to the dungeon that Alice and the head of the guild were now clearing were relaxingly talking and having a snack, discussing that this dungeon would be easier to explore if there was a martial arts guild with him, because their head was incredibly strong, to which the second fighter responded with doubt, not thinking that his partner saw Kyle's strength. At that moment, the secretary appeared next to the guys, asking if they had really come here just to chat. The fighters noted with slight grins that they didn't think that anything could happen at the gate at all and offered to join them for a snack, because there was nothing to do anyway. But the secretary was adamant, not allowing them to relax too much, noting that even though the Twilight Guild is not very active now, they should not forget about security measures, how to ignore them. And at that time, something in the sky attracted the chief secretary. It was a whole series of attacking arrows that flew straight at them. The bright glow of alien magic in the sky was approaching too quickly for a peaceful action. The explosion reached its epicenter on the ground, at the point where the entrance to the dungeons began. The battered secretary of the Twilight Guild struggled to get up. He knew that the archer's skill was called meteorite hail, but he could not understand who was to blame for this because no one except the top knew about the raid. When a man engulfed in magical flames appeared from the shadow of the dust and explosion, the secretary could not believe his eyes. He did not recognize the person who approached, deciding that it was the work of the Twilight Guild. But one of the directors that Libra mentioned in the dungeon, belonging to the Dawn Guild, appeared in front of him, surprised that the chief secretary was there, and asking if he was okay. The secretary mentally exhaled a sigh of relief, rejoicing that it was one of his own, asking out loud what was happening here and who attacked them. To which the newcomer explained that this was the work of the Twilight Guild, because they had resumed their work. The secretary turned around in disbelief, losing sight of his colleague out of anger, and swearing that the crazy competitors had been sitting silently for so long, and now they had staged an unexpected explosion. The secretary understood that the head and deputy would need another couple of hours to complete the dungeon, deciding whether he should stay or whether he should leave and bring reinforcements. But the man did not have time to make a decision, as he was struck by a sudden guess. He turned to the director who had arrived, asking how he knew about this place because the secretary had heard that he was not informed because of some business. And at the same moment, the man was pierced to death by someone else's blow. He had no chance to survive, and blood was pouring even through his mouth. The former comrade in arms, who activated his magic, turned out to be a traitor, admitting that he was ending the work he had right now, mockingly asking how this end was to the secretary. After the last witness to the attack was killed, the traitor simply took out his phone and, as if nothing had happened, began calling someone. He reported to his interlocutor that he had already finished cleaning up, and his second comrade, also one of the traitorous commanders, should arrive soon. At the other end of the call, he was praised, and the employer was pleased with his work. It was the head of the Twilight Guild, Max Paxwell, dressed in armor along with his devoted knight Dustin Hammer, who arrived somewhere in helicopters. Max, with a happy smile, continued to praise the traitor, saying that they did a good job. It turns out that the head of the Twilight Guild arrived at the same dungeon that Libra and her guild were now clearing. He noted how the traitors did a good job killing their own. Max praised them again, saying that he liked it and wished them further advancement, to which both traitors bowed in gratitude. Paxwell, meanwhile, remembered the past, noting that Libra, as usual, was too naive and soft. After all, back at the Sun Festival, he recruited these two when he went to the locker room of the Dawn Guild. And now, humming with joy and completely oblivious to the fact that he was walking over the bodies, Paxwell approached the entrance to the dungeon. Looking at the entrance, he remembered that this was the same dungeon that he and Alice cleared 7 years ago, when they were still friends. And this was right after Max returned from Murim, and he had just become a hunter, and he and Alice and his comrades were called sister and brother when they all went together to clean up. Their comrades discovered a new dungeon then, which no one had yet entered, and Alice joyfully followed them, while Max did not even then understand why they were wasting time on this. He called Alice aside to talk, wondering how long they would keep going like this. He recalled that because of these untrained comrades, they had to babysit them and put their adult training on hold. Max didn't understand why Alice was bothering with the little ones, asking if she had forgotten Murim, because they needed to become stronger as quickly as possible. Max then asked if Alice had thought about their previous conversation, and again showed her the jade he had received from the Heavenly Warrior. Paxwell reminded that the power of martial arts increases several times from him, showing the girl the stones on the pendant. Carried away by his thoughts and ideas, he again invited her to follow the Heavenly Warrior, repeating that with him they would become much stronger, until Alice asked him to stop. Her words made him freeze in shock. The girl said that they understood his fears and anxiety, but reminded him that they were no longer in Murim, which meant no one would take their lives, so she saw no point in becoming even stronger. She pointed to their comrades, smilingly noting that she just liked looking after these kids, and so she asked him to forget the burdens of Murim at least for a while. And when her comrades called her, she turned away from Max and simply walked on, leaving the amazed guy alone. It was then that Max realized that despite the fact that he believed that the only person in the world who understood him was Alice, because they went through the same thing? Everything turned out to be wrong. However, Max was left behind, and Libora traded him for pathetic bugs, which infuriated Paxwell beyond belief. While fighting the next monster, Max easily cut it in half. It was not a problem for him to fight such simple monsters, so he considered the kids to be weaklings. Alice rushed with a shout to the wounded girl who was in their group, filled with the desire to help and save the poor thing. Max turned around to assess the situation for his next actions, in no hurry to help anyone. Of course, he saw that the children were injured by these weak monsters, and Libera could not stay away, rushing to that girl while gloating, and cruelty grew in Paxwell's head instead of sympathy. And when the guy called out to him, asking him to help pull out the wounded girl, Max did not experience bright feelings, immersed in his dark thoughts. He only gripped his sword tighter while his comrade noted that they couldn't stay here any longer, because the monsters were too strong for them, calling out to Paxwell once again. The boy called out to Max again, asking for help because they needed to hurry to save his friend. Only Max didn't hear the child's voice at that moment. All his thoughts were covered with a bloody veil, and the voice of the heavenly warrior noted that everything was happening as usual, and Paxwell was helping Libra and following her faithfully. But she rejected him because she was weak. The voice of the celestial warrior continued to take possession of Max's consciousness, saying that she had simply forgotten about the despair that she experienced in Murim. The celestial warrior spoke to him through the ill-fated jade necklace, ultimately ordering him to get rid of the trash. He ordered Paxwell to destroy everything that makes Alice Libera weaker, amounting to nothing. So he killed all their comrades in that dungeon, taking the side of the heavenly warrior. And he continued to follow this thought until now, convinced that Alice Libera would understand him, as the heavenly warrior inspired him to do. Paxwell was sure that by killing everyone next to her, he would free the girl. And even now he continued to follow this order, confident that in this way, he freed her from the surrounding weakness. Returning to the present, Max found himself frozen in front of the entrance to the sand dungeon. He woke up from his thoughts, as if he could not understand how he ended up here. He was so carried away by old memories. When the traitorous directors of Dawn called out to him, they wanted to know what to do next. Nighthammer answered them, saying that they must guard this place. Without turning around, he ordered them to catch anyone who tried to escape from the dungeon from the Dawn Guild, and kill them on the spot, without regret. The Dawn traitors were clearly frightened by his tone, but all they could do was nod. Hammer approached the head, distracting him from his thoughts, to which Max immediately asked how things were going with Kyle Benny. He wondered if everything was going smoothly on Hold Island, and Dustin assured him that there was nothing to worry about there. The same man who was given information by the Twilight guy who was following the Bennetts at the airport turned out to be a Twilight supporter named Gowlin. Hammer recalled that Max himself knows that no one can escape from the trap of this accomplice, hinting that they will finally defeat Kyle. Dustin also said that he was informed that the squad with Benet was moving faster than expected, but everything was going according to plan, and he was going to say what was happening with Benet now. But Paxwell interrupted him, saying that he simply believed what caused the attentive look of his knight. Hammer called two other henchmen, informing them that they would go into the dungeon with him. These turned out to be the same fighter that Kyle defeated during his duel at the Festival of the Sun, the fire magician Stephen Gore, and the knight. And Hammer smugly said that he would kill Alice Libora himself, but his fighters should deal with the rest. This phrase shocked Paxwell at first. However, it only took one breath to come to his senses. With a smug smile, once again in control, he said that he would let Hammer do as he promised, and then let them do whatever they wanted to those who fell into his hands. After all, Max wanted to make amends, although he did not specify to whom. In a good mood, he said that they should all start, knowing that they were at a significant advantage. Looking at the portal to the sand dungeons, he noted that they were hunters, and hunters usually hunt their prey. Therefore, this time their prey will be the Dawn Guild, or rather all its people who were in the dungeon in front of them. At this time, in the underground cave, Kyle could not understand what was happening. After all, he succumbed to the trick and accepted the invitation of his enemies. But nothing happened. He heard the negotiations of his escorts, who led him to the right point, and themselves thought that someone would be waiting for him here. But nothing happened. Kyle was no longer going to pretend that he didn't hear them, so he made it known that he knew everything, asking about who was supposed to be waiting for them here, causing the accompanying people to shake with fear. He approached the head of Samdado, Liam, ordering him to tell the truth and tell him what they were up to, while he hid the map in his jacket, pretending that nothing had happened. But Kyle grabbed him by the head, cutting off his oxygen. Benet's face looked frightening, because he was tired of pretending to be a nice guy, which he told those around him. because he turned a blind eye to many things. But did they all really think that he would remain silent until the very end? Such a phrase scared Liam, but he could not answer. Kyle activated his magic, lifting Liam off the ground and telling him that if he wanted to leave here alive, he should tell him everything he knew. But at that moment, one of the other guys distracted Kyle by noticing something on the other side. Kyle noticed this too and froze in shock. Jailing took off his glasses from his face, smugly noting that Benny is fast. But that's good, because now he won't have to wait. Other people told him that the target was in place, and he grinned smugly, confirming that this was good. Kyle noticed a red light in the wall, thinking that those they were waiting for had decided to show up. But it turned out to be some kind of device, which Bennett called a welcome gift, which he did not think to see here. Kyle even laughed because he realized how crazy his opponents were. It was an explosive device that exploded at the same second, filling the cave with fire, stones, and dust. At this time, in the sand underground, Alice Labora felt something. Only it was the distortion in her dungeon that gave the girl an unpleasant, strange feeling. Deputy Guild Leader Dawn decided that it looked like she was overheating and should relax a little. She was just inspecting the path further down the dungeon and noticed 2 more worms, the first of which was 400 meters to the east, and the second 700 meters to the west. And she saw them because she was located on a ledge, noting that they had a chance finish everything in one day. Only some terrible sound attracted her attention, and the girl turned around sharply. From her high place, she noticed a huge fiery explosion in the same direction where their entire group had set off, which frightened and amazed Libera. From this place, she could not understand what was happening there because she did not have the proper abilities for this, immediately rushing to the parking lot of her comrades, which was blazing with bright fire. The head of the Dawn Guild, Richard Fraser, with a menacing cry, swung his sword for another attack. Only the force of his blow and accuracy were not enough for him to hit the fire mage Stephen Gore, with whom Kyle was the first to fight during the Sun Festival. While around them, there was also a battle between the fighters of the Dawn Guild and the fighters of the Twilight Guild, who attacked them. At this time, the Knight of Twilight Dustin Hammer crept up on the head of Dawn from behind, unexpectedly attacking him. Richard Fraser did not expect such a series of blows from Hammer, which he could not even block. He was so fast and skillful. Only the head of the guild, Dawn, was not so simple, so he clenched his teeth and grabbed his sword tighter. Dragging it along the ground for the next swing, Richard prepared to attack. Hugo's blow was filled with power and yellow magic, but Dustin Hammer easily dodged this attack, since he was lighter than the clumsy knight. Richard did not have enough strength, and he knelt out of fatigue, leaning on his stove in front of the fast enemy. Looking at the fighters lined up in front of him, a fire mage who had activated a magic ball, an assassin who had already wounded him several times, and a knight who did not know defeat and knew how to block the enemy's abilities, the head of the Dawn Guild understood that he did not have enough strength to cope with even one in front of him. All 3 stood in combat readiness, but we shouldn't forget that they didn't come here alone. After all, their leader was just nearby. The head of the Twilight Guild, Max Paxwell, sat nearby on a ledge with a slight smile, looking down smugly at how his fighters frolicked. And Richard Fraser, who could barely cope with one fighter, could not even imagine how he would fight with the head of the Twilight Guild. Max Paxwell, watching the suffering and triumph of the head of the Dawn Guild, was generous with sarcastic applause, reporting that Richard Faze truly deserves to be the head of the Dawn Guild and insincerely apologizing for not taking him into account. The head of Dawn, catching his breath and preparing for a new attack, grinned evilly, answering that he himself also could not imagine such a meeting with the head of the Twilight Guild himself. Looking up at Max sitting on top of the cliff, Faze asked how he got there and what happened to his hunters at the entrance. The head of the Twilight Guild, looking to the side with a grin, as if trying to remember what he was asking, Richard clarified whether he meant those guys. Casting aside his naivety, looking harshly at Richard, Max asked what the head of Dawn himself thought about this, since representatives of Twilight were already in their dungeon, and what could happen to the hunters on the way out. Richard sighed heavily, realizing that nothing good could happen to his people, and asking another important question about how Paxville discovered this place, because no one knew about this raid. Raising his sword to swing, Faze guessed that most likely there were traitors among the representatives of the Dawn. The enraged man, about to unleash a new blow, did not give up or lose heart, announcing that he would erase all the traitors from Twilight. The fiery Twilight mage, Stephen Gore, watched the enraged Richard with a grin, commenting on his actions in such a way that strengthening the knight was an excellent step. But they also had their hidden trump cards, so the magician suggested that the members of his guild speed up, Richard could not keep up with the speed of the more agile representatives of Twilight, only noticing that someone flashed in front of him. The next moment, one of the Dawn Guild girls was shot in the chest. Tears flowed from her eyes, and she looked pleadingly at the head of Dawn. She turned to him with a prayer, repeating that she did not want to die and asking the man for help. Night Dust and Hammer, standing behind Richard, mockingly offered the head of Dawn to alleviate the suffering of his ward. All this infuriated Richard, because although the man was a strong warrior, he was powerless alone against such fast opponents. Max Paxwell continued to mock what had happened, making sarcastic comments about this sad sight, claiming that he could not look at it without crying. He raised his half-mad eyes, looking at what was happening, and declaring that now everyone present can see how the Beatles are burdened at such moments, meaning by the Beatles, the weak and unable to fight well members of the Dawn Guild. At that moment, Alice Libora, who had covered a huge distance and finally reached the Dawn camp, attacked Max from behind, hoping that he had made a mistake in defense. Her dagger quickly and inevitably rushed towards the target. But when there was only a short distance left to hit the target, Alice encountered an invisible barrier that prevented her from killing Max. It was Sylvester Driegel, one of Paxwell's loyal assistants. Libera accepted such a meeting with a smile, calling Sylvester baby and saying that she was glad to meet him. Max turned to Libera and Driegel, who were frozen opposite each other, mockingly asking if Alice wanted to greet him. His crazy look and facial expression spoke of his abnormality when the guy said that he missed Alice. Libera frowned at these words from the head of the Twilight Guild. The girl stamped her foot angrily, telling Paxwell not to talk nonsense. Taking a fighting stance, she urged Max to understand that they had long been enemies, not friends. Max, completely unafraid, turned to Sylvester, ordering him to deal with Libera. The first series of blows flashed through the air, filling the space with the sounds of fighting. It is Sylvester and Alice who are locked in a fierce battle, trying to get each other, and Alice is not going to give up, confidently attacking the guy. Sylvester repels the girl's attacks without noticeable effort, as if he is ready for such a turn of events. Libera has no problem dodging his blows, even if they fly right in front of her nose. She only improves and complicates her technique by attacking the guy in response. Her series of dagger strikes are strong enough for Driegel to block in defense. He has to use his strength and take the blow on his bracers. Libera is so strong that even in a defensive pose, the guy is thrown several meters away. The girl laughs mockingly, noting that Driegel has become slightly stronger, following Max Paxwell. She remembers their past, when in their fight the guy could not even hold the dagger in his hands during her attacks. These words awaken rage in the guy from Twilight, and he immediately attacks the girl. And although she notes that this happens quite quickly, in her opinion Sylvester is in too much of a hurry. The angry guy dreams of getting her and destroying her, and Alice mentally notes that it looks like the battle will be harder than she initially thought. But she has no doubt that she will win, and that she will deal with Sylvester. Having time to look back at her guild squad, the deputy head of Dawn thinks about what she should do next after defeating Sylvester. She sees how the head Richard is holding a dying girl in his arms and, angry to the limit, invites his opponents to attack. Alice is confident that Richard will be able to hold out against his Twilight opponents for some time. Dodging another attack from Driegel, she reflects on the fact that the powerful magicians and knights of Twilight who are now attacking the squad are not the same. Turning her gaze to the head of Twilight sitting on the ledge, the girl understands perfectly well who will become the main problem for them. Max Paxwell chilling on the mountain is really Alice's big concern and problem. The girl is sure that this crazy guy won't just sit still and watch all the time, but she doesn't have an answer to the question of what Paxwell wants. Watching the fight between Libera and Driegel, Max notes that Alice herself has also become much stronger. Distracted and thoughtfully looking to the side, Paxwell notes that the operation on Hold Island, where Kyle was now located, was supposed to come to an end. He is sure that everything should have gone smoothly this way. And in his opinion, Kyle Benet should now be dead, under the rubble. Only the stones in that tunnel do not lie calmly, but glow with strong blue magic, breaking out from somewhere in their depths. And then they fly apart, as if someone hit them very hard. Or there was another explosion. Kyle Benio, engulfed in a blue glow of magic and covering his face with his hands, laughs sarcastically and remarks that this is the second time. In fact, the guy is angry to the point of pure rage, so even his eyes begin to glow with his blue magic. And he himself asks whether those who attacked him once again really can't wait to die. Meanwhile, in the same cave under the rubble, members of the guild that accompanied Kyle slowly began to come to their senses. The men looked around in confusion, coming to their senses and complaining about damaged parts of their bodies, trying to understand what had happened. But then one of them noticed an unharmed Benet standing at one of the walls. There was a frightening aura of anger and magical power around Kyle, and the guy himself replied that what happened was not funny at all. Immersed in his emotions and awareness of what had happened, he concluded out loud that apparently his haste with the monsters had caused everyone around him to show up earlier than planned. And he wondered that even if everything did not go according to plan, were his enemies really so stupid that they decided to kill him with ordinary explosives? The representative of the former allied guild pretended that she did not understand what Kyle was talking about, asking if he was injured. The man with a naive smile said that he did not know and did not believe that anyone could even come up with the idea of planting explosives in such a place. Only now his words had no effect, and the next moment a wave of an unknown feeling overtook him. In an instant, he was twisted by flashes of blue magic, bending him so that his body felt terrible pain. He fell to the ground as his men tried to figure out what was happening to their leader when Kyle spun around, taking an intimidating step towards the men and asking if they wanted to tell him anything. Enraged with anger and pent-up rage, surrounded by his magic, Kyle loomed over the man, ordering him to tell him what was happening in the caves. And when he replied that he knew nothing, Kyle said that he was lying because control of the entrance to the dungeon belonged to them, and planting explosives in such a deep place would take many days. Continuing to hover over the man, Kyle clarified that it was impossible for the head of the guild not to know all this. Infuriated, Benet, whose magic and powers turned a frightening red, warned the man not to expect him to believe them. This behavior frightened the man, but he continued to remain silent, and instead of saying anything, he chose a different path. Having gone into hysterics, he shouted that he really didn't know anything, and if it weren't for Kyle, this explosion would have killed them all. And in general, they were all almost killed precisely because of Kyle. The last statement made Benet silently close his eyes, holding back his emotions for a moment. Kyle grinned insincerely, noting that the man had not said anything that Bennett had asked, and he had given plenty of time. So the guy used his new skill, using magical chains of command, and turning them on the head of the former allied guild. Kyle admitted that this was the first time he had used it in public, as the magical arms of will suppression lengthened around him. This was the absolute subjugation skill that Kyle had previously used on monsters. But now that he was forced to use it on humans, Bennett noted that even if a man's consciousness was completely destroyed, the man was to blame for it, and Kyle was to blame for it there won't be. The head of the Samdado Guild did not yet understand what Kyle was talking about, but his mind slowly became empty, and his consciousness lost touch with reality. Soon he completely obeyed Kyle. Benet learned that the Samdado Guild had been supported by the Twilight Guild since its inception, and Samdado's main task was to maintain the authority of Twilight on the island of Hold. But everything changed quite recently, when someone broke into the head of Samdado without permission, and despite the security. A guy came to him, very similar to the head of the Twilight Guild, saying that their office was quite poor but cozy, and clarifying whether this was really the Samdado Guild. The man asked if they had been contacted and announced that he was a death sentence from Max Paxwell. Chief Samdado had no idea how this guy was connected to Twilight, but he introduced himself as Gowlin. The man felt an incredible aura emanating from him, and he immediately began to command, saying that he needed Samdado's help and first of all demanded a car. At this time, in reality, the head of the Samdado Guild froze in place like a limp doll, continuing to kneel, and told about everything that Kyle asked, until his henchmen understood what was happening to him. He told that after they received an order from the Twilight to unquestioningly carry out Galen's requests, their next task was to bring Galen and his friends to the dungeon within the specified time frame, and it was assumed that they would do all the work on the death sentence themselves. Kyle mentally reasoned that no waves from the outside could pass into the dungeon, which means his opponents at the moment had to be somewhere in the dungeon to detonate the explosives. Kyle concentrated, using his magic to probe the space around him, trying to figure out if they had already escaped. Benet grinned, knowing he couldn't wait to face his new opponent. He ordered one of the Samdado Guild's henchmen to step aside, while he could not figure out whether to stay with the leader or follow Bennett's orders. Kyle, meanwhile, was concentrating magic in his hand, preparing to strike, and warning what he was blocking. The guy from Samdado introduced himself to Vicky and shouted that he would defend the head to the end. Only he still dodged the blow of Kyle's magic, covering his head with his hands, only then realizing that Bennett was not aiming at him and not intending to kill the head of Samdado. A large blue magic ball flew towards the exit from the cave littered with stones. A huge explosion thundered throughout the entire cave, so that ordinary guys were forced to cover their ears with their hands. This explosion cleared a passage in a tunnel littered with stones, clearing the way, and the desperate supporters of the Samdado Guild were delighted to realize that now they too could get out. And as Kyle walked down the aisle, one of them wondered what kind of magic Bennett used, while the other said that it didn't matter, because now they were free. A guy named Vicky was happy that now they could return and live, while the other guy tried to bring the head of the Samdado Guild to his senses. Hearing this, Kyle tempered their ardor, saying that they would not be able to get out and everyone would remain there. The man, angry at their action, said that they should pay for their sins, and did they really think that he would forgive them? Kyle again began to accumulate his power into a magical sphere, which began to send vibrations throughout the cave, causing the members of the Samdado Guild to become worried. As a result of Kyle's manipulations, the collapse of the vault began again. The stones slowly closed the resulting exit from the cave, under the pleas of the traders with their reluctance to stay in the cave, attempts to shout to the unconscious head of the guild, and cries that Kyle should save them because they did nothing. But Benet didn't care about their screams because he himself lived in the cave for 10 whole years, and now he offered the traders to feel this experience. Kyle grinningly thanked the Samdado Guild for the opportunity to destroy them, noting that before that, he should also say hello to the one who arranged this whole situation, a guy from the Twilight Guild who was named Jalen. At this time, in the Dungeon of Dawn, the confrontation between Dawn and Twilight continued, and Alice Libera, dodging another blow, answered her opponent that she did not expect this from him. Right in front of her, the number of Sylvester Driegel's physical bodies increased. The guy used an assassin skill called cloning, and Alice again noted that the training had benefited him, and now he was really good in battle. Sylvester grinned smugly, believing that he could defeat the girl this way, and noting that despite her praise, she continued to underestimate him, so she should wipe off the blood and start fighting him in earnest, using her key skill, Shadow Play. The deputy head of the guild, Dawn, was speechless for a moment, looking at her opponent with incomprehension, and then, realizing his words, she laughed. Surprised at the nonsense he was saying, she leaned on her hands to stand up, surprised that Sylvester was suggesting that she use this skill right now. The girl made the guy fall silent, embarrassed and angry, explaining that this skill was too valuable, and she did not want to waste it on a rook, a small fry, her enemy. Alice explained that even without the game of shadows, Sylvester would not be able to defeat her, because he was just a boy. The last phrase angered Driegel so much that he immediately sent all his clones to attack the girl from all sides, wanting to destroy her. Libera summoned her magic, a red light enveloping her body, using the skill of the Dark King's poisonous kiss, urging the boy to carefully watch how the true representatives of the rank of assassin fought. Serious-minded Alice was going to show this upstart real skill using the moonlight of the Bloody Path. The Dawn dungeon chosen for clearing was quite peaceful outside of the battle. There weren't many flying monsters, and the scenery remained peaceful and calm without any hunters. But then several figures rushed at great speed between the rocks, raising dust and disturbing this calm. Alice used her powers, running away from Sylvester's clones faster and faster. The power of her magic allows her to literally push herself off the air without using the ground as support. She gracefully and confidently dodged the clones' attacks, not paying attention to Sylvester's attempts to hurt her. Driegel also did not relax, carefully monitoring her actions, because no matter how much she underestimated him, he remained one of the strongest fighters in Twilight. Trying to calculate Libora's actions, he cloned himself again in a new attack on the girl. A huge explosion tore apart the space where Libera had been a moment ago, illuminating the sky with a red flash and scattering hundreds of fragments in all directions. Although the girl was expecting an attack, she was not completely prepared for this, and this slightly affected her flight path. Turning around, she again saw an increasing number of spears rushing to attack along her new trajectory. As she prepared herself for another strike, she noted that Sylvester was indeed a rabid fan of Max Paxwell, swinging her daggers. Despite the fact that many clones were rushing to attack her, the girl did not lose her spirit, noting that Sylvester is similar to Paxwell in that he is just as persistent and annoying. A bright pink magical flash cut through the space of the dungeon. Alice Libera was a first-class assassin, so her series of dagger strikes instantly struck all the Driegel clones, causing them to turn into nothing. A sound attracted the killer's trained ear. She turned around to see Sylvester rapidly approaching her with a weapon at the ready. Because despite the fact that she defeated most of the clones, she failed to get the guy himself in the last attack. Instead of attacking with a blade, the guy cupped his hands, activating his magic and using the origin skill. He struck with his magic-filled hand directly at Alice, who barely managed to block using her poison spear skills. The purple poison magic was not stopped by Alice's block, and the poisonous fumes began to attack the steel of the girl's blade. Struck by the unusual attack, the girl jumped back as far as possible to understand what happened during the last attack. Moving away to a safe distance, the girl saw how the daggers struck by magic were simply corroded, which had never happened before. Stopping in place to concentrate, Ashlisa looked around. Driegel's attack showed that the stakes had increased and the games were over. She had no right to make a mistake, because then she would simply die. And at this time, new copies of the enemy appeared in front of her again. But Libera did not feel afraid, but rather noted that she was having crazy fun, asking Sylvester when his style had changed so much and throwing her damaged daggers. Looking at the guy in front of her, she noted that apparently she would still have to change her weapon. Sylvester thanked Libera, and the girl stared back at him with a question. Sylvester, looking at his feet, explained that once upon a time it was she who showed him how to become stronger. Alice didn't remember what exact moment of the past Sylvester was talking about now, taking out new blades from his spatial pocket and thinking not about dialogue, but about the fact that she should be more careful with this poison and should not hesitate, wondering where the enemy's real body is. One of the Driegel clones froze, sadly noting that she couldn't even remember. The serious guy replied that he would help her with this matter, once again indicating that this was the last time he was giving her a chance to use the shadow game. Libera became angry, taking a belligerent pose and asking if Twilight's minion was tired of her, because she had already said that she would not use it in a fight with him, adding to herself that she would save this ability for another. The girl smiled confidently, once again repeating what she had already told him. The shadow play skill is not for him, mentally understanding that she should under no circumstances use the shadow play, since she still needs strength to fight with Maxim Paxwell. This situation angered Sylvester Driegel, so the guy experienced a wave of rage. He crept up on the girl from the rear, unexpectedly attacking from behind, which Libera, confident in her own safety, did not expect. The girl turned to him too late to do anything. With a cry of wanting her to die, the guy pierced her chest right through, so that everything around was stained with blood. At this moment, Sylvester recalled the past, when Alice mockingly invited him to look at himself, because he was trying to copy her technique of 2 daggers. Frightened and ready to burst into tears, Sylvester was then forced to sit on the ground, frozen in horror, while Alice asked if he was the one with whom Max Paxwell was trying to replace her in his ranks. Alice then turned again to Driegel, who was looking around fearfully, not knowing if he had a chance. They were in one of the dungeons, and Alice defeated everyone who tried to get her, and she and Sylvester were left alone, surrounded by corpses, when Libera told him that Paxwell was her bastard. She took a few more steps forward, from which Driegel tried to crawl away from the girl in fear, while she said that he was pathetic. His existence bothered the girl, and he annoyed her with his whole appearance. She knelt down on one knee in front of the frightened guy, and blades glittered dangerously in her hands. She put the blade at the throat of the frightened and trembling guy, thoughtfully deciding to give him advice. It was then that Alice said that for Sylvester, as a killer, to become stronger, he needs to sincerely try to kill someone, and if Driegel really wants to become stronger, then he needs to hate someone so much that he wants to kill him, as he does Liber itself. Then, Driegel was saved by the fact that reinforcements appeared in the forest nearby, and their cries that they were looking for Driegel forced the girl to change her plans in disappointment. Then she left Driegel alive, saying that he should have understood what she was talking about, and the girl admitted that most of all she wanted to kill the person who had arrived here, so Sylvester's death would have to be postponed until later. Already getting up and getting ready to leave, the girl decided to finally tell Sylvester that he has absolutely no talent, and he should quit his job as a killer and just start life from scratch. The frightened and humiliated boy looked up at her, trying to comprehend what she said. Alice sealed his self-esteem with the phrase that he was simply not created for this, completely destroying him. In the present, Sylvester, looking at the hand with which he mortally wounded the girl, honestly admitted that at that moment she crushed his pride like that. It was as if she basically denied the very fact of his existence, and he, after all this insult, began to learn from the very beginning, completely changing the fighting style. And he did all this with only one single goal: to kill Alice Libera. Driegel continued to speak, saying that even though she was from the enemy guild, he respected her, and he asked now, the wounded and barely alive girl, to imagine what he felt then, because then this was the situation when he was disgraced by the person who he admired so much. Sylvester tightened his grip on his dagger, raising it to strike, saying that she was right. With a mad and hateful smile, the guy filled the dagger with magic, telling the girl that it was thanks to the desire to kill her that he became much stronger, intending to finish her off. At that moment, the entire space around was colored with flashes of Alice's crimson magic, and the girl said with a grin that she remembered that moment from the past, while the unaware Sylvester watched as her body dissolved into a mirage, as if it had never existed. He looked around in amazement, trying to find Alice while her voice sounded around him. The girl clarified in surprise that apparently the guy then wanted to surpass her so much that, apparently, he learned her lesson. Alice, unharmed and completely healthy, hovered in the air behind him, saying that he had missed one very important point from her speech then, because the last thing she told him was to give up trying to kill her, and with a slight smile asked if it seemed him that it's pretty dark in here. Sylvester tried to dodge her attack, immediately realizing that she was using shadow clones in a new attack on him, when the dark blobs almost overtook him. While dark magical bonds entwined the guy who did not understand anything, since it was at that moment that he was unprepared for her attacks, Alice said that she would give him one more piece of advice. Directing part of her power to the immobilized guy, the girl admitted that the killer shows his true face only once. The dark shackles of Libra's magic enveloped the guy more and more, when she said the key thing that this one time happens when an assassin kills his opponent. The next moment, the girl's magic, completely twisting the guy, destroyed him, screaming the name of Alice Libora on her lips. The girl, without looking back, moved away from the battlefield, noting that he enjoyed his victory too much. Dark shadows tore Sylvester's body apart, and Alice confirmed that her injury was only an illusion. Taking one last look at what was left of Driegel, she called the killer an idiot, but there was no time to relax, and the girl stopped warily, looking around. Max Paxwell finally deigned to jump off his ledge, landing not far from Alice, noting that the fight was not bad, and his charge had become quite strong. Libera turned around with an evil grin, noting that he had finally gotten down. It was Max Paxwell who was the bastard she wanted to kill, and now he stood in front of her with a smug smile. The head of the Twilight Guild slowly approached the girl, asking if she liked the performance he performed. Drawing a dagger and pointing it at Paxwell, Libera replied that she remained in mixed feelings, determined, and immediately added that Max should not expect an easy death, since she planned to torture him for a long time and painstakingly. Such a remark only caused a smug smile. Paxwell activated his green magic, creating a dimensional pocket into which he reached with his hand. He pulled out a huge sword, clearly preparing to fight with Alice, and reporting that her attitude was exactly what he wanted to hear so badly. Both hunters were enveloped in spheres of their magic, and while around Alice there was magic of a bright crimson color, then around Max there was a sphere of rich green color. Alice and Max were determined, and the girl was finally ready to use her shadow play skill to fight the head of Twilight. At this time, Kyle tried to call Alice Libera. He had just left the dungeons, and not for the first time he dialed the number of the deputy head of the Dawn Guild, while the operator answered again and again that the subscriber was temporarily unavailable, offering to leave a message after the signal. Kyle continued to look at the phone doubtfully, thinking that perhaps she was busy, because now Kyle urgently needed to tell her about the situation with the Samdado clan. Someone distracted Kyle with a question about whether he had tried to contact Dawn Clan Deputy Chief Elisa Libera. Kyle, emerging from the portal, found himself surrounded by unknown belligerent hunters, who reported that she was unlikely to respond, since her dungeon was about to be attacked right now. One of the fighters noted that Kyle himself should understand that the mobile signal does not reach the dungeons. It was Gullen, dressed in a bright raincoat and sunglasses, who noted that now Cal should be wondering how he knew all this, to which he himself immediately replied that for them, who arrived from Murim, all this was commonplace. The glasses reflected Kyle, whose face was neutral, while Jailing says that he most likely quenched his curiosity with the previous answer, calling Kyle Benet by his full name. Kyle opened the spatial pocket where he had hidden his mobile phone, turning to the interlocutor with the words that he did not particularly look like an expert, and clarifying that he also still had a couple of questions, and one of them was whether he was really from Murim, but the more important question is not this, but how he knows about the attack from the dungeon. Jailing chuckled, noting that he was interested in the guy's train of thought, saying that he could have said it, but Kyle was so impolite with him. Taking off his glasses, Jailing asked with impudence if Kyle could ask more politely, but Kyle replied that he could already see that Jailing was in no hurry to speak, and he did not have much desire to share information with Kyle, but Bennett did not care too much about this fact. Kyle was still furious, so he went into rage mode with lightning speed, calling on his magic and saying that he would force him to tell him what he needed. Jalen, feeling Bennett's powerful strength, cheered up joyfully. Seeing how Bene, engulfed in magic, was closing the distance between them, the guy was excitedly awaiting their clash, believing that Kyle was amazing and that the rumors were true. And Kyle was able to control magic at such a high level. And, knowing that he was from Murim, he assumed that he can combine magic with martial arts. But Jailing was not going to wait, crossing his arms and summoning a magic seal. Kyle found himself in the center of a glowing golden pentagram, not expecting such a turn. Kyle was truly unprepared for what he saw, immediately asking if it was a gravitational trap. Jalen, enjoying his magic, replied that this pentagram is like a gravitational trap. But as it acts, the enemy will be forced to realize that it is completely different from the one that Kyle had seen before. And this is the greatest creation in which Galen combined the gravity trap and his magic. Clenching his hand into a fist and calling upon all his magic, Jalen commanded the activation of the heavenly golden seal. At the same moment, the hunters who had been standing idle before rushed to attack Kyle. Benet thought that what was happening was a cheap trick, planning to attack. But he was shocked and amazed that his expectations were not met. He felt the radiation of magic simultaneously acting on him from several directions. One of the hunters rushed towards Bennett with an attack, but Kyle felt his body become much heavier than usual. He was able to parry the attacker's attack, striking directly at the sword that was blocking it. Only, unlike previous battles, nothing critical happened, and the blow did not affect the opponent at all. In an instant, Kyle realized that he could no longer use his internal energy. The battle continued as Benet continued to try to comprehend the fact that he could not fully use his power. He had to use the maximum of his capabilities to repel enemy attacks. Kyle carefully examined his opponents, trying to understand why everything did not turn out according to his usual scenario. Looking at Galen and the fighters hovering around him, Benet was struck by an unexpected thought. He had the feeling that they were all from Murim together. Jailing noted with a joyful smile that he was very pleased to look at Kyle's desperate face, asking why he was without internal energy. Benet, fending off his opponent's attacks, listened as Jailing explained that his golden seal absorbed all his energy, but it does not go into space but is transmitted to those fighters who are now attacking Kyle. Jailing, confident in himself, his strength and his victory, continued to talk about how no matter how strong Kyle was, he could not defeat them. Twilight's ally was inspired by his trap, because now the stronger Kyle is, the stronger his enemies are, and there will be no chance of victory. At this time, all three Jailing fighters attacked Kyle with renewed ferocity, while the man himself continued to shout that the accumulated strength here would kill Kyle. Only Benet was not going to give up, and noted with a grin that he was talking too much. The guy took a decisive step, as happened every time he accepted a challenge and was about to deal with his opponent, reporting that he was already tired of listening to Twilight's ally. Concentrating his power, Kyle replied that he would now show why he was called the Immortal Sword Emperor, intending to show his opponent how pitiful he was in front of true power. After his words, Jailing remembered the basics he had learned in Murim about the true law. It was created by natural objects or amulets placed in the correct order, which became like a new space. The representative of Twilight remembered an old man from Murim, who was a legendary formation master who could summon wind and lightning with his octagonal method, and they could destroy an entire army without leaving anyone alive. This old man was a very powerful man, comparable in strength to a god. Gullen admired him, and the guy honed the art of this old man even after returning from Murim. That's why he was so confident in himself and his abilities. After all, he believed that since he had mastered this technique perfectly, he could now also be compared to a deity. Another blow from the attackers cut through the air at the battle site. Kyle managed to dodge the blow with the same ease as in the old days, leaving his opponent confused. In an instant, Benet was able to move behind his opponent, communicating that he finally understood everything. Kyle realized that the golden energy creating the magic seal space was just a play on words after all. It was a heavenly golden seal. At this moment, two other rivals joined forces and attacked Kyle from behind. By ordering the attackers to stand still, Kyle managed to make them simply freeze in place, and not just stop, but at the moment of impact, hover in space. Saying that Benet was almost finished, he moved to the other edge of the seal, asking them to wait a little. Jailing watched in amazement and a little fear at what was happening on the battlefield, realizing that Kyle had created a new law, and this was something that Twilight's ally had never seen before, wondering where he found the weakness of the formation. Kyle Benet, however, had already begun to be entangled by his native blue magic, creating its own area around him, dispersing the golden halo of Jalen's magic. While he mentally screamed that it was impossible, since the guy himself did not notice any adjustments and could not understand how Benet changed his seal. Kyle found himself at the other end of the seal, while his rivals froze paralyzed at opposite ends of the seal, and Benet, praising their skills, asked to answer his question, since he was very interested. Kyle asked if they belonged to a special cult, and one of the attackers froze questioningly, even more confused about what was happening. Benet admitted that he didn't know too well either, but the energy he felt during the battle was very similar to the magic of that cult. In addition, Benet said that although all three of them have martial arts, they are definitely not the ones who returned from Murim. At the moment when all three attacked him, he was able to appreciate their mediocre skills and the execution of techniques that were too crude for those who had visited Murim. But the most important thing remained that the harmony of pure art did not resonate with them, and this was the key point that confirmed that they were deceptions. Jalen entered the conversation with a wide and ominous smile, saying that Kyle had a great eye. Twilight's ally confirmed that his fighters are different from them, ordinary people. These guys who attacked Benet so fiercely and used martial arts were artificial people. Kyle looked at his opponents doubtfully, noting that when he taught martial arts, he would tear through someone else's flesh and transfer his energy. But at Jailing's level, this would be unwise. Looking at those with whom Kyle fought a couple of moments ago, the guy came to the conclusion that Jailing was using something else. All three fighters took up space between Benet and Twilight's ally, who were on the attack, while both boys talked. Benet, looking at them, came to the conclusion that if they had been created in the usual way, he would not have felt the difference, so he assumed that Galen used either the magic of a demonic cult or the magic of earthly magicians. Twilight's ally chuckled, noting that the head of the martial arts guild seemed to understand everything. Jailing said that these people were slackers whom he processed into useful ones, which cost worthless lives. Twilight's ally admitted that the speed of his research was high, with several thousand test subjects, and as a result he was able to gain control of those who were comparable to high-level hunters. Turning to Kyle, Galen noted that no matter how strange Benet was, the guy planned to squeeze all the juice out of him with his formation. But Kyle did not care about this. He only noted that it turned out that Galen was simply using people as sacrifices. Grinning that he had figured it all out, Bennett smiled, saying that it was time to end everything, and he had had enough, even though he liked the tricks of Twilight's ally. At this moment, a bright golden spark flashed above the golden magic seal. Immediately, Jailing felt pain in his body, not understanding where the resonance came from or what was happening. Kyle called upon his magic, telling him to finish for now. The guy explained that even when fighting with the demon's followers, speaking or tearing them apart, he himself does not feel any pity. But on the contrary, such actions refresh him. And right now, Benet was alert and ready to begin hunting the demon. This characterization offended and angered the still unpleasant Jailing. Creating a new seal in front of him, he angrily asked how Bennett even dares to talk to him like that. The seal activated by the magician gave strength to his fighters. They were again able to move and control their bodies in order to attack Kyle. Only Benet had no desire to share their delight because in fact they were already in his trap. So the guy raised his legs surrounded by magic, preparing to turn the tide of events. And the next moment Benet slammed his foot hard right on the seal. His magic turned out to be stronger than Jalen's energy, and all of Kyle's blue power immediately began to spread through the seal. Not even a few seconds had passed before the golden glow of Jalen's magic and seal disappeared. And the ally of Twilight himself, although he folded his hands in a gesture of summoning a magical formation, could not understand what was happening. His fighters screamed in pain, as their bodies were no longer shrouded in saving gold, and they were surrounded by the blue incinerating fire of Benet's magic. Artificial people turned to Jailing with cries of help, asking him to save them and help them stop experiencing the feeling of burning alive. While the fighters who were about to attack a moment ago were writhing in agony, Kyle calmly and slowly advanced on Galen. To the questions of Twilight's uncomprehending ally, Kyle only replied that he used fire gold, saying that fire melts metal. Benet had to explain that he voiced the understanding of the 5 elements, which was the basis of the fundamentals, and he only removed his essence of energy and replaced the gold that Galen pumped out of him, correcting it for fire. Jailing couldn't understand how Kyle did it, and he had to explain that in Murim he also studied formations a little, but his opponent's skills were insignificant compared to Benet. However, the martial arts guild leader was having a bit of fun in this fight. Jailing fell to his knees in shock, trying to comprehend that he had spent his entire life in research and experimentation, and the guy in front of him had broken everything in such a short time. He didn't understand how Benet reached his level, because with his words and quick solution to the puzzle, he simply trampled Jailing's pride. Benet suggested that he should not be upset, because if Twilight's ally knew Bennett's true level, losing would be an honor for him, and advised him not to worry. Smiling broadly, Kyle noted that in a field such as magic, talent is needed, and without talent one cannot achieve much, no matter how hard one tries. Benet warned Gowlin that he was about to be killed and his form would absorb all his energy. With a smile, Kyle noted that since jailing himself had previously taken away the energy of many people, now he himself should not mind taking it away from himself. Benet reached out and used his absolute command ability. His main question to Galen was what was happening to Alice Libera now. At this time, the girl, covered in blood, was lying next to someone in the dungeon. Jailing said intermittently that Alice Libera was dead. At this time, the girl herself recalled that she had been a loner all her life, both in the original world and in Murire, until she met Max Paxwell, who was happy to learn that he was not the only one who had returned from Murim and was very glad to meet her. In difficult dungeons, he protected her from monsters, sending her to run away while he himself prepared to fight the monsters, protecting her. They helped and supported each other. As in one of the memories, Alice remembers helping Paxwell when he was panicked by the memories of his time in Murim. Their relationship was very warm and soft, and they promised not to leave each other. And although it was difficult for them to rely on each other, they were grateful to each other for everything that they had experienced together. And for Alice, this was the first time that someone outsider but who had become close needed her so much. Only now, Libera is sure that she and Paxwell should not have met. Max hovers over the girl lying on the ground, mockingly noting that it's time for her to get up. The head of the Twilight Guild was stronger and taller than her, and now he was looking down on her, teasing her that she would not want to die like this, in such a disadvantaged position. Elisa Labora was very battered from the fight with Max, and could hardly stand on her feet when she finally managed to get up. Only her condition was at the same time deceptive, but the girl did not lose her vigilance but only waited for a break. The next moment, with sharpened blades, she rushed at the enemy trying to reach and kill. Max immediately used the most proven of the knight's spells, activating the shield, in the center of which a bright dark red sphere appeared, full of magical energy. This sphere formed exactly in the place where Alice was aiming, preventing her from completing the blow. In addition, the spell was with a secret intent, since the shield turned out to be not simple but reflective, and the next moment the sphere with magical energy exploded. The force of the blow was so great that Alice was forced to act. The girl jumped several meters, landing on one knee. Paxwell, of course, noticed that she had to make some effort to land on her feet with such ease, noting that she was tired. He noted with satisfaction that she even used shadow play, which meant she was quite exhausted. Paxwell suggested she give up, to which the girl only frowned angrily, mentally asking herself when Max became so strong. Noting both the armor and magical potential, Libera noted that she, of course, also did not waste time and improved. But she was still quite far from Paxwell's power, and besides, she was really tired. But there were still a few things that she wanted to ask Max for the last time. The guy grinned and with a joyful smile clarified what exactly she wanted to know about. Alice's face darkened, as her question was about their past together and several guys who were in their group. Remembering the past, Libera could not find the answer to the question of why they died on that fateful trip to the dungeon. Paxwell made a bored and offended face, noting that Alice could not calm down and stop remembering this incident, and he was already sick of it because he wanted some more interesting question. The girl, whose hands were already tired and covered in her own blood, only clenched the dagger tighter while she was angry at his reaction that he was sick of it, wondering why the words that she should say were spoken by him again. Alice firmly reported that Max always avoided answering when the conversation touched on this matter, and she insisted that this time she simply had to hear the answer. Max's face darkened and he didn't say anything for a while. When he finally decided to answer, all he said was that those who died were weak. The man's face took on signs of madness, and his gaze became crazy as he continued this topic, saying that, "Isn't it human nature to want to trample the weaker?" The answer made Libera darken, although she forced a smile, regretfully noting that she must have gone crazy for a moment to think that this conversation with Paxwell would give her at least some answers. The girl could not hold back tears of grief and regret, although she restrained herself with an evil smile, inviting the enemy to finally end their battle. She abruptly rushed from her place, heading towards Paxwell with lightning speed. All she was thinking about at that moment, once again trying to get at the head of the Twilight Guild, was that she would certainly kill him. Her dagger strike was blocked by a sword strike. They clashed with Paxwell in a series of new blows in an attempt to understand which of them was stronger and to kill each other. Their strength was so great that each blow caused a small explosion. At this time, the weather on Hold Island was mild and sunny, and the sea was calm. Kyle Benet sat on top of one of the rocks, still looking at his phone. The guy studied the map of the area, trying to figure something out in his head. He remembered how Jailing said that his guild serves the Heavenly Warrior, which means that here too, among the opponents there was only trash, like representatives of the Twilight Guild. During the confrontation with Galen, Kyle of course wanted to find out more, but he turned out to be a weakling and died very quickly. Rising from his seat and looking straight ahead, Kyle straightened up. He learned that the problematic dungeon where the raid of the Dawn Guild took place and where Max Paxwell and his minions went was located 450 kilometers in a straight line. And all this distance had to be overcome across the ocean as well. Kyle remembered the magic of Johnny Yugos, who showed him the basics of teleportation. Benet understood that he had only one way to quickly get to Alice. Aware of his current level of power, Bennett knew he could reach Libra in 20 seconds and wondered if he should even worry about anything right now. He turned away from the cliff, heading back, thinking that he and Alyssa are just business partners, and even if she is in danger, he is not really obligated to help. He walked firmly and confidently away from the water, realizing that killing and dying were commonplace in Murim. And now Kyle wondered if there was any special reason for him to save Alice, realizing that there was no special reason. Only every new step he took gave rise to memories of Alice and their past. Benet remembered how she called him by name and with a smile offered to go on a date with her, extending her hand. This was the first memory that struck Benet, forcing him to stop abruptly. Then he remembered their first meeting, when she noted that he knew about the special silver needle tea, and how she noted that she often came to that tea house for this special tea. The next memory was their meeting and conversation before the competition at the Sun Festival, when she was not at all afraid of him and even grabbed him by the collar. Then Alice was angry that Kyle could not tell the truth to his sister and could not admit that he had returned from Murim changed. And one of the very last memories was their conversation after the Sun Festival. Then Alice formally, as the deputy head of the Dawn Guild, thanked him by shaking his hand. All these memories took Kyle by surprise, because he did not think that the girl took up so much space in his life. Realizing all this, Kyle froze, starting to laugh loudly. He laughed so hard that he could be heard even in the nearby bay. Covering his face with his hands, the guy said that he was probably going crazy. He began to warm up, first stretching his arms. Next, he began to stretch his back, realizing that all this time he had thought that besides his sister, there was no one important to him. Then the guy began to flex his fists, smiling slightly surprised even for himself. Right now, he realized that, unnoticed, another person had been added to his list of important people. He made the first push with all his strength. Kyle Benet rushed towards the ocean with all his strength, mentally asking for only one thing. The guy wanted Alice Libera to be able to wait for him a little longer. At this time, silence and harmony reigned on the island where the problematic dungeon of the Dawn Guild was located. Two traitor hunters were resting peacefully at the entrance to the dungeon. They allowed themselves to take the place of the slain hunters, sipping their drinks and reflecting on how easy it had been for them. The shooter noted that they made the right decision by accepting Paxwell's offer and moving to the Twilight Guild, because here they were even paid more, and the work was not hard. The knight replied that he still wondered what was on the mind of one crazy hunter. The shooter realized that his fellow knight was talking about Kyle Benet, who had so easily defeated his rivals during the Festival of the Sun, and was glad that Paxwell knew that he would join the Dawn, because now they could definitely defeat him. The shooter threw away the bottle, serenely noting to his comrade that most likely Bennett was already dead, and the knight agreed. The shooter, meanwhile, continued to think that even if Bennett had suddenly survived, he would not have been able to get from Hold Island to them quickly. It was at this moment that the sound of something heavy hitting them was heard. This sound scared not only the traders but also the birds in the nearby forest, and they instantly took to the air, creating an atmosphere of something terrible. The knight looked at his comrade with fear, asking what had just happened, but the shooter didn't know either. At that moment, they both felt the radiation of something terrible coming straight towards them, wondering what it could even be. The shooter turned out to be more sensitive since the alien aura literally suppressed him. And then the realization overtook him, because he had already encountered something similar. A furious Kyle Benet made his way towards them through the forest. As soon as he reached the clearing, he directed his hand with concentrated force towards the traders. The men immediately recognized him, realizing that they had buried this hunter too early in their conversations. A scream of inhuman horror echoed throughout the island. Another sharp blow of the sword cut through the air. The confrontation between Alice Libera and Max Paxwell continued, and the head of the Twilight Guild did not let her friend relax, constantly egging her on. He was completely immersed in the fight, smiling madly and goading the girl, asking her if she was going to kill him, and demanding to show her all his strength. He continued to pester her, asking where her ardor had gone, making her angry, wondering if maybe she was just mocking him. And in the next blow of their forces, sword and dagger collided like this. Only now, it seems, Alice's weapon was not as strong and powerful, since the dagger in her bloody hands began to crumble. She did not expect that the blade simply could not withstand this confrontation. Distracted by her weapon, she allowed herself to lose sight of Max as he prepared to strike with his hand. In one powerful movement, Paxwell grabbed the girl by the head, preventing her from escaping and reminding her to focus all her attention on the battle. His eyes burned with the red fire of madness as he struck again. The head of the Twilight Guild swung his hand so hard that he threw the girl grabbed by the head into the ground with all his strength. Turning away from Alice, he repeated his favorite phrase that everything that was happening around was very boring. Returning to the girl and hovering over her, Paxwell once again asked in surprise whether she was really going to defeat him with such small forces. The girl had difficulty coming to her senses, and her face was covered in blood, while Paxwell gloated that apparently these were all her capabilities, and she was not capable of more. Bending over the girl who was still barely coming to her senses, he asked what kind she was, and whether it was clear to her which of the two was right. The head of the Twilight Guild grabbed the girl by the neck, intending to mock her again. His crazy face was too happy about what was happening, and he said that now she should understand that following the Heavenly Warrior was beneficial, and it was still not too late for her to come to her senses, because he would give her one last chance to join them. Squeezing the girl's neck, Max again invited her to go with him, because this way they could be so strong that no one would dare to threaten them anymore. With difficulty, Alice was able to answer him, thanking him for the offer, causing surprise in the guy. But she remained determined, even on the threshold of death, to be true to herself, saying that she would rather die than follow Paxwell, because then he would finally leave her life. Angered by this state of affairs, the man trembled with anger while the girl continued to make fun of him, asking again if he suggested that she follow the Heavenly Warrior, and whether he was still using the fact that only the strong are right. In the end, Alice called Paxwell child. She ended with a grin by asking Max to know that he would simply die for following the Heavenly Warrior like a dog. These words completely angered and enraged Paxwell. Alice remembered the name of Kyle Benet, whose image immediately appeared in Paxwell's head. The girl reported that Kyle was the one who was looking for a meeting with the Heavenly Warrior, but only for the purpose of revenge, since the Heavenly Warrior ruined his life. Alice seriously asked Paxwell if he really thought that Kyle would leave the servant of the Heavenly Warrior alive, to which Paxwell only slowly said Bennett's name, as if this clarified something. Max calmed down after hearing the girl's words, calmly saying that Alice should know that Kyle should already be dead at this time. Only now the girl's eyes widened in disbelief, not because of what Paxwell said, but because of whose silhouette she saw. While Max was talking about how he entrusted the murder of Benet to another guild, and that they were strong enough, like the Dust Guild, and they also follow the path of the Heavenly Warrior, a familiar silhouette approached the couple. Of course it was Kyle Benet, yawning in boredom as Max talked about the guild he hired, and that their leader was also from Murim, and every member of that guild was stronger than any high-level hunter. Max was so confident in his strength and rightness that he forgot about caution, letting Alice go and speaking into space that no matter how long Kyle stayed in Murim, he would not be able to cope with that guild when he was interrupted by the hunter's greeting. Paxwell froze with his mouth open when Kyle asked him to continue, not to be shy. When Max turned around, Kyle was just clarifying whether the head of the Twilight Guild was burying him right now, in his sweet and triumphant words. Turning around and seeing who interrupted him, Paxwell was shocked, stuttering out that Bennett should be dead now, and not understanding how he got here to them. Benet carried two traitors on himself, the archer and the knight from Dawn, who killed the hunters at the entrance to the dungeon, asking again if he was really dead if he was still alive, and he decided to return the guys he was dragging to Max. They fell to the ground in senseless bags, while Kyle explained that they seemed to be around Dawn because he saw them at the Sun Festival and remembered them. But now they were in the way, so Kyle explained that he had killed them. Alice joyfully called the guy, not believing that it was he who was in front of her, and Kyle was glad that she was still alive. The girl peered at him from behind Paxwell's figure with a joyful smile. Her face and body were covered in bruises. Kyle noted this especially carefully, realizing that the girl had experienced too much during the time it took him to get to her. From what he saw, his face darkened and his mood worsened. The smile and carefreeness disappeared from his face, and his lips formed a straight stripe. His magic began to spread around the guy, while Max frantically thought whether jailing could really lose to him, and asking the most difficult question of how Bennett managed to get into their dungeon so quickly if he should be on the island of Hold. Paxwell knew about Benet's strength and his abilities, so he called out to him, The head of the Twilight Guild tensed. As soon as Kyle turned to him with the fact that enough time had passed since the last meeting, and it seemed like the last time they saw each other at the Festival of the Sun, Paxwell immediately covered himself with his shield. Paxwell immediately used his shield skill, again creating a dark red magical energy sphere on his shield here, and using his reflective shield skill. Only for Benet such skills did not carry significant resistance, and the guy with one fist filled with power directed all his power into the center of Paxwell's shield. His blow was so powerful that repelling the attack did not work at all. And Kyle himself asked the frightened and beginning to panic Max only one thing. Benet wondered if Paxwell had a religion or faith to which he belonged. Because if not, then Kyle advised him to take some right now and start praying to his god as he swung his fist filled with magic a second time, offering to pray for his life. Preparing for the next blow, Kyle was not just surrounded by magic but was filled with it himself, and his eyes glowed blue when he was about to make a blow. He assumed that today he would not survive. These words angered Paxwell, and he angrily shouted Kyle Benet's name. The Twilight Guildmaster pulled out his sword from his magic pocket, summoning his powers for the next blow. He brought down the full power of his forces, colliding them with Kyle Benet's attack so that a flash appeared again at the point of contact of their forces. A moment later, a huge energy explosion occurred at that place, illuminating their bodies with a bright light. But even after such a strong clash, none of them were injured, and Paxwell swung the sword filled with his red magical energy to strike Bennett again. The head of the Twilight Guild was a strong hunter, so his blow with the sword was merciless and hit everything around, if not with its power, but with the fragments that the sword scattered. Kyle, with the help of his magic, deftly dodged the attacking line, using his energy to recreate a shield around himself, telling out loud that from the very beginning of his attack on Miriam, he almost died there. That's why, as a sign of politeness, the guy was going to use martial arts while a round energy sphere filled with his blue magic was formed in his hand. This magic ball and the power there that Kyle used was called in the world of Marima as the 100 Dragons Descended. Amazed by what he saw, Max could not understand what exactly Kyle was going to use in his attack, and this frightened the head of the Twilight Guild. By this point, Kyle had already filled the sphere with his power and swung it with all his strength, lifting it above his head before attacking, while his eyes also glowed with the insane energy of the guy's power. The attack technique he used with the magic sphere was called Soaring Sky Dragons, and its power was very destructive. And now this huge wave of energy rushed straight towards Max Paxwell, who was caught in the act. The Twilight Guildmaster frantically tried to figure out what exactly Kyle was using in his spell, wondering if the energy Bennett used wasn't a normal martial art that simply used the energy of the body, and wondering how Bennett managed to do it. Frightened and surprised, Max could only grin. He threw his sword aside, realizing that it would not help him, wondering out loud where Kyle could steal such techniques. Paxwell had to summon all his strength, also quickly concentrating it into magical energy in his hands and quickly swinging. Shouting that Benet wouldn't hit, Paxwell sent a wave of his power in front of him, so as to create an energy shield and block someone else's blow. From the collision of two forces, a huge explosion arose, filling the space around with fragments and its force. Alice Labora, who had risen to her feet, cleared her throat with difficulty and tried to at least see something through the resulting dust. She couldn't see either Kyle Benny or Max Paxwell, and she wondered if the attacks had killed them both, or if something else had happened. Then someone called out to the deputy head of the Dawn Guild, and the voice seemed very familiar to the girl. She turned around, seeing in front of her the knight Richard Fasa, the head of the Dawn Guild, kneeling on one knee, who was very glad that she was safe. She immediately rushed to meet him, worriedly asking how he got here and what happened to the rest of the guild members. Richard Fasa, with a darkened face, admitted to the girl that everyone else was dead. The man said that during the battle it so happened that the others died, and only he remained. At this time, the cloud of dust from the impact began to gradually dissipate, and Max Paxwell slowly came to his senses with a cough. The head of the Twilight Guild realized that he had barely survived the enemy's last attack, but a bloody cough indicated that he had survived the attack with difficulty because the destructive power of Bennett's blow exceeded all his expectations. His comrades, the fire mage Stephen Gore and the knight Dustin Hammer, made their way to Paxwell through the veil from the explosion, asking if their leader was okay. The hunters who ran up immediately bombarded the head with questions about why such a huge piece of land was destroyed, and whether the deputy head of the Dawn Guild, Alice Labora, could really do this. The guys admitted that everything looked much worse than expected when someone came out of the dust curtain and recognized their voices. It was Kyle Benet, who had not suffered at all from the battle, noting with an evil smile that it was time to see both Stephen and Dustin here at that time. Neither the magician nor the knight were happy to see him, greeting him frantically and frightenedly. Stephen Gore, like any fire mage, was impulsive, immediately asking how Bennett the Hedgehog got into this dungeon, while Paxwell noted that his opponent was not even tired of the blow. The head of the Twilight Guild understood that in fact everything was not in his favor at all, because he had not yet managed to recover. Paxwell immediately turned his gaze to his henchmen, who looked cheerful and in general were not weak. In addition, they could delay the time much needed for Max's recovery. Delighted by the thought that came, the man breathed out a sigh of relief and even allowed himself to laugh a little. The next moment, he turned to the frozen magician and knight, ordering them to kill Kyle Benny, and thereby causing bewilderment and questions from both. Max shouted to his henchmen that Bene was most likely weakened due to the use of that skill, with the help of which he carried out the last attack, which means that for both Stephen Gore and Dustin Hammer, it was an excellent chance for an attack. But Kyle, without any fear, listening and observing the situation, simply distantly noted that this would lead to the appearance of 2 more corpses. Paxwell once again tried to direct his henchmen to carry out his order, asking if they had gone deaf. Threatening, the distraught Paxwell threatened to die if his henchmen refused to attack Kyle. Neither the knight Dustin Hammer nor the fire mage Stephen Gore had any choice but to activate their abilities and prepare to attack, following the orders of the head of the Twilight Guild. Stephen gathered a fire sphere in his hand, announcing that he was going to take revenge on Kyle for the Sun Festival, and the Hammer Knight simply channeled his magic into the weapon, swinging to strike. Both of Max Paxwell's henchmen were quite a dangerous force in the Twilight Guild, and right now the 2 of them were planning to attack Kyle Benny, rushing towards the guy standing in the distance, and Stephen used the Fire Dragon spell. Max Paxwell at this time was glad that he managed to snatch a break for himself in order to quickly recover for the next blow. True, he did not expect what would happen in the next moment, and it plunged him into complete shock. At this time, Alice Labora and Richard Faze were quickly crossing one of the wastelands of the dungeon. Both representatives of the Dawn Guild hurried to where they had last seen the explosion. On the way, the head of the Dawn Guild asked his deputy what the head of Bennett was doing here, and wasn't he supposed to be on Hold Island? To which Alice suggested thinking about it later, since they were just not far from the place where the explosion took place. But the girl stopped in shock when she saw something she never expected to see. In front of her lay the corpse of the knight Dustin Hammer, defeated in the battle, while Kyle talked about how now he could finally feel a little relief. Not far away was someone's crumpled, charred figure, which was none other than the remains of the Twilight Guild fire mage, Stephen Gore. Kyle recalled that from the moment he was stuck in that cave near the island of Hold, and then teleported in a hurry over the sea and mountains, there was an evil, triumphant smile on his face. The guy stood in the middle of the scorched rocks, warming up just as he warmed up his body before a series of teleportations to the dungeons in which the main members of the Dawn Guild were stuck. And Kyle said that he knew that Paxwell really wanted to recover. Alice Labora and Richard Faze froze in shock at a small distance, amazed at what they saw and not believing their eyes that Kyle was able to defeat 2 such powerful hunters in one short period of time, because nothing had passed since the previous explosion. Kyle Benet, as if he had not wasted a colossal level of power, grinned at his opponent, noting that the snack, which the guy considered a very short battle with a magician and a knight, was not bad. The martial arts guildmaster approached his opponent, the Twilight Guildmaster, announcing that it was now time for dessert. Max Paxwell felt truly scared. But other than that, the Twilight Guild leader couldn't understand why he still hadn't recovered from the previous attack. The hand with which the man clutched his huge sword trembled from his excitement and nervousness, as he was not confident in himself. Looking at Kyle Benet and his enormous, terrifying strength, the head of the Sumnarchy Guild was not sure that even if he recovered, he would have enough strength to defeat Kyle Benet, the monster that the head of the Martial Arts Guild had become using his full power. At this time, someone's strong and confident voice sounded in Paxwell's head, urging him not to worry. His whole body felt different now, and the amulet on his neck glowed an otherworldly green color when a voice in his head said that it was time for him to wake up, and the head of the Twilight Guild himself had suffered enough. When Paxwell asked this voice a question about whether he would become stronger, he reassured the guy, saying that he was the only one who could make Max stronger, and the red fog, which was so far only in his thoughts, ordered him to show himself to the fullest and fight for his life, and then formed into a magical haze that filled Paxwell's eyes. And at that moment, a huge magical power of purple color fell in a stream of powerful energy on the head of the Twilight Guild, who who saw the light in this stream. Max Paxwell, who felt a previously unknown power, was now completely restored, and his mood instantly improved, because now his entire body was filled with energy. His eyes once again lit up with murderous lust and madness, and he shouted that with such strength he could easily defeat Kyle Bennett. Paxwell screamed from the overwhelming forces that filled him, so that a magical purple glow filled the entire space around him. This behavior did not frighten Kyle at all. With a smile, he was even glad that his opponent had trump cards up his sleeve. Bennett stared at his opponent with a bloodthirsty smile, asking if he was still stubbornly clinging to his life. And if this was true, then today the head of the Twilight Guild would definitely die. At this time, the chained heavenly warrior smiled evilly, noting that Max Paxwell was his loyal tool. And looking at the yellow information signs in front of him, the man noted that they were almost there now, and that he missed his opponent, Kyle Bennett.